declarations. Hopefully, this will make sense. You might need extra thick tinfoil today. Extra thick. But let's get going. Some of you will remember what we're about to go through today. Some of you probably won't remember, and this will be new to some of you, but buckle up. Okay, first and foremost, I need to throw out some disclaimers today. Please do not target anybody. Do not take this information that you're about to see, misrepresent it, target a single soul. I think you will come to the same conclusions that I do at the end of this, that in my opinion, this is opinion only. There are some people being used potentially. We've seen that throughout. Yes, there are people that are absolutely have accountability to take for their actions. We are going to be discussing the dog handler, her declarations, and maybe even to Aunt Burrito and Uncle Taco, depending on how far we get. But I don't want you to take any of this information and twist it on Julia, her credentials, whether she's legit. That's here nor there. I have said from day one, and I'm going to show that she is legit as far as a dog handler, anything of that nature. This is solely for the purposes of a timeline, her declaration, a timeline of how things went throughout her part in this situation, and that is it. This is not to defend any of the defendants or to try to change any of the claims, nothing to do with that. This is just a timeline of events that happened, some questions that I have because of that. I myself walked away from this situation purposely months ago. So going back into it is not something I really look forward to doing, because I do think there is some unfortunate circumstances at play here. Again, though, this is just for timeline purposes and to give people a bigger picture of how some of this maneuvered throughout this case and why things have been so muddied. I'm trying to piece it apart some based on their declarations, who these characters are, where they came from, so on and so forth. So we're going to do a timeline walk with her declaration. But let me go over here and say hello to everybody right quick. Hey, Pika. Hey, Pamela. Thor, Whispers, Ghoulie Ghoul, Polish, Smiles, Larry, Terry, Connie, Bo, Marcy, Lisa. Yay. Lucy, hello. Hey, Steph. Okay, let's get going into this. I'm going to open with some laughs right quick, though, just because this is going to be really heavy emphasis on the word characters. Yes. In my opinion, this is a lot of the noise that has surrounded this case. Do they have an actual bearing on Sebastian being missing? No, in my opinion, no, they do not. So let's please, once again, we don't have evidence that any of the parents are involved in this. These people were characters that were brought in. Some of them came in themselves. There's been a lot of noise around it. We're just trying to parse some of that out based on what is being said current time. And it's really important. In this one, I think you'll see as we go through this why I'm a little bit uneasy about this one. And it's because Julia and I haven't had any issues. Yes, she's passed my information around. Yes, she has said horrific things about me, which is fine. I'm going to read you and play a couple voicemails from her to me just for transparency purposes, because I did reach out to her before I even outed Steph, the fake dog handler. Even though I'm this evil, horrible. Sorry, that plane is really loud. I'm going to have to probably go in. Hey, Miss Britt. Hey, Toe Beans. Hey, Emily. Fairy Meadows. Hey, everybody coming in. Crazy B6. Teresa, Jennifer. Okay. But I'm a crazy, vicious. Hey, Toots. Yoper gal. This is so freaking funny. Don't forget, I am this vile, vicious. Hold on. Just have to remind people of what an evil person I am right quick, based on Britney J.
And arachnophobia. Look. Hold on, let me
Hey, Miss Leah.
How do I turn the music down on this? Shit. Ain't trying to get a well, look. Look at this. Look at that shit. She's blowtorching a damn. She blowtorched the damn. Do you see that? Who does that?
I do.
Why would you do
because they're poisonous. This still gives me one of the best laughs of this whole entire last 7 months.
That's like, I get it. Some people probably look at it like it's a insect or whatever. But who the fuck does that?
They're deadly.
Would you just sit there and blowtorch a creature for what? And use right?
I am that evil. That is me. Just remember, I'm setting the stage very clear. This is something I do and laugh about it. So, yeah, I am that one. Don't set your
I could not, that's cruel and unusual. You literally are taking a black light and going out there blowtorching scorpions. But then you're going to talk on your live about how cool they are because they carry their babies on their back.
Okay, just making sure all your expectations are really low. You know what we do over here. I use a black light and a blowtorch. It is what it is. She set the stage for you all. Let's roll. Okay, so we're going to read Julia's. Again, please do not use this information to target or further harass anybody mentioned today whatsoever. Connie, I'm unusual and black-hearted. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? Okay, so this is going to be the declaration of Julia the dog handler. And then we're going to get into a timeline. So let's start here. Julia is also named as a plaintiff in this filing. Let's be very clear, too. It is just a filing. To my understanding, nothing has been accepted yet. Nobody has been served. My overall understanding of the complaint is that they are asking for defamation and threats to stop. However, it gets really muddy because of the exhibits that they threw in there with random people, the plaintiffs that are thrown in there. It's really a muddy situation that you need waiters to weed through. But right now, as it stands, it has just been filed. There's been no acceptance. There has been nothing further, no service, no nothing. That is where we are. Okay. So her declaration states, I, Julia Valente, CPT, being duly sworn according to law, hereby depose and affirm the following. I, Julia Valente, gives her address, declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, she is actually a Pennsylvania resident, that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. I am a captain in the United States Army and a resident of Pennsylvania. I live in blank with my family and have committed my career to serving my country with honor and integrity. Thank you once again for your service. In March of 2024, important date right there, I was enlisted as a canine handler due to my national certification through several police-affiliated organizations and academies to assist in the search for missing 15-year-old autistic boy, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I was contacted by Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, as well as Todd Terrell from the United Cajun Navy. My credentials were forwarded to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I think they meant Sumner County Sheriff's Office, to validate my qualifications and authorize my involvement. It says Shelby County Sheriff's Office, SCSO, but I'm wondering if it's supposed to be Sumner County. Not sure. My work on the ground alongside Canine Gator was officially documented using the Pack Track application, which is utilized by law enforcement and military agencies to document canine training and exercises via GPS. The Pack Track app cannot be altered and ensures the accurate records of canine operations are maintained. A true and correct copy of Canine Gator's search report showing our work in Tennessee is attached hereto as Exhibit 1. This document confirms my presence and participation in the search. I'm not really sure why that matters. Oh, Shelby is Memphis. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure. That might be a typo. Maybe they did help. I'm not sure. And hey, Chico. Hey, Sammy. I'm not really sure what that... anyways, that's what it says. Okay. Despite this documented evidence and the confirmation of my credentials by the TBI and SCSO, Granny's Watching used her YouTube platform to spread defamatory, slanderous, and libelous accusations against me, stating falsely that I was a fraudulent canine handler and that I was planting evidence in this search. Okay, one specific YouTube thumbnail currently attached here too as Exhibit 2 features a photograph of me taken as by a licensed photographer, Wise Canine Photography. This photo was used without permission from either the photographer or myself. Both the photographer and I have confirmed that neither of us granted Granny to use this copyrighted photo. Granny used this image to misrepresent and defame me, knowing full well that I did not plant evidence nor commit any wrongdoing. The false accusations Granny made in this video had serious and far-reaching consequences for my career. As an officer in the United States Army holding a top-secret security clearance, any accusations against my integrity could jeopardize my military career. Losing my clearance would be detrimental not only to my current career, but my ability to continue serving my country. The defamatory claims made by Granny and other social media influencers have placed my Department of Defense TS security clearance at risk, leaving my career in jeopardy. Any harm to my clearance could result in the complete derailment of everything I have worked for throughout my professional life. Granny's attacks didn't stop there. She participated in open panel discussions with other creators where my mother, blank, was doxxed. Okay, I want you to keep that in mind. These creators displayed her school website where she teaches elementary education, which put her safety and job at risk. Despite knowing this was wrong, Granny allowed this behavior to continue on her platform. As a result of this continuous bullying and defamation spread by Granny and other co-bloggers, my mental and emotional health have suffered greatly. I have been diagnosed with CPTSD due to my active military service, and the ongoing harassment has significantly worsened my condition. My anxiety has increased, and I struggle daily to function both emotionally and professionally. I have been further victimized by online attacks from other creators, including Queen Bee, J is for Justice, and Cluminati, who have engaged in a coordinated effort to tarnish my reputation and damage my career. These influencers have formed what feels like a cult-like group, inciting their followers to spread lies and create real, tangible harm to my life and safety. One of my employers, blank, requested that I removed them from my LinkedIn profile due to the negative attention from these YouTube creators. Since the attacks began, I have not received any work assignments from them. which has had a significant financial impact on me, especially after purchasing a home in August of 2023. The financial strain caused by this loss of income has been overwhelming, as I have been unable to secure canine-related work due to the damage done to my reputation. Attached here to Exhibit 3 is another YouTube thumbnail from Granny's video, where she falsely attributes a quote to me stating that I tricked YouTube. This statement is entirely untrue, and it has caused significant emotional harm and reputational damage, giving future clients a false impression of my professionalism and ethics. The actions of Granny, and by extension her cult creator network, have gone beyond ordinary disputes. Their coordinated and deliberate efforts have caused severe emotional, professional, and financial harm. These actions demonstrate a well-planned and sustained campaign to destroy my reputation and livelihood. I have been subjected to continuous harassment with threats to my life and safety, escalating to the point where I now fear of what could happen to me or my family. Granny and her network, including Queen Bee and other influencers, have used their platforms to incite their followers to take action against me, causing real measurable harm. I believe their actions exhibit a pattern of organized behavior that goes beyond individual disagreements or online bullying. This is part of a broader, coordinated effort to destroy my reputation, my career, and my well-being. These attacks have not only interfered with my ability to continue to work as a canine handler, but also have left me with a sense of ongoing and imminent danger to my personal safety and professional future. I am fully prepared to testify under oath and provide detailed accounts of the organized and sustained attacks I have endured, including the incitement of harassment, the threats to my life and safety, and the emotional and professional harm I have experienced as a direct result of their actions. Your Honor, I ask for your understanding of the damage that has been done to my career and my family's safety. I hope the court will see the severity of these actions and hold these individuals accountable for the harm that they have caused. I, Julia, swear and affirm and verify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States of America, the Commonwealth of PA, the state of Tennessee, the state of New York, in the state of Florida, that the foregoing is true and correct. I understand that false statements herein are made subject to penalties of perjury and other applicable laws. Okay, and then it attaches a few posts and some grid search information from some app as her exhibits. So that is her statement, her declaration in this filing. Now, I want to be clear too, these exhibits are not attached to the complaint in the filing. I don't know if they just didn't upload them or what, but a little interesting. So where we're going to start with this, because I think it's really important. I was actually listening to a live stream last night and they were talking about her stuff specifically and saying that if hers had weight, because there seemed like there was a lot there that potentially it could be supported. And I had walked away from this situation in particular after exposing stuff to the fake dog handler because it was just too much. There was too much going on. There was too much happening at one time to kind of piece through all of it. So I started going back and looking after I read these exhibits. And what we're going to do now is we're going to walk through a timeline of events of where she came in, how things kind of were maneuvering at that time, and just kind of take a once over of what is going on here. You're going to need your tinfoil on this one. Sorry to say that. It's a necessity today. I'm going to read through the beginning of May, and you'll understand why I'm doing this coming up. According to the calendar that I made myself, that is available for the members, on May 2nd, Heather, the PI, was still involved. Terry Lynn found pants. Chris called into Crime Stories Obsessed. On Friday, May 3rd, a fake neighbor comes on the scene to Brooks. Chris went on Cluminati's. Tony and Seth made their appearance and Tony's debut on Pascal's. Heather, the PI, makes a Facebook post. Chloe makes a Facebook post on the 5th. TikTok Tony appears on Justin on TikTok on the 5th of May. On the 7th of May, News Nation makes a report. On May 7th, Ellie confirms that the photo is not that of Sebastian. On May 8th, polygraph updates are given, and dog handler Julia calls into a few shows. On May 9th, Chloe made another Facebook post. The fake dog handler appears by the name of Steph. The lab leaked recorded audio. It was the same day that Nina had a court case. Grandma Rogers, Robin Rogers, lashed out at JLR. Seth made accusations on Nancy Grace. Heather, the PI, makes another Facebook post. That was all on the 9th of May. On the 10th of May, Heather, the PI, makes another Facebook post. The dog handler BS escalates over the, through the 8th through the 11th. The dog handler stuff with Steph and Julia is all popping off every which way. On the 13th of May, Seth and Tony are on Pascal, and then they appear on Coffindoffer. Chloe makes statements basically that next week that she has been asked to step down. Nina Glass enters the scene on May 15th. Stephen Crabtree puts out misinformation on the 16th alongside Tony on TikTok. The lab, Chris McDonough and Gary, I think it's Bricado, went live and did a stream overviewing all this on the 16th. On the 18th, Trevor Lee was on Granny's. Chris Proudfoot was on Clues. And Seth appeared on Smiley Stories World. Okay. That is just the beginning 2.5 weeks of May. Now, I want to take you to last night from Britney J. I want you to hear what she says as we walk into this, okay? Because I find this to be important and worthwhile. So this is her stream from last night where she is going to speak on Julia. And I want you to keep this in the back of your head as we go through the upcoming timeline.
Okay, real quick, Jenny, I'll tell you why. From my understanding, okay. With Julia,
Sammy, thank you so much. Sammy said thank you for all the work you put into your daily lives. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Miss Arnold, this right here made me just kind of, and I think you guys will see why I'm a little bit like, I just don't like the optics of any of this. I'm not blaming anybody. I don't have any tangible proof I'm not making any allegations basically of fact. Like I can't prove that things were actually done here, and here because I'm not privy to their behind the scenes communications. But I can show you what was done optically in the public and how confusing it got for so many. Okay, let's let Britney, again, this is from last night.
Watch it. It's only like 30 seconds, I think.
okay, real quick, Jenny, I'll tell you why. From my understanding, okay. With Julia, she went through a lot of stuff too. And Julia was, Julia, from my understanding, had some real life things happening to her.
That's interesting that she says that Julia had some real life things happening to her. I'm going to show you some clips in this upcoming stuff that BJ talks about some stuff. But I think people forget about some of the things that have happened.
Mm-hmm.
Julia and I have had a discussion. We decided to leave things, where they are at, and for the greater good. She's not even really that she did anything horrible to me. You know what I mean?
It's not even that she did anything horrible to you. And what's the greater good? What's the greater good here?
I felt some type of way about how the investigation was going, and I questioned her on some things, and that was just that. But at the end of the day, that doesn't I can let things go and make peace with somebody, especially when it comes to somebody being bullied relentlessly. And I mean, regardless of my differences with her or how I may have felt, Julia was bullied. There's no
Listen,
doubt about it. It was awful.
Was she? And it was awful. You don't say. You don't say.
here, think about this. This is what's very disturbing about it all. She's military.
Yeah.
She's a soldier. That is so gross to sit there and do something like that to our own military.
You would think that she would have gotten the clue of not letting this one back up on her panel with all the blatant accusations and the wild shit she says. But here we are again with reality wins. That seems to lack reality.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think real hard. My children are
Yeah. Chris served in the U.S. Navy for 16 years. Katie also served in our military. Once again, to all of our vets and active duty, thank you for your service. But they quickly forget and throw that out of play. It's off. No, we can't remember that.
military. Let me tell you, anybody attacks my children like that, ooh, I will do anything in my power to make sure things get taken care of legally. Legally.
I guess that's a threat. Just like BJ said the other night that saying a countersuit is a threat. I guess that would be a threat.
Because my children have done tours. And
Oh,
they
wow.
have come back and they were
It's incredible.
yeah, they had some things going on. But they
Well,
have a strong mom. They have a strong mom who helped pull them through.
Well, tell them I said thank you for your service.
All my children
100%.
are military. And two of them, their spouses are military. That's why I'm upset. I mean, look at all the crap that they were saying about her to get everybody to go against her.
Right.
You know, trying to discredit her.
What's that crap we were all saying? Their reality? Maybe you should pay attention to their reality because you might get a little bit of a history lesson.
They were gaslighting.
Well, for the sake of transparency, that weird noise you just heard was my inhaler, guys. Just, I want to put that out there.
I had to do mine earlier. I was having
Yeah.
a bad attack earlier.
Did you?
Yes. I don't know if it's
well,
okay, that's plenty from last night. Okay, so now we're going to switch gears to go to here. This is taking it back a little bit beyond May. But the reason I'm going to do this is because I'm going to walk a timeline here, and I want to be fully transparent of when Dog the Bounty Hunter first was mentioned by anyone surrounding this situation, because he is going to be brought up in the very first interview on Pascal's with Tony and Seth. So I wanted to take it back and see, where was Dog actually mentioned the first time? That happens to be the Outlier podcast with Lauren Conlin. Lauren Conlin had been coming on Pascal's show. Okay, so we're going to just take a quick look at this little segment here of Dog the Bounty Hunter, and then we're going to keep it rolling. This is for transparency purposes, so everybody can see where my brain's at.
The Bible says some people are given over to a reprobate mind.
Can you hear that? As long as you guys can hear that, we'll go on. This starts about the 1955 minute mark in her stream where Dog and her start discussing Sebastian. Okay, you guys got it? Okay. Carrying forward.
And there ain't nothing we can do. Jesus says, kick the dust off your feet as a witness against them and move on.
Wow. Yeah. I wanted to bring to your attention, it's been driving me crazy. I've been covering this case. Nancy Grace has been covering it. It's been on the national news for a little over a month, but there is an autistic boy missing out of Tennessee, 15 years old, hasn't taken his medication. And it's very odd, Dog. I mean, they have searched.
Do you know what I find very odd? Is that they go from a conversation about God's misfits. They go from a completely other situation to promoting Dog's book. Oh, I'm going to have to go in. It's getting loud out here. To now talking about this. I find that to be odd.
thousands of miles. They've had drones. They've searched waterways. It's insane. I mean, there's volunteers. No trace of him on camera. Allegedly, no dogs have picked up his scent. What gives?
Well, I can only say by the years of investigating, same thing. Usually a family member had done something. You know, usually there is a dump ground, a trash dump ground nearby, or a lake. Lie detector tests don't work. Well, they do use them. They don't work on certain individuals. I think the parents, anybody close to him, take a lie box. If they volunteer, okay, I'll take it. Then, you know, they take it, they pass. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah,
Does that sound like he's completely in the dark about this? He was pushing his book. He absolutely was on like a tour promoting his book. But to me, it almost sounds like he had been prepped a little bit for the segment that they were going to bring this up. Why?
So
Wait.
where you start with autistic kids is the family members, because it's hard to raise an autistic kid. It is hard, quadruple hard than a kid that is not autistic. So start with the family. And Nancy Grace, I never met her, but she used to speak at the bail bonds convention for us. And that happened to be that day I was sick, but she's a very good investigator. So she usually comes up with stuff, you know, but I would say there's a family member or even a neighbor that is just, you know, and they'll, how young is the boy?
He's 15.
Yeah. So without leaving a site, that means somebody, you know, dumped him somewhere, and it's very sad. There's a show on A&E called 48 Hours.
Yeah.
And after 48 hours, 90% of people missing, age, gender, and all that, have been killed. So when you find nothing, and you know, like dogs don't get a.
But I thought he didn't know anything about this case. MK, thank you for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana. I thought Dog didn't know anything about this case. And yes, God's Misfits is in discussion of the Kansas moms. That's a horrific situation in itself. But I find it really odd how this is pieced together. The segments are. And this, going back, at first I was like, yeah, just random, you know, promoting his book. Listening to him speak, and I'm going to show you why this kind of just gives me a little bit of an unsettled feeling here, that maybe there was hope that he would involve himself in this way sooner than most of us realized. This is from April 16th, 2024. Tony makes his appearance May 3rd, 2024. Dog is mentioned on that, and I'm going to show you.
That, bloodhounds and all that, every single time the person is passed away. Remy
said, Remy's been here. Remy, you've been with me for a year. Thank you.
Or they've been killed and disposed of.
I kept on trying to interrupt you because I actually could not believe that you don't know this case and you stated all of that. I mean, if you have time, everything you just said is what has made this case so contentious. The stepdad and the mom are being looked at because they did not speak out on the news asking people for help with their child for about 7 days. The stepdad appears to have some odd language. They actually left for a while, the second or third week of the search. And then as far as the lie detector test goes, mom already took a polygraph. Allegedly,
Isn't that interesting, though, just to hear how that's rolled together right there? And to say that the mom and stepdad are being looked into, I'm sure everybody around Sebastian was being looked into if we were being fair. But she had already been on shows with Pascal before this. All of this. Like, it's just really freaking odd to me. Really odd. All of it. Remy, it is our anniversary. It's our anniversary. Happy anniversary.
On the Nancy Grace episode, I was on the panel when she asked stepdad to take it. He challenges her with this phrase and says, name the time and the place. And then all of a sudden, the TBI, per him, the TBI says, oh, you're not allowed to take it. Well,
Autumn, this is Lauren Conlin, who is a guest often on Nancy Grace. She was on Nancy Grace when Chris and Katie were brought up. She is also the host of the Outlier podcast. That's what we're listening to right now. And she also came on as a guest of Pascal's during the beginning of the Sebastian Missings case.
what? This doesn't make sense. And then it's such a mess. I cannot believe you said that.
Let me tell you, you can Google this to find it out. You know,
Okay.
Google is sometimes everyone's worst enemy. If you take a Valium,
Yeah.
one blue Valium,
Mm-hmm.
if you drink a certain downer, you can pass any lie detector test because it slows your heart down a little bit.
Yep. Beta blockers, benzos. Oh, trust me. We discussed this.
Yeah.
Discuss this. Yes. And you said the landfill or the dump site. Oh, they already checked a Kentucky landfill because that's where the trash goes in Tennessee. And according to one of the guys that dumps the trash or something, he felt something, and that's what indicated or was an indication that maybe they should go look there. So they did, and they didn't find anything. And that's why I got chills. I'm like, God, you're good. Like, you literally didn't even know this case. After this, or when you're done your interviews, you should look up Sebastian Rogers. You're going to be like, holy crap. Okay, that was.
Do you really think that was just out of the blue? Just randomly out of the blue that gets mentioned with Dog the Bounty Hunter, and then look where we are today? Put a 1 in the chat if you think it was completely random. Put a 2 if you think maybe there was discussion going on way sooner than we realized with Dog the Bounty Hunter. This is all opinion. I don't have any confirmation of anything. This is right here is fully speculation. Okay, so that was that. You can hear what she has to say.
Dog the Bounty Hunter. Can you believe he said all of that? I really cannot believe it. I was like, wait, I felt so bad. I was like jumping and interrupting him, but I was like, oh my gosh, are you sure you're not researching this right now? And he did not at all. So he gave me his personal email, which is why the interview ended so abruptly. I'm sorry for that. And also the PR rep on the phone was like, hey, you got to hurry up. You got to hurry up. You only had a certain amount of time. So I will be reaching out to him for help, and I will keep.
Isn't that interesting? Dog gave her his personal email. She's connected to Nancy Grace and Pascal. She was reaching out to Dog for help. April 16th.
Keep everybody posted. So thank you again for listening.
Okay, let's go here now. The date of this one, for full transparency purposes, I'm going to show you all. May 3rd, 2024. All right, let's go. We're going in a timeline fashion. We read in the beginning of this Julia's declaration. I promise you we're going to get there, but I want to lay some foundational pieces here before we get that far.
And is going to be a part of the search, be a part of the information giving out to media. But a lot has changed and a lot has happened over the past week, and we're here to talk about all of it. Is this a real photo of Sebastian? Could this actually be Sebastian or no? Hopefully we're going to get down to the bottom of that. And there's a rumor, or at least from what I've been hearing in the internet streets, that there could be video also of this sighting of this person that could very well be Sebastian Rogers. So let me get into this. We got a lot to cover. We got a very little amount of time to cover all of this. We got a lot to talk about. But one thing I do want to bring up is that we do have a new member coming in and is going to be a part of the search, be a part of the information giving out to media, these podcast streets, etc. There is a new member coming on and taking over as spokesperson for Seth Rogers. So first I want to bring in Tony Mathis and, of course, Seth Rogers, of course, in the chat. Good afternoon, fellas. How y'all feeling?
Again, May 3rd is when Tony Mathis makes his debut on the Pascal Show. All of this is credit to the Pascal Show.
Good evening. Hello, Team Sebastian.
Yes.
How you doing, Pascal?
I'm good, my brother. I'm good. First off, Tony, we got to get straight into it because I know a lot of people are going to sit there and go, wait a second. Tony looks mad familiar. Haven't I seen him on something else before? Yes. No, you didn't see him on a rerun of Friends. You were seeing him on the most recent case that he's still on and still a spokesperson for Caleb Harris. So I want to say, first off, thank you so much for stepping forward and linking up with Seth to be his spokesperson.
Of course. Of course.
Now, I'm curious, Seth, why are you having a spokesperson now?
It's been 66 days since my son has gone missing, and dealing with searching, making sure that people are getting vetted, dealing with interviews and everything else. It's time consuming. It's stressful. And when he offered to assist me with it, God sent somebody.
That's what's up. Now, and I love that there is going to be this new alliance. You got Tony coming through, and he's going to speak on behalf of the case, because I know that you have a lot going on for yourself right now, Seth. I mean, as far as just being on there, boots on the ground, trying to find Sebastian right now, there's a lot going on. You know, you're traveling quite a bit. There's a lot of chaos, and there's got to be someone who can actually be connected to the media while you go out and do what you need to do. So, Tony, welcome to the search. Welcome to the story. How's it been so far with this whole thing right now?
It's been good. I mean, Seth and I have gotten close. I've had some good conversations with him. I've also had some good conversations with Chris and Katie. My goal was initially to try to bring everybody together and limit some.
He had good conversations with Chris and Katie. I think that should be noted.
Some of the drama that had been out there in the social media streets, as you say,
right.
and simply want to help get everybody redirected and find Sebastian. So again, I've had a lot of good conversations with Seth. I've had good conversations with Chris and Katie, and we're not completely done. I'd love to represent them all three and get everybody working together.
Can I ask you that though? Let's get that out of the way. Get the elephant in the room out the way.
You know who else wanted to represent all three of them? At Night Media.
Has there been any conversations with the Proudfoots, and why aren't you representing all three right now?
So I've laid that offer out there for Chris and Katie. Again, I had about a 2-hour phone conversation with them last week. I felt like we were in a good place. I made it known kind of how I operate, which is I do control all the media. I really would like, as I've told Seth and I told Chris the same thing, told Katie the same thing. I really would like them to be out from in front of the camera. I think there's been a lot of drama, a lot of deterrence from finding Sebastian. And really, I'd like to take control of that for them and get everybody united to finding Sebastian. So, one of the prerequisites when we do an interview is, as I told you earlier today, is, if I was representing Chris and Katie and I was doing an interview with them, there would be no talking about Seth. And when we do an interview with Seth, we're not going to discuss Chris and Katie.
He wanted to control all the media. Another interesting statement he made. But you'll notice a significant change. Again, May 3rd is the date of this.
We're not going to throw darts at each other. I'm going to lead by example. And we are going to focus on finding Sebastian, just like we're focused on finding Caleb on the other case I'm working on. So
he's going to lead by examples and not throw darts. Okay? All right.
Has to be a part of this. And I think we got a lot of work to do, but I'm up for the challenge.
No doubt. No doubt. Seth, anything you want to add on top of what Tony just said?
His goal is my.
Kim, was that the one from yesterday? I read that yesterday. If people are receiving threats and there is all this stuff, they're going to do what they need to do. I mean, until we see tangible proof, somebody arrested, these threats, it's just another word service at this point in time for me. I work in facts and proof. So if there are, hopefully they're handling it appropriately. I don't know. That's been an ongoing thing for quite some time. So we'll see if anything is made of it, I guess.
My goal is to keep Sebastian in the forefront. Sebastian is the goal. Everything else is a distraction. We just want to find Sebastian and bring him home.
Right on. Right on. I think we all can agree on that, right? Every single one of us that's in the chat. I mean, even so, I know that there's going to be some pushback, some people that feel some type of way about anything about this case, but we can all agree. We can all agree on that one thing, which is bringing Sebastian back home. So let's talk about Sebastian. There's been some new information, some photos, or at least a photo that recently dropped. And I want to share this with you guys because, of course, I know you guys already know about this, but I'm going to
skip over this because this has already been debunked. There is no proof, or this was confirmed to not be valid.
Kind of figured out that that's what the situation was. And I explained to him that it was new information, and until it was vetted, it was going to be held close to the chest. And quite frankly, I completely understood why law enforcement was doing that. And when they vetted that information, if it was information that they deem to be relevant to be disseminated, then it would be disseminated to, to Katie and to Seth. But we've got to verify that is him, and they've got to do their homework, and we've got to be patient. But I completely understand why Seth, if I was a father, I'm in my vehicle and I'm on my way there just like he was.
Yeah, no doubt.
He used it as a great opportunity to hand out flyers, create some awareness, ask some questions. And, I was certainly proud of him for getting in the vehicle and heading right there, no questions asked, because that's the same thing I would have done.
Right on. So when it comes to Seth, real quick, the conversation that your PIs had with the person who actually took the photo, what exactly did they say? What was the interaction like? How did they get this photo taken? So on and so on.
I wasn't privy to that conversation. My private investigator already knew that I was going to want the picture vetted.
I did want to play that part though from Tony, because I do find it interesting that this photo situation was going on at the same time of all of this. This photo, law enforcement was already working on it. He got in a vehicle and drove. Okay. All right. He wasn't the only one. Spanky also did.
And she reached out. She did that prior to me asking. So when I turned around and asked her, she said she had already vetted the picture and loaded up and headed up there. When I got there, Tony was right. They would not let me see the video footage. So I took that opportunity to hand out flyers. Nobody knew my son was missing to begin with. It is North Carolina. It's outside of Tennessee.
Okay. That opened up a whole lot of stuff though. Let's keep going.
To a certain extent, but I feel you on Seth's side. My knee-jerk reaction would be, I'm knocking on that door. Okay. They're going to know my presence like lickety split. Right. But I do get it that they want to make sure everything is properly vetted before they release any type of information. But it's been a week now. So what's taking so doggone long? Tony?
Okay. We all know that the photo didn't end up being him.
Why are they dragging their feet on this information? Especially when there is...
talking about law enforcement.
Just making sure this is abundantly clear for everybody who's watching, even the fam that's watching from the nosebleed seats. There is actual video of this particular person.
And they kept doing that.
Which means there will be footage. And when I asked, they told me that they were informed not to show me anything because it is under investigation by law enforcement.
Wow. Okay. And there's nothing you can do to expedite this at all?
No, sir.
Man. Okay. Because it's been... Go ahead. I'm sorry, Seth.
Pray.
I mean, that's insane.
Continue to pray.
You can only continue to pray. So then, okay, let's talk about the person that your PIs talked to and all that. I mean, have you guys kept in touch with this person? Have they run into this particular person again? Or is it just a one-time type of deal when it comes to this photo right here?
They were just in that spot, took a picture. They were up there to enjoy Grandfather Mountain.
Yeah, there's some really interesting stuff here. I'm going to fast forward. I want to get to some of the better parts of what we're going to talk about today.
Sebastian is walking another. They're playing on the rocks.
Right.
But I also think it's also important to hear some of what was said too. Okay, so just everybody being clear, that photo is not Sebastian. That has already been completely taken care of. Please do not go back down that road and say you saw a photo of him. That is not accurate. That family received a lot of harassment. Yes, Dexter, I'll get you treats.
Okay. Well, hopefully you guys are going to have a conversation soon, right? Where y'all have signal at the same time, because hopefully you guys are going to still work together. You know, that alliance is still prominent, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, I mean, fingers crossed, real talk. Fingers crossed for that, for sure. I got a couple questions. There's some people who have some super chats that they want to ask some questions here really, really quick. Like I said, it's not going to be a super long conversation, guys, but I just wanted to give you guys the update, introduce you guys to the news spokesperson, and talk about this sighting here. And I appreciate you guys blessing us with your time. Real talk. Seth, Tony, we really do appreciate it. Real talk. Michelle says, thank you so much. Sebastian Strong, all day. We agree. All day.
Just like Pascal, I would definitely, your fan base is Sebastian.
I want to back that up actually right there, because I want you to make sure you understand that they were talking about working with Chris and Katie.
You guys are going to still work.
Let me go back a little bit further beyond that even.
Or do they think different?
Just so everybody has full transparency.
Is right.
No doubt.
I mean, he believes it's his son, and that I'm going to support him in believing that. I told Seth when I first saw the picture without any AI test done or anything like that, that I believed that it looked like Sebastian's posture. I believe that there was a strong possibility that it was him, but nobody knows like the biological mother and father. And if he says that he believes it's him, then I'm going to support him in that.
Yeah, no doubt. Let me ask you this then too. Seth, any word from the Proudfoots about this photo? Do they believe this to be Sebastian, or do they think different?
I haven't had much communication with them since I returned from North Carolina. And when I was up in North Carolina, I had no signal.
So at this time he hadn't had much communication with them.
Okay.
He had no signal in North Carolina.
Okay. Man. Okay. Well, hopefully.
Is it a signal free area? Like, I'm confused by that.
You guys are going to have a conversation soon, right?
Correct.
Where y'all have signal at the same time, because hopefully you guys are going to still work together. You know, that alliance is still prominent, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, fingers crossed. Real talk. Fingers crossed for that, for sure. I got a couple questions. There's some people who have some super chats that they want.
So he sounded pretty positive at that point in time about their alliance, Chris, Katie, and Seth. Okay. This is, again, Tony's debut, May 3rd.
I ask some questions here really, really quick. Like I said, it's not going to be a super long conversation, guys, but I just wanted to give you guys the update, introduce you guys to the news spokesperson, and talk about this sighting here. And I appreciate you guys blessing us with your time. Real talk. Seth, Tony, we really do appreciate it. Real talk. Michelle says, thank you so much. Sebastian Strong, all day. We agree. All.
And it's also interesting to note that Tony admits that they had been in communication before this. And you'll hear that in an upcoming video. So before he made his debut, they had already been in talks. The PIs get let go of. Dog the Bounty Hunter is mentioned on a random podcast. And look where we are today. But there's a lot that goes on in this point in time in the beginning of May.
But just like Pascal, I would definitely, your fan base is Sebastian's army. They are Team Sebastian. With their help, with everybody's help, Sebastian will be found and brought home. And I appreciate all the help that you're doing by keeping my son's name out there. And I appreciate all the support.
Of course, brother. Of course. We're all Sebastian Strong here. Okay. All of us. We all want the same thing. Sebastian home, transparency, truth, and just him home. Right. And I feel like we'd all do the same for each other. Right. We'd all fight and bring up conversations and have a Tony Mathis. Like I said, you know, having someone to come in and take the brunt of some of the heavy lifting while you can go off and work on finding Sebastian, figuring out if he is in North Carolina or not. We're all here for the exact same goal. At the end of the day, even Michelle says, "Amen." Right? The five Canes says, "CP verbally abused a lady today, so good luck." Well,
we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. So you know, like I said, the rumor mill's still rumor milling. Okay, and I will say this too.
So Tony attempts to shut that down. Pascal is, you know, doing a typical YouTuber thing of, oh well, you know, it's just rumors, but it's good content for him.
The Prophets love to have him on this platform to have a conversation anytime they want. Literally, I want to make that abundantly clear. Okay, because
yeah, I'm glad that they never took that offer up because, in my opinion, you were one of the main exploiters of this case in the very beginning and took every opportunity to muddy the waters and make it so complicated and so confusing. And in my opinion, exploited Seth's emotions way further than necessary.
Hey, they have some information. Seth has some information.
Seth's mannerisms in this are even different. I can't imagine the exhaustion all of them feel at this point.
If there really is an alliance going on, come on over. Let's have a conversation. Stephanie, thank you so much. Wouldn't a parent have to verify the footage, or do they have DNA to is Sebastian, or did they get DNA? I think that the question is, wouldn't they have to verify footage by a parent? That's actually a good question. Tony?
Yeah, no, you don't verify footage. You verify the person in the footage. And until they figure out who that person is, there's nothing to verify. So, you know, a DNA doesn't do any good on a photo or video. So they're chasing down who the person is. When they figure out who the person is, they'll know if that's Sebastian or not.
Right.
They won't need DNA for that.
No doubt. Actually, let's talk about this too, because I also heard over the past week that there were pants that were found. Can we talk a little bit about that? Tony, do you have any information about that one? Okay, Seth, any information on the pants that were found?
While I was in North Carolina, somebody did reach out to me and stated that they found a pair of pants in a park. I don't remember the exact name of the park. I did reach out to the detective over the case and let them know that somebody found a pair of pants that were like the ones that Katie described Sebastian wearing. And
that turned out to be nothing to do with Sebastian either.
I let him know. He said he was going to take care of it, and he turned around and had him collect it.
Okay. But they said it's not a match, right? There's no connection.
Right. They let me know the next day that they were not Sebastian's.
How did they know?
From my understanding, it was the wrong size.
Wrong size? Did they say it was too?
Okay. Right there. He's telling you they were not his. They were the wrong size. One thing I will add in here, Barbecue Lady, you can watch it on Every Day with Jay, did a TikTok live where she says that they were Sebastian's. She is the defendant in this complaint that was filed in Pennsylvania. But that is one thing I will say 100%. There's video proof of it that she said it, and it had been confirmed that they weren't. So why months later were they misinforming people? I don't know.
Small, too big? What does he usually wear? What size?
They did not tell me. They did not tell me specifics. They just said that the size was wrong.
Interesting. Okay.
But I definitely would like to extend my thank yous to the 2 lady officers that went into the river, into it, and fought off the deadly moccasins and ticks that the other gentleman wasn't.
We did. Law enforcement was on the scene when Terry Lynn found the pants. Terry Lynn was the one that found the pants. Law enforcement did come and collect the pants. It was a female officer. I have all that recorded if you guys need to see that.
Because at least somebody was able to do something. I couldn't do it myself. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the officers that did.
Well, hey, shout out to those officers for being willing to get dirty. Long story short, right?
Yes.
We appreciate them. We appreciate every bit of help. Oh, hey, I had a good question. Seth, how would Sebastian introduce himself? That's actually a very good question. Just in case somebody runs into him, how would Sebastian introduce himself?
If you start a conversation with him, he would more than likely introduce him like I've taught him to introduce himself. He would tell you his first and last name. Hi, I am Sebastian Rogers. Or if he's not comfortable with you, he might just tell you his first name.
Okay. But he'll still introduce himself as Sebastian. He wouldn't use some sort of nickname or anything else.
No, he never liked any of the nicknames I gave him.
What were some of the nicknames that you would give?
I like to call him my Padawan, and he really didn't appreciate that. He thinks he's a Jedi Knight.
Yeah.
He's just not on the council yet. So, that's one of the things.
Okay. So just in case anybody's out there, now you know.
I know some of you will disagree with me on this, and that's totally fine. But I actually like watching Seth talk in this interview. He seems much more relaxed when talking about Sebastian. He does seem to light up when he talks about some of the memories with Sebastian.
What not to call him? How's that?
Don't make him pull out the lightsaber.
Don't let him do that. God forbid. Don't do that. Okay. Michelle says, amen. Tell him Seth. Marlena says, did Sebastian ever go by Seb?
No.
Okay. That's good to know as well. 865 Picker. Thank you so much. Sebastian's glasses.
I've said this all along that I think the people that have surrounded themselves around Seth, yes, he made contact with a lot of these people, but these people, unfortunately, again, my opinion, have exploited every emotion and every ounce of this man's trouble. And I think we're seeing that very much so. And how this is all, you'll see a lot today in this. This will probably be a longer one because we have a lot to get through. But I think it's very important to see how things have changed, even in his mannerisms, because multiple things can be true at once. Yes, he says that he is in charge. But these people are like elevating him and, pushing him, and you're the boss. You're the one in control. They while exploiting his every emotion. That is my opinion. And I can't imagine the whirlwind every day he's waking up to the BS that his own team members are intentionally creating. I can't imagine it.
Glasses arm connect to the top to frame. Kid in pick, glasses at the moment connects in the middle of the frame. I see what they're saying. The glasses, where the frame is attached. The arm of the
glasses also were not his. One other thing I want to point out, that was a good question in the comment section about the 501c3. The reason I show that is because there was other creators pushing narratives about this 501c3 before I even brought it out. We knew that this was coming. Seth had talked about wanting to get a 501c3 going in the beginning of these stages of these cases. He talked about it with T-Rev. Like, that wasn't shocking. So now that people can publicly see it available, yes, it exists. But on Mr. and Mrs. E's the other night, they talked about, Seth has not himself spoke about the foundation of this 501c3, what it's for, anything. There's no information on the filing of what the intents are or anything like that with the foundation. But Mr. and Mrs. E mentioned it, said that he was waiting to come out and talk about it in his time, and that something to do with autism. Eventually, he wanted to do something with autism. My question at that point, though, is this same 501c3 was applied for in California in 2014. According to what we know, it was never fulfilled, never furthered, but he wasn't diagnosed with autism at that point. So maybe the goal or his mission, I guess, changed over time, but we have not heard Seth himself state what he is going to be doing with this 501c3. And from my understanding, they have not done anything with the 501c3 at this point. It is there. That's all we know. Mr. and Mrs. Ease, who have direct communication with him, did acknowledge it the other night on their live stream. If you want to go listen to that, please feel free. And you can look it up, the documents, like I showed you guys the other day. It is there. That's all we know at this point in time. And no, I don't. People have also said, like, why do you have a problem with that? I don't know what it's even about to have a problem with it. I was just showing you factually, yes, it's here. But he has already talked about having one of these. I don't know what it's about to have a problem with it. So there's that.
The glasses are attached to the top of the frame, but in this particular photo,
I believe last year he went through, because normally when he gets glasses, he gets 2 frames at least.
Yeah.
Because I personally remember Katie asking me, I think we replaced his glasses 6 times last year.
Wow.
So
6 times. I mean, wait. So it's 6 times, meaning they just kept breaking 6 times in a row, or like he just wanted to change his swag a little bit? The look, you know?
He falls asleep with him in the bed and then rolls.
Another thing I want to note about this glasses finding that really hit me when I was listening to this while I was putting this together is listening to him talk about this. It was a team member of his, not him, that found these supposed glasses over by the Bowersox home in the middle of the road. Not damaged. The glasses were not damaged. I want to know who the hell that team member was that found these supposed glasses and went to Seth with it. Again, I really strongly believe that team members around him were misleading him and using his emotional status. Like, you're going to find glasses, a pair of glasses in the middle of the freaking road, and there's no damage to them. Sebastian had gone missing in February. This was April-ish that they were found. No scratches. The frames were intact. I just have a lot of questions of who these people were that were finding all these things and going to Seth and amping him up and saying all this. Like, it just really bothers me. I can't overlook it. Yeah, I've heard that it was Terry Lynn and Michaela. I can't confirm because, of course, I wasn't there to 100% say, and I don't believe anybody's words at this point in time. Everything is so freaking muddy.
Goes over on him. I mean, he's a kid.
Yeah.
You know, he's out there playing gym class, and a couple times I think he's taken a basketball to the face, and we've had to replace his glasses before.
Okay.
He doesn't understand that glasses cost a lot, but what kid does?
Yeah. True. An active kid, they're gonna go through, and they wear glasses every day. They're gonna be going through some glasses. That's some real talk. Flower, thank you so much. Seth, have you ever met Katie's mother or sister? That's a good question.
Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that.
Okay.
Of course, he's met them. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been like 12 years since I've met any other family, and
right
after the divorce, there was no reason for us to really keep in contact.
Makes sense.
Okay. Again, listen to the difference of how he's talking about this. Please pay attention. You don't have to like Seth, you guys. That's not what I'm trying to ask you for. I'm trying to ask you to pull your personal emotions out of this, of what you think you know today, and really look at this with clear eyes. Really look at the timeline of events and how people come into these things, what is being said current day, what we're watching now with the team members, who's been around him, all of that. Look at this man today on this video of how he was talking compared to now. Sit back and really pay attention to those that have surrounded. This isn't about Seth today. This is about the people who have intentionally been around and, quote unquote, controlling media. Brandon, Dan, that's an interesting name that you just brought up that a lot of people aren't familiar with. Yeah.
Sense. I just know that, yeah, there's a lot of speculation and questions about all the, this photo and all that too. So I get it though.
And respectfully to your group, Pascal, it's going to feel like a big change, but we have to prove to each other as we're talking in different venues that we are committed to focusing on Sebastian. And any conversation that goes from Seth to Chris and Katie, or from Chris and Katie about Seth, it's just not productive.
Yeah. No, and I agree. I 110% agree.
One thing I will say with Tony is he's really good at lip service. He's really good at putting this public persona on that he is there for the emotional well-being of Seth.
Go ahead, Seth.
I agree. I mean, in order to keep this about Sebastian, we need to only talk about Sebastian.
No doubt.
You know,
no doubt.
We're working together. It may be tenuous at times, but we're still working together.
That's
and the goal is Sebastian. You know,
and I agree.
They were working together. Who's it going to benefit? This family falling apart. If you don't have a situation to fix, why would you get a fixer involved to fix it?
As long as the goal is the common goal, right? Finding Sebastian, you know, no mud being slinging back and forth, nothing getting murky. We're just here to find Sebastian, right? And I think there's a lot of people that want to show you some love, like Kimberly saying, Seth is such an amazing person. May God bless him abundantly. Praying for Sebastian to be returned home safe and soon.
Thank you, Ms. Kimberly.
Yes, Primrose. Seth, praying every day Sebastian is alive and you are reunited with your son soon. Much support and love to you. May you remain strong and find him ASAP. Yes, I think we all agree on that as well. Okay, when he comes home, hold on tight. That's what Sharon just said. Brandy said, we love you, Seth. Yeah, I think we're all, I mean, you know.
I'll fight you in order to hold on to my son. Okay?
Yeah, no, it's going to be a beautiful thing when you guys are.
Keep it real. I'm going to take you back to Mr. and Mrs. E's live stream the other night when Mr. E was asked if he had looked into Nick, and his basic explanation, you can go listen to it. These aren't verbatim quotes, but that if there is a scandal and you need a fixer, Nick is the guy you call. I want you to marinate on that for a moment.
Are finally reunited. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I'm looking forward to it. Real talk. But there's a lot of people wanting to show you some love. Leslie saying, Seth, good luck. I hope your heart helps find Sebastian. You have hundreds of us who care, and you have chosen well with Tony. Much love. Thank you, Tony. Yes, Tony. Yes, I do appreciate you coming in and putting in the effort. You know, because I know that you are working very, very hard and very, very diligently and very closely to the Caleb Harris case. But I know that the Harris family gave you the blessing to be a part of this case. And I think that's a very wonderful thing. It shows the character of the Harris family being able to share the wealth, if that makes
I'd like to say
sense.
also thank you to Randy and to the family.
Tracy, and you might be correct on that. I have no idea what his intent was. I don't know the man, so I can't speak to his intent at all. All I can speak to is the public optics of what has transpired and what they have set out here publicly in a timeline fashion. I guess I could read Tony's declaration now too, since let me do that. Let me read Tony's declaration. Maybe that would make sense. We'll throw Tony and Julia in at the same time. We're going to get to a lot of heavy stuff with the Julia dog handler situation in a moment, but let me throw Tony's declaration in here too. Give me one moment. I'm going to let this play while I find that.
We've had many conversations, and I appreciate the fact that they're allowing Tony to help me find my son.
Yeah. I think adding Tony on is an amazing thing. For real.
We got we not only got the mom and the dad's approval, we even got the grandma's approval. We call her Nana. We got Nana's approval.
Well, shout out to Nana. What's up, Nana? I appreciate it. I'm very, very excited because this needed to happen. Okay, this most definitely needed to happen. Real quick, Miss Purse. I realized the gravity of this update. Now we know that Sebastian was last seen alive last weekend. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We don't know that yet.
Not good. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Okay, this is just a father's intuition. Okay, this is just a gut feeling, and I hope it is. Now, real quick, before we continue on, because a lot of people just wanted to pour a lot of positivity to both of you guys. One thing I do want to ask you: where do you think if he's actually in that area? Have you guys thought about maybe any areas he could possibly be at?
We don't really want to speculate on that. We've had some private conversations on that, but God forbid if it's him. I mean, it's just, I think there's an abundance of happiness right now seeing a picture of somebody that could be Sebastian alive. So we're going to hold on to that, and we're going to let law enforcement do their thing. And we're going to talk a little bit more about law enforcement, Pascal, when you're ready to talk about it. But I'd certainly like to see a little more transparency there. And I'm not speaking for the whole family when I say that. I'm speaking for Seth. But I would also like Katie and Chris to have a little more information about what exactly is going on. And, I know that's not the major concern for Chris and Katie, but it is for Seth. I would like to get more information. Right now, I'm not going all in on law enforcement, but when I do, you'll know that I'm going all in on law enforcement. I'm simply saying right now that I would like more generalized information about what's going on with the case. Are they still believing that the kid just, walked out of the house and took off? Generalized things that don't impede the integrity of the case, because I think that what Chris and Katie and Seth know right now is not near as much as I'd want to know if this was my son that was missing. And I'll just leave it at that.
So on May 3rd, he makes that statement about how, he thinks law enforcement should be more transparent. But then going forward on TikTok, on May 16th, he makes the statement that Seth didn't want him basically communicating with law enforcement, which I have it pulled up here too. That wasn't his position, basically. So how do we know? We don't. We really don't know. Another one of those things. You just don't know. Let me find that so I can switch this over here. I think this is the spot. This is May 16th on TikTok.
Yes,
And
exactly.
I
But
don't. My problem.
in the defense of the PIs, and I still defend both of them, they did not have a great line of communication with law enforcement either, and I don't understand why.
No, but they should have given you the they could have given you the lead investigator's information, so you could have attempted to make contact with them. It
I
should
have
have
that.
taken
I
Steven.
have that, Ocean. I have that from Seth. But to this point, Seth has asked me not to reach out to them and deal with them directly because
Okay.
he's been repairing his line of communication. Now, I will tell you that last week he told me that he was about ready to turn me loose with using media to put pressure on them. But I think that we've had other things going on, and that just hadn't happened yet.
Now, was
A
there
lot
stuff?
of- A lot of other things going on.
Okay, again, we go from May 3rd to that. Just pointing out their own statements.
Now, was there stuff that the PIs knew that Seth didn't know?
That's my question, to be
You,
honest with you.
You heard Seth say on an interview, and that was before my time, but you heard him say that there was some things that they were given that he was not made privy to. Now, I don't know that it was both of them, one of them, what it was, but he made reference to that, and I'll just leave it at that.
I'm going to switch this back over to the Pascal interview. I just wanted to throw that in there because I have it handy. Here you go.
No doubt. And of course, anytime you're ready to talk about what you just kind of tapped in on as far as law enforcement and what you want from them and all that, the floor is open. Just holler. Just let me know, Tony. And, we will definitely talk.
He goes on to say in that same interview, Chasing, that Seth was asked to do things by law enforcement to build trust, and he didn't do it. I think genuinely he came in as just a media spokesperson, not to be involved with the actual, case details. He's not law enforcement. He's not an investigator. He's not any of that. I think you'll see a very drastic change from the Tony in the beginning of a spokesperson type personality media interviews to today's time, on these recent interviews with Vinny and stuff about being heavily involved in different pieces. But I still don't think he's involved with the Sebastian disappearance part of anything as far as like communicating with law enforcement and stuff. I think he's more concerned about the noise around it, like the Bullhorn Betty pieces. That is a personal opinion of mine.
Because I know that there's been a lot of questions about TBI, about local law enforcement, the lack thereof, and all that. I know that there's a lot that I'm hoping that having you involved will hopefully expedite a few things and get things moving a little bit faster and sooner, for lack of a better term. Phrase, but real quick, this is something servant of God, and unfortunately I'm not gonna be able to get to every single super chat, guys, okay, but I do appreciate you guys just giving in the love and support and asking questions. There's a picture of Sebastian in a home with wood flooring, but he's wearing shoes and he's holding a backpack. Is that your home? Now, I don't know if you are comfortable in saying that information, but apparently there's a photo of this.
I don't know what photo she's speaking of.
Yeah, so
it's kind of, most of the pictures I've taken of him is in my kitchen. It's definitely not wood floored. I wish it was.
Yeah. Okay. I'm actually curious as to what that photo is too. Okay. Piper says, just want to tell Seth, I pray every day for him and Sebastian. Thank you so very much. I really do. We all really do appreciate that. Stephanie, we are Sebastian's friends, millions of friends around the world who love him. Yeah. That's one thing that you did mention on another show, Seth, that, there was talks of him not having many friends. And now when he gets reunited with you, he's reuniting with the rest of the world, with everybody who has been so touched by this case. He's going to have millions of friends. So what I absolutely echo and second that emotion that Stephanie is saying right there, for sure. I really do appreciate that right there. did the woman who took the pic ask someone if his name was Sebastian, and the person replied, no, his name is Dominic?
We don't know anything about that.
Okay, because that's news to me too, about that part as well. Okay. Rosie says, Lord is with you. He goes before you. He never leaves you, and he surrounds you with unconditional love. Amen to that. Amen to that. So, Must says, has anyone in the footage come forward? That's actually a really good question. Have you spoken to anybody that was in this photo, or anyone that was maybe around it, aside from the person who actually took the photo? Have they spoken out or reached out to you at all, Seth?
Not that I know of currently.
Okay. Nothing so far. Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Let's see. Serenity says, I think if that was some other child, the parents would come forward and say it's not Sebastian. That's a good point. I agree. Sure. That's a very good point. I'm sure they would have to know someone who saw this photo, since it is everywhere.
If my son wasn't missing and someone took a picture of him and thought he was somebody else, I know I'd be out there being like, that's my son. Please take the pictures down. Thank you.
I mean, honestly, everybody would be coming out. Hot out the kitchen, man. Whoa, that's me. You know what I mean? So fast. In fact, there was people speculating that it was somebody else that was connected to the search and all that. Even that particular person stepped forward and said, no. The blonde woman is not me. It has nothing to do with me. I don't, like everybody out here that could have been.
Sorry, I'm outside and it's lawn noise really quick, but I'll be just really quick. Sammy, sadly, these aren't the facts. These are noise around Sebastian's case, which have nothing to do with the facts of his actual disappearance. This isn't even really around the complaint. This is just kind of going back to the timeline of characters and the noise that started and how we got to today. But unfortunately, this isn't stuff that they concern themselves with. This is, I don't know. I've got a lot of mixed feelings after watching a lot of what we're going to see today.
Anywhere near closely resembling the woman in this photo has been very quick to go, wait, no. You guys are trying to connect me with this, and I have nothing to do with it. So it's interesting that with Sebastian, this possible sighting of Sebastian, either this is a doppelganger and he's not connected to the internet, has no idea about this missing person case, or it may very well be Sebastian, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? I just feel like somebody be so fast to hop out and go, no, that's my son. You got it all wrong. He was on a field trip.
I agree.
So it's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. All right. Last one. Patty, thank you so much. Just wanted to ask Seth how his shoulder is feeling. Yeah, I'd like to know that too.
It hurts.
It still hurts. You ran out of meds? What's up, bro? What happened?
Well, I've been going to physical therapy. Come to find out, my C5 and C6 in my neck is actually pinching a nerve that runs all the way down to my wrist.
Oh, wow.
Which is causing the issue with my shoulder feeling the way it is.
Mm-hmm. So some physical therapy is in your future?
Oh, I've been going to physical therapy.
Oh, okay.
My physical therapy is not happy with me going to North Carolina.
Yeah, I see.
You know how doctors get.
Yeah, I do.
they're kind of like your parent. Like, why didn't you show up? Yeah, no, you should have been here.
Yeah,
I didn't, and I had to deal with the consequences. But to me, it was worth it.
No, I agree 100%. I got two questions, because they're two very good questions in my personal opinion. One of them is, Seth, now's a good time to reach out to politicians, especially any senator or congressman, including North Carolina. I completely agree with this. Is there any movement, or have you guys thought about this as a possibility or as an angle?
Why?
Politicians are tricky, Pascal. And I'll tell you, the way that generally works when you get politicians involved is they reach out to law enforcement. They don't want to lose any votes. They don't want anybody to think they don't back the blue. So they reach out. They tell them that they've been getting some pressure from the family, want to make sure that they're working hard, that they've got all the resources they need. They're doing a good job. Law enforcement assures them that they've got all the entities involved that they need to figure out what happened here. And then they tell them, okay, thanks, keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate your vote in November. And then they go back to their office. And that's generally the way that works.
Okay. Well, that's trash. What about
it? Is
what about legal representation? Real talk. What about legal representation? Is there anything? And I know that maybe you can't say a whole lot, but as far as pushing the envelope a little bit more, so that maybe you can get some things put in the light a little bit for you guys. We
can put all the pressure we need on law enforcement. I mean, I'm obviously new to this, and I'm digging in, and I'm understanding who all the players are. I clearly know who all the players are in Caleb's case, but when I get dug in a little bit and I figure out who the players are, then, hopefully at that point we'll know. Still holding out hope that I end up representing the whole family and that the goal is united. But, right now I feel like there's more information that could be coming out of them. And when I decide to turn up the heat on those guys, then, you won't be the only one that knows it. They'll know it.
Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, let me know, because I really do want to know. One thing I want to piggyback off of on that particular question, which it was a very good question. So and all the questions have been fantastic. Real talk. So thank you, everybody, for the questions. Have you guys tried to reach out to other media outlets, other nation, like, aside from, I know that you guys have been doing News Nation and Court TV, and continue pouring them with information and getting on those channels. But what about, CNN, Fox News, et cetera, all those news, national news networks that are out here? Because I feel like there's only a certain part of the world that knows about this. And of course, we need to get this more of a national level, right? Beyond, we're going to be beyond those outlets. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, we're going to be with Elizabeth on News Nation on Monday. We're going to be with Nancy Grace on Tuesday. We're just now starting to redefine who it is we want to do interviews with, and it won't be like it has been, at least for Seth, where he's taking interviews from everybody. It'll be a select group of podcasters, YouTubers. It'll be more national media outlets. We're going to refocus our plan on
and this is when he became a national spokesperson
on who we're going to give information to and who we're going to use to help us get the word out. We're just not going to do interviews with everybody.
Okay, right on. I mean, I feel like tightening it up, it makes it a little bit better, right? Makes it a little bit more streamlined. I agree with that 100%. Somebody just asked this. Tony Lee just said, may I ask why so little news coverage of Sebastian? That is a very good question, because I feel like everybody and their mama know. Well, in my world, I feel like everybody and their mama knows about Sebastian's case, but it feels like even Dog the Bounty Hunter didn't know about this case until it was brought up to him. All right.
Well, I can tell you that there will be more.
Even Dog the Bounty Hunter didn't know about this case. Remember, Lauren had been on with Pascal, so of course that's where Pascal's grabbing that from.
More news. There will be more media coverage. That's part of the reason that Seth brought me on. But I will shoot you straight, Pascal. I mean, a lot of these people that are watching this story, when they see a lot of this drama that's gone on, and to be completely fair, again, I had great conversations with Chris and Katie. I told Chris that he was not good on camera. I told Seth in private he was not good on camera. I told him the arguing back and forth was causing people not to want to cover the case. And that's part of my goal in getting everything cleaned up and centralized, is that I want more real media attention. But we're going to get that. It's coming.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, some tidying up, a little bit of spring cleaning doesn't hurt nobody, especially
hence the cleanup crew.
If it means we're able to expand and get the case out there to a larger demographic, to a larger audience, to make it more nationwide, because he could be in North Carolina. I hope he really is. I hope that photo really is him, but he could be in California right now. He could be anywhere. So getting the word out there, I think, is really important. Seth, do you want to say something?
So that's why I've asked the world to help me find my son. I need everybody. If you see something, say something. Head up, eyes open. If you see him, take a picture. That's great. Say his name. Sebastian, your dad's looking for you. He's got to know that I'm looking for him. I hope that he understands that I won't stop.
He does.
Yeah.
He knows.
He most definitely does, Seth.
Listen to how they're speaking about Sebastian in this.
For sure. If he's not seeing any of these videos or any of these interviews that you've done, he knows it just from the energy that you're putting out. Okay. And the prayers that you're putting out here, for real. All right. In fact, somebody just said, Seth, we met in
that face right there, Seth, does hurt my heart. This was definitely, at this point in time, taking a heavy toll. He was speaking positively about his interaction with Chris and Katie. People start coming in, people start shifting around. By this time, T-Rev had already been a part of this. Pascal had already been a part of this. Like, the fuckery had already started. Let's not overshadow any of that. People had already, JLR, Dolly, all of that had already been going on. Betty was covering it, but flip-flopping all around. She wasn't part of the team at this point in time.
Hendersonville, we were looking for your son. Even though you wouldn't speak with me, I still pray for you and the safe return of Sebastian every day. I continue to use my platforms to get the word out. Thank you, Steph. I do appreciate that. And of course, any opportunity, right? Of course, Flower Power just said, please take care of yourself, Seth. Okay. As your son is going to need you at 100% when he does come home. I absolutely agree. Now, something that, and there's other people that are coming in saying that they're praying for you and all that. And I just got one last question. I appreciate, Tired as a Mother, I appreciate you saying that with Seth. We pray for you. Tony, you are amazing. I absolutely agree. Okay. This is two really great people lining up and going for the greater good. Okay. Going for a collected goal, which I'm very excited about. One thing Darlene just said, if this is Sebastian, do you think he's in danger? If whoever has him feels like law enforcement is getting too close. Seth, since you were down there and you just came back from North Carolina, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think Sebastian is in danger right now?
can't really tell much from the picture, but I mean, can't really tell much from the picture. But if it's Sebastian, he's alive. He's been fed. He's got clothes on.
No doubt. No doubt. And it looks like brand new shoes. It looks like brand new shoes too. If he walked out with no shoes on, he's got new shoes. But go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, and you got a lot of smart people that watch your show, and there's
Again, a reminder that picture was not Sebastian. For anybody coming in late, I just need to reiterate that has already been taken care of, handled, off the table. Law enforcement vetted that. Okay.
a reason that pieces of this investigation need to be kept close to the chest. That was a phenomenal question, and we've dealt with some things in our other case where people want to know why aren't they talking about this, that, whatever. Look, as long as there's a preservation of life component to a case, you have to keep things close to the chest that could make a potential abductor, kidnapper, whatever, nervous. Because if they get nervous, bad things happen. And the more people that talk about things and the more people that blow it all up over the world, the better the chance is that something bad could happen. So, to your question, in the picture, that child in that picture does not look scared, unhappy, in danger, or anything else. But who knows what happens when that child gets in a car and goes back to wherever it is he's being kept. Nobody knows that. So everybody has to understand the reason law enforcement keeps certain things close to the chest is nobody knows what kind of danger we could be in.
Mm-hmm. You got a point, Seth. Do you want to add anything to that?
No, you're right.
Yeah. I completely agree with you, Tony. Yeah. So here it is. I really appreciate you guys coming on and chopping it up with me and letting me know a little bit more of what's going on.
Aaron, yes, I do.
Urge you to continue, of course, with the help of Tony now, because I know it's not going to be Tony all the time, and maybe both of you guys together, kind of like this kind of setup.
I think we have so many different aspects playing at one point in time. If we really draw it back, like I don't think all of this stuff connects and is like one big on that side, I guess you would say, that is working as a team. I do think, however, there are definite connecting pieces here that should not be overlooked. And the timeline is very specific. Lauren Conlon brings Dog on for an interview of other things. They start talking about this case. She says he gives her his email. She reaches out to him for help. Next thing we know, Tony's coming in. Lauren had already been on the Nancy Grace interviews too, so on and so forth. We are also here in Julia's declaration. She was already involved as of March, she claimed in her declaration. So some of these pieces were already like at play here, according to their own statements and wording. But then I think when, hopefully I can show it. Hopefully I can show it and you guys won't even need for me to draw the conclusion.
From this point on. But I urge you guys to not stop, keep talking, keep saying Sebastian's name, keep showing his face, get back on that court TV and that News Nation, because they've been pushing and putting the name out there as well, putting as much
Green Dancer, I will have the answer to your question coming right up out of Tony's own mouth.
Effort as they can in the hope for the safe return of Sebastian. And yeah, I'm excited to see what comes of this. I will say this though too, since I got you guys here, I am hopeful that Seth, Chris, and Katie can work together in unified front. And hopefully, Tony, you're able to, if that's possible. If not, nothing.
I'll do anything to help the kid.
I'm hoping that alliance can actually happen and you can represent all three of them. But if it doesn't happen, it's all good. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean anything bad. I just understand it is the way it is right now. Okay. Again, Tony, I appreciate you for being here. Okay. Seth, of course. Thank you so much for being here. I know you're very, very busy. Of course, Seth. Go ahead.
Pascal, doesn't Seth look good in a collared shirt?
Yeah, I love it. Looking clean, baby.
Oh, really? What I'd like to see is Pascal at church.
Oh, snap. Okay, you know what? There it is. You know what? You're gonna be getting some photos from me this weekend. Wow.
We didn't tell him we were wearing red tonight, did we, Pascal?
I know. We didn't get the memo.
This interview just hurts my heart watching Seth. Really, that Seth to today's Seth, like it really does bother me. I feel for the man. I have empathy for the man. 100%. He's got a missing child. We have no evidence to indicate he's involved in his child's disappearance. But I go back to, I think people have exploited his every freaking emotion. And unfortunately, he made the choice to allow it. In those circumstances, would any of us have the strength to push these people away? I don't know. I really genuinely don't know.
Or nothing, okay? This just happened to be, just luck, okay? Great minds think alike. That's all.
It's a bald guy thing.
It is a bald guy thing, okay? He can't relate, out here looking like Jason Momoa. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well, I'll
He's a
take
good-looking
that.
man. All right.
I'll take that. You know, I guess I could be Aquaman instead of, you know, Batman. So
There it is. There it is.
And meanwhile, please don't think that I'm overlooking. She was 12 and I was 10 years older when we met. Again, all things can be true here. There is never going to be a perfect victim. There is never going to be a family that doesn't have trauma, horrific past. I go back to Seth was adopted. Also, I'm not putting anything on his family or anything, but there's just a lot of generational pieces that go behind how people behave. And that is something that is very important. And it's too much for us to even, yeah. Anyways.
Or you just be your own version of both. Okay. Let's keep it real. All right. But you keep kicking ass out here. Both of you guys, real talk. I'm excited to see where this alliance goes, and Godspeed to you both. Real talk. I'm praying for nothing but positivity and fast results here, especially with this sighting. I'm very excited about that. Very hopeful.
thank you, Pastor.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Of course. We'll be talking soon. Okay. Stay blessed.
You too, sir.
All right. Peace. So guys, of course, I appreciate everybody for being here. It really does mean a lot. Real talk. Listen.
He mentions Dog the Bounty Hunter one more time in this, but I'm going to switch gears here. This, we are going to go because we're going in a timeline fashion. I'm going to read you Tony's declaration right quick, and then I'm going to go further. Sorry, Kyle texted. He's coming home to grab tools. And then we will go into more of this. Okay, so we read Julia's declaration in the beginning, which she will be coming into this whole timeline of events here shortly. But I'm going to read you Tony's declaration in this filing and the exhibits. Again, at this point in time, I don't think anybody, Granny, are you still in the chat? Have you been served yet? From my understanding right now, it is just a filing, and these are the exhibits attached to that complaint. I don't think they've been accepted yet by the court. I'm not sure. I checked this morning, didn't see any updates. I'll try to check again here in a moment. But that's where we stand today, from my understanding. Tony is a plaintiff in this. Okay, so I, Tony Mathis, being duly sworn according to law, hereby depose and affirm the following. Tony Mathis in Oklahoma declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the Commonwealth of PA that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. Before I ever got involved in the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, life was simple. My wife and I lived a quiet life in Oklahoma where we worked hard and kept to ourselves. We didn't ask for trouble. We never thought that by trying to help a family find their missing son, we'd be dragged into something so ugly. It all changed on May 1st, 2024, the day I began representing Seth Rogers as his national spokesperson. So that would have been 2 days before this interview that he actually was a part of the official team. What I thought was straightforward act of kindness, helping a father search for his boy, turned into a nightmare. Ever since, we've been living under a dark cloud, facing attacks and accusations that seem to come from every corner. The harassment has been relentless, and it's so hard to even recognize the life we used to know. It wasn't long before I realized that some people didn't want this case to be solved. Katie and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's mother and stepfather, seemed more interested in discrediting those of us who were trying to help than actually finding Sebastian. They cozied up to a bunch of online personalities, folks I didn't know existed, until they started coming after me. Whiskey, come here. Well, that's Eclipse. Never mind. It's Luna? Oh, no, it's Eclipse. She's got her baby. Silly cats. I've been accused of all sorts of things, from being a racist to having a criminal past, and these rumors didn't just come out of nowhere. It felt like it was a coordinated effort with the Proudfoot standing by while these creators did their dirty work. It's hard to believe that people who claim to care about a missing child could turn around and support the very folks who were tearing down those who were trying to help. The harassment took an even darker turn when Barbecue Lady decided to make me her personal target. In a recorded video, she flat out said, quote, "It is my," I think it's fucking, "mission to take Tony the fuck down," end quote. That wasn't just an offhand remark, it was a promise. And ever since she made it, she's done everything she can to drag my name through the mud. She spread lies about me, accusing me and my wife of infidelity, and even saying that we're swingers. It's humiliating, and it's not just me she's trying to hurt. It's my entire family. The more I tried to focus on helping with the search, the more it seemed like these people were determined to make me suffer for it. These attacks aren't just random insults from a stranger online. They're a part of a well-planned effort to discredit me and anyone else standing up for Sebastian. Barbecue Lady herself admitted, it is my fucking mission, or quote, it is my fucking mission, and it's been my little undercover mission, and we are up to something, end quote. It wasn't just about shutting me up. It was about making sure I couldn't help. There was nothing accidental about it. This was organized, deliberate, and fueled by hate. The Proudfoots may not have been the ones shouting these things from the rooftops, but they stood by while the damage was done, aligning themselves with people who had no problem making up lies to ruin a man's life. It's hard to explain what it feels like to be on the receiving end of all of this. I never wanted to be in the spotlight. I'm just a regular guy from Oklahoma who thought he could help a father find his missing son. But these people turned me into a target. They've dragged my name through the dirt and tried to ruin my marriage with vicious lies. The emotional toll has been heavy, and it's not just me who's felt it. My wife has been harassed, and our peace of mind has been shattered. These false accusations and nasty rumors have left us feeling exposed and afraid. It's been months of waking up every day to some new attack, some new effort to tear us down. The creators who have been leading these attacks are more than just a nuisance. They're accomplices in keeping the focus off finding Sebastian. While the Proudfoots played the role of concerned parents, they allowed these creators to stir the pot and spread lies. It's hard not to see their silence as a form of approval. These creators act like they're just sharing their opinions, but they've taken it to a place where people's lives are being turned upside down. When they've spread lies about me, they're not just hurting my reputation, they're hurting the search for a missing boy. And when people who claim to care about that boy work with these creators, it makes me wonder if they're really interested in finding him at all. I didn't ask for any of this. I'm just a man who tried to help. I thought I was doing the right thing, and now my life has been turned inside out. These people have gone out of their way to make sure I pay a price for getting involved, and it's time for someone to put a stop to it. Your Honor, I'm asking for justice, not just for me, but for all of us who have been dragged through the mud by people who should know better. It's time to hold these creators accountable for the damage they've done and all the lies they've spread. They didn't just hurt me, they hurt the search for Sebastian, and it's time they face the consequences for it. I, Tony L. Mathis, swear and affirm and verify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States, the Commonwealth of PA, the state of Tennessee, the state of New York, the state of Florida, that the foregoing is true and correct. I understand that false statements herein are made subject to the penalties of perjury and other applicable laws. Okay, and there's no exhibits attached. This is his declaration, Granny, in the exhibits. This is Tony's declaration in the exhibits. Let me find you a page I can show without his address on it. There you go. Sorry, I'm over here with a ponytail on. It's the declaration, is what I'm reading. That is his declaration in this. Granny, yes, May 4th. Yep. So we go from that interview with Pascal to now we're going to go to May 5th. So according to the filing from the state of Tennessee, the 501c3 was filed for on May 4th. On May 5th, Tony appears on Justin on TikToks. We're not going to listen to this whole thing, but we're going to listen to a little bit of it so you guys can hear what he has to say. Let me find this part. Hold on one moment. Again, the date of this is May 5th. We're going to speed it up because these guys, and we got a lot to get through.
We're not going to say that on YouTube, but you know what I called you earlier. Anyway, so we talked before you came on here, and I appreciate you coming on again to kind of answer some of these questions. You set the internet ablaze a few days ago when you announced that you were going to be working with...
May, I'm calling them declarations because they are stated as declarations. They are, let me see if I can show you this without putting anybody's information. Yeah, here. Let me show you, Mimi. I'm calling it a declaration because that's what it is called in the exhibits.
Seth Rogers and Sebastian Rogers, this case, in addition to Caleb Harris, who you've already been working on.
Yep.
And so that's raised a lot of questions from people. And I figured we could just take an opportunity to give some updates on both of those cases and go through some of these questions or comments that they have.
I'm now the most hated man in America somehow.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so as of May 5th, he is stating he is now the most hated man. Okay.
I know. But here you are. I have you, so it's okay. Okay, you can be safe, sort of safe space. Just don't look at the comments. I don't know. Actually, the comments could be nice. I don't know.
Yeah.
But with that being said, before we get into the questions, I haven't done a Caleb update in a while. Is there anything new to report with that?
No, not really. I mean, there's a.
I'm going to fast forward with this.
Not been found. Just to let y'all know, you can follow Tony. By the way, it's fine. Caleb Harris is his handle on TikTok, but he's not been found. He still needs eyes. He still needs awareness. So if you can remember to do so, go grab off of the Find Caleb Harris Facebook page or missing Caleb Harris missing pages. Grab a copy of this flyer, share it.
Oh, Mimi, agreed with you. I don't know if I'd use the term coached. I think they're a very standard form that there's things that they need to say in all of these to tie it in together. So the repetitive nature of every single one of them, there is common themes and the exact same phrases used, like the cult-like things, it's to tie that all together. Very intentional in my opinion also, but that's pretty standard with court cases too.
Social media and all that stuff. Now, let's talk about Sebastian because there are some updates there that we can talk about over the last couple of days. What do you want to say about that one update wise?
Demon, can you explain a little further what you're asking? I don't know a whole lot about that situation with the leaked photos and any of that. If you can be more specific, maybe I can answer.
So are we wanting to talk about the North Carolina situation? Is that what you're alluding to?
Well, I wasn't alluding to anything. We can talk about whatever you want to, because I don't know what you know that you can say. But yeah, we can talk about the North Carolina thing. I made a video earlier about it, and for people who don't know what he's talking about, you probably do, but just in case, there's a photo that's been floating around for about a week now, right? And it first came out that hey, this looks like Sebastian Rogers, and then it was like, is it AI? Is it Sebastian Rogers? Well, apparently, where law enforcement stands is they do not believe that it's AI.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward through this too, because we all know that that's been confirmed not to be Sebastian.
Just, everybody knows Seth went out there and they wouldn't let him see the footage. Law enforcement had told them not to let anybody see the footage. So, in the world that we live in, that's all great stuff, because if there's nothing to see here, then why are you protecting the footage? So, everything like that leads them to believe that they've got some real footage, proof of life, so to speak. I mean, that's fantastic.
And that footage came from the visitor center, I'm assuming.
Demon, that's a good question. Maybe Bobby would know the timeline of the TikTok stuff and the statements that were made. I unfortunately know a little bit about the TikTok stuff. I knew enough to call them TikTok twits and run the fuck away. And I do have some of the recordings of some of the stuff that was going on when they were doxing people and things like that. And some of the Tony being on panels with stuff like that. I do have a lot of those videos, but I kind of checked out from the TikTok stuff. They all seemed very erratic, and none of them were foundational pieces of the case or the facts to the case. They were a huge piece of noise. So I kind of tuned it out. But she might be able to tell you a timeline of events from TikTok. That might be a great source. Sorry, I don't know.
Surveillance from there?
Correct. Yeah.
There's a lot of rumors regarding that photo, that the woman in there is somehow related to Sebastian or related to Chris or Katie or Seth. I mean, I've heard all different versions of it. Is there any truth to that rumor that you were able to speak to?
Not to my knowledge. That person in there is a lady with a blonde hair and a bun, and I think there are people that speculating there might be some similarities, but I don't think there's really anything to that. I think it's just that she may not even be related to the kid in the picture. It could just be an angle,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just wanted to make sure we address that coming from your mouth,
Sure.
to kind of stop that on the internet.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that's new regarding Sebastian's case that people should be aware of?
Not at this time.
All right. Well, let's get into you then. So
Wonderful.
wonderful. I know you're very excited. I have a list of questions because I asked my followers, hey, what do you want to know? And then I asked some of my own too.
As far as the 501c3, if you look it up, it's listed as an N Corp. It doesn't, I don't think I saw something specifically to what you're asking. It is on the state registry, though, if you want to look further into that. Again, Seth hasn't discussed it. It was discussed briefly on Mr. and Mrs. E's the other night, but I can't answer that. It's just listed as an N Corp right now.
I guess let's start with Caleb, because that's what kind of brought you into this world. Well, actually, let's actually go back before that. Tell us, whatever to the degree that you're comfortable sharing, what's your background as far as like what you do, what you want people to know about you.
So let's just have a conversation, right?
Yeah, have a conversation.
So, I have no spokesperson background. I did not wake up 2 months ago and decide that I wanted to be somebody's spokesperson. I'm not one of these people that wants to
Tim, to my understanding, that would be the Jennifer Coffendoffer interview.
put myself in somebody's bad situation. I'm a normal guy. I've got a normal family. I've got a great family. I've been blessed in life. And I happen to be really good friends with Randy Harris. I work with him. He likes me. He trusts me, and the feeling's mutual. And when I started out with Caleb's case, it was kind of like this deal with Seth. I mean, I just started out giving him advice from the background. I helped him kind of gain control of a Facebook page to where we could kind of control the message and use it to, create some volunteers and whatnot. And
You're allowed to make whatever you want to out of the words you're hearing out of his mouth. I just think the timeline is interesting. Again, we just read his declaration that are part of the exhibits supposedly going along with this filing in Pennsylvania. But we've also watched his interview when he first came on the scene. That was May 3rd, May 4th. Now we are to May 5th. 2 days between these interviews. Pay attention to the words he uses. I think you'll find some things that are interesting.
he got about a week and a half to 2 weeks into that. And it became, when we would talk, it was more, man, I could really use you here. I could really use somebody handling these interviews and whatnot. And I just told him, I said, brother, all you got to do is tell me what your needs are. And, I'm there for you. So if you need me to help you with interviews, if you need me to set up interviews, if you need me to do interviews, if you need me to be on interviews with you, I'll do anything you need me to help you do. And that's kind of how it all got started.
So basically and you worked with Randy, correct?
Yeah,
Like
we worked together for coming up on.
Nay, of course. Thank you for hanging out with me. This is just like, when I read through these, I was like, wait a second. I need to go back to the times here. Like times and dates are so important with things like this, and the noise, and trying to weed through what has actually happened and what is created noise and taking things so far off base.
3 years.
So Randy Harris, and work together, and you sell cranes for a living, correct? That's
Correct.
Your day
Yeah,
job.
I cover. I live in Oklahoma, but I cover like the northern part of the country, North and South Dakota. I'm in a hotel room in North Dakota right now.
So the next thing I want to say, and I already know the answer to this question, and I'm going to ask it anyways, even though it seems like a dumb question, but I know how the internet works. Do what?
Probably is.
Yeah. Chris Proudfoot works with cranes as an operator, and you sell them. Is there any connection there?
No, sir. I didn't know. The first conversation I had with Chris and Katie when I was talking to them about being a spokesperson.
Maximum effort. Somebody in the chat might know exactly. I can look it up for you if need be. I don't know offhand. Sophia, I love your freaking avatar picture. Love your avatar picture.
Person for all three members of the family. That's when I found out that he operated a crane. So the crane world is big but small. So we know some of the same companies that we've worked together with, but he operates a crane in the southeast part of the country, and I sell cranes up in the northern part of the country. So not only would I not know him, but we wouldn't even cross paths like ever. So it's just a coincidence. That's all.
So as far as Randy's case, Randy's case goes, Caleb's case goes. Let's go into that one first, because you know that when we get into the Sebastian Rogers case is very, very convoluted with a lot of layers. Caleb's right now is still fairly straightforward. I mean, there are layers to it, but it's easier. Is there anything like, how do I want to ask this? I'll just ask it this way. Is there any financial gain for you for working?
So
Thank you, Terry, for all you do. I hope you have a wonderful day at work.
there is not only zero financial gain. I've not taken a dollar from Randy. Randy can verify that. People can reach out to Randy to verify that. My wife and I have spent money out of our pockets for me to be able to be with him in Corpus Christi. I am not, I'll let you ask the next question, but I'll just answer it for you. I'm not taking any money from Seth. Seth has nobody on his team right now that's getting paid anything. I'm strictly a volunteer. I've been blessed in life. I'm in a good situation financially. And even if they offered me money, which I don't have the skill set to back that up, I wouldn't take any money from one of these families going through this. And if I couldn't spend my own dime to...
By this time, questions were circling about what is he being paid? Is he a paid spokesperson? Is he a not paid? What are his credentials? In all fairness, that was already kicked off.
To help and to be there for him, then I wouldn't do it.
And that's the same with, I'm guessing the same with Caleb's case as well. There's no, because there's rumors out there, and again, I've spoken to you a lot, so I feel that I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask you anyways. There's
Interesting to note that Justin on TikTok said that he has spoken to him a lot. He has spoken to Tony a lot, and Tony just came into this case on May 1st, according to his declaration. We know that he was already around in the background. He had obviously already had connections to some of these people. How those were made, who knows? In the same true crime communities, possibly. I don't know.
rumors that people are floating out there that you were being compensated out of the GoFundMe that they were putting together for Caleb, and I'll just let you address that. I believe I know the answer. In fact, I do know the answer, but I'm going to let you answer it.
So I started the GoFundMe account with some other coworkers, and I put the first $500 into that account for the family. I never...
Chasing, he had also spoke to him about other cases in the previous too. And Justin says that in one of his other things, like he got to know these people through the true crime community.
Actually had access to the account because it was the first GoFundMe account I'd ever created. But when you create a GoFundMe account, the money is basically in a cloud until you direct the account or the platform to dump into somebody's bank account. So all the way until a month or so ago, that money was in a cloud. I had no access to it. And at the point in time that Randy was ready to have that dumped into his account, he gave me that information. We had to go back and forth through some verification, emails, and then the money went in.
So I'm glad that you answered that. Thank you, because I know that's been...
Justin has a very large TikTok following and has been involved in cases. He started, just from my knowledge, I don't know where he actually started, but my knowledge of him came from the Petito case, actually. He was the one who did the banner behind the plane in Florida when they were looking for Brian Laundrie. That was Justin on TikTok. Him and BHB used to be colleagues of some sort. Again, it's just the YouTube, like Tony says, he's been interested in stuff like this, and I'm sure he has connections to quite a few of these larger creators or so on and so forth.
A lot of some of the...
Again, I don't think anything nefarious. I think that's pretty normal in these communities, yeah. But I do find it interesting that he was heavily involved with pushing out information on these cases with Caleb.
Has been floating out there, and wanted to make sure that people knew that you're doing this as a volunteer, because you are. Your own time, your money, you're taking, so here's what I can tell you about Tony, because obviously y'all know that we've spoken multiple times. You've seen me with him, here and on TikTok a few times. Tony also has a family, and I'm not gonna get into the details of his family, but he's working, he travels, he's taking time away from his hobbies, his family to do this. And I guess that leads me to the next question. Why? I know why you took Randy's, but why Seth? What has drawn you to this case?
Quite honestly, I didn't want to be involved in this case because it was so muddy. But we had some common acquaintances, Seth and I did. And without getting into a lot of that, some of the acquaintances had connected me with Seth and told me that he needed some guidance, some direction. Started about 3 weeks ago. About 3 weeks ago, he was concerned about search and rescue. So I was trying to get him set up with some search and rescue people. And then as we got to talking each and every day, it became more obvious that he wanted
Mamie, I think I told you this the other day. This is where I don't listen to anybody else. They're entitled to do what they want and go on, carry on, do what they want. It doesn't bother or affect me in any way, shape, or form. Others are entitled to their opinions, and I'm entitled to do my content the way I want to lay it out with the timeline and how I walk through things. They don't like it, they don't have to watch, and they're free to have their opinions. Totally free.
Somebody doing his interviews. He wanted somebody helping him with interviews. He wanted somebody handling all the media, and he just didn't want to do it. So what happened was I told him that if I was going to do it, I said, I need to talk to my wife. I need to talk to the Harris family. If I'm going to do it to help you, I'd really like to represent all three of you, because back then it was, Team Seth, Team Sebastian. I just didn't think it would be productive to represent, one side, so to speak. So, we spent the next couple of weeks, trying to get Chris and Katie on board. And, to this day, I don't know that won't ultimately happen. But, right now, Friday, I agreed, Seth finally just laid it out there and he said, look, are you going to do this for me or not? And I said, yeah.
Maybe it might have been me and you that had this conversation. They did the same thing to me on the Marvon McRae story. And to this day, the only regret I have on that is not seeing or knowing the players that I was about to encounter on this app. Otherwise, no regrets, because at least somebody was willing to push back on these people who make a living off of exploiting these true crime cases on a daily with not the facts, creating noise, intentional creation of noise, involve themselves with the parents and get all these. Yeah, I have no regrets, but I also know my boundaries too. A lot of those people don't.
Yeah, brother, I'll do it for you. But even now, I'm still doing what I can do to protect Chris and Katie. I'm still trying to keep people from bringing them up or saying anything malicious towards them. And of course, Seth, we did an interview the other night and I felt like it was really clean. There was no drama, which,
chasing that chasing, I will say all along, you were one of the few others there. I remember you and Granny, you going on Granny's panel and you guys saying the same things. Like, we were all like, this is turning in such a bad fashion so fast. And we were all pleading, get away from these people, like, oh, and here we are.
There's a lot to be said for an interview in this case with no drama. And the offer still stands with Chris and Katie. And quite frankly, if we could get this family all working together, not just superficially, but deeply, I could keep everybody from out in front of a camera and we could go back to focusing on Sebastian. And, I don't really care. I don't really care what anybody thinks about me. I mean, I'm just a normal guy. I don't claim to be an expert in this. I didn't ask to do this. But I've got half the world out there throwing darts at me, and I'm a big boy with broad shoulders and thick skin. And if I've got people throwing arrows at me and literally creating YouTube, lives to talk about me when they've never met me, that's fine. I'm okay with it. Because if they're doing that to me, they're not doing it to the family. And let's face it, those types of people, they don't care anything about Sebastian. They're never going to care anything about Sebastian. They're never going to get on the ground and help. They're never going to put any positive vibes out there for the kid. So they're going to throw arrows at somebody. It just as well be me. And if they're throwing them at me, they're not throwing them at the family. And,
wow, how things quickly change.
Justin, you've dealt with enough spokespeople to know that, part of the job is taking arrows, and, it's just part of the deal. And I'm okay with it. I mean, I would suggest that that if somebody want to know me and not what they've heard or what they've researched or whatever, I'm an open book. I talked to a lady today on Facebook that kind of sent me kind of an edgy message. And I just picked up the phone and called her on Facebook. We had a 30-minute conversation. Never met her before in my life. She was a great lady. And by the time we got off the phone, she said, you're not what I thought you were. And I said, well, how would you know what I was if you never talked to me? And she said, well, that's on me, but I greatly appreciate your time in the call. And boy, I had you wrong. Well, I'd just like a chance, but if you're not willing to give me a chance, then hey, keep doing what you're
chasing. You're fine. Please understand, you're totally fine. There's a lot of differing opinions at this stage because of all the chaos going on and people getting along and people not getting along and people wanting others to take accountability for things that have nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance and personal stuff. And there's a lot of emotions around this right now. For me, I understand all that piece of it too. While at the same time, this has been right in front of us for so long. And I think even with media, and I think that's one of the big takeaways I hope people see out of this one today, is media, Nancy Grace, these big podcasters, Dog the Bounty Hunter, he's got the Dogcast now, really gravitate to these cases and also profit off the pain. And a lot of those connections are connecting pieces, in my opinion, to how some of this got bigger media attention. And my opinion also exploited Seth. They tried with Chris and Katie. They shut that down, but they were Seth again. It makes me fucking sick that nobody really protects the victims and their families. Media will use it, just like they posted those. I don't even know. The WKRN article was so weird. And then the WSMV article was really weird. It's all weird, but they just grab onto anything too and don't really have the knowledge or the basis of what they're even talking about, in my opinion.
You're doing, I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
So going back to me a second ago, I know that you've been talking to Chris and Kate. Are they on board with you at this point, helping them as well? Or are you still working to get them to come around?
I'm still working to get them to come around.
Okay. So what, with you coming in, so somebody said something in the comments, and so I'm going to work it into the question. A lot of people like Seth Rogers' authenticity is, I think, the word that they use, but you know how he is. He's off the cuff. He's just Seth Rogers. He is who he is. And a lot of people are drawn to that kind of, I don't call him a loose cannon because he's not, but he's been known to, say some things kind of that you didn't expect him to. With that being said,
Brenda, you can't get enough of me. Hey, Brenda. I hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. I hope you're still not standing. I hope you got to lay down and sleep last night and you didn't have to sleep standing up. It's good to see you again. Hope you're having a great day.
what do you say to people who are worried about taking away that authenticity, but then also going hand in hand with that? What are you doing to help Seth and Sebastian in this case?
Excuse me, I got a cough. Seth does not enjoy being on camera, and that came out of his mouth, not mine. I'm not trying to keep the world from Seth, but the Seth that was getting emotional and saying things that he regretted later, admittingly, he was not helping his own cause. And so my goal is to mitigate some of that. If we think it's good for him to be on camera, he can be on camera. I'm not telling him what to say and what not to say. I did tell him to try to keep it clean. If he got frustrated, to be frustrated. If he broke down, it's okay. If you feel broken, then show him that you're broke down. I mean, it's okay. I just think Seth feels comfortable, a lot like Randy Harris does. He feels comfortable having somebody there that if a question's asked that he doesn't feel comfortable answering, instead of going ahead and answering that, he's got somebody there to say, you know what, we're not going to talk about that right now. And and I'm not a control guy at all, but I have no problem controlling a situation if I think it's going to help Seth and or Katie or Chris and or, more importantly, help find Sebastian. So I'm just kind of being a mediary, and I'm not trying to get in the limelight. I mean, I'm not trying to be a YouTube guy or a TikTok guy. I mean, I'm trying to help two dads that desperately want their kids back find their kids, and it's not anything other than that. I don't make money. I lose a lot of time with my family. There is nothing in it for me. I've never been attacked in my entire life like I have the past 48 hours. And I still don't know what your perception of somebody has to do with somebody that's willing to volunteer their time to help a family in need. I mean, I'm just lost. I don't get how people could be angry with that, but trust me, there's plenty of them.
No, you're not wrong there. I think that, there's been a lot of creators, a lot of people.
So on May 5th, he was already experiencing blowback from being the spokesperson for Seth Rogers. In his own words, he was already, the most hated man. So, okay. It's not stated in his declaration that this started on May 5th. Just making note of that.
People who have, everybody basically connected with this case. And I'll just go ahead and say this. I've covered a lot of true crime, starting with Gabby Petito on social media. And I have never, ever seen anything like this case. The way that it's being, the case is weird. It's obviously bizarre. We know that there are things that just don't quite add up. But the way that people are really choosing teams and really going to bat and getting angry about it, where, as even I had to kind of take a step back with this and say, hey, look, you can't be team Seth. You can't be team Chris and Katie. Why can't we just all come together, have the common goal of finding Sebastian? That is the only team that we should have here at this point. And so from that perspective, I made the decision to stop, step back, not talk about Seth, not talk about Chris and Katie, and just really
I'd go farther than that, Chasing. I'd go 98% of it.
focus on Sebastian. But you're right, walking into this, especially now 2.5 months in is where we're at. It's brutal out there if you're a face associated with this particular case. And you're finding that
Especially if your face is ugly like mine.
well, fair enough then. I don't think I'm gonna touch that one. But
well, and the other thing too is one of your viewers just said it in the comments, and it didn't really hit me until I saw that. But there are people that make a lot more money if this family is going back and forth at each other.
Oh,
And they'll make money a day or two going in and criticizing me and criticizing.
I hate to agree with Tony, but I do.
Everything about me, but eventually that money train will dry up. And if I'm the guy that stops the family drama, then I impact some people's income. And there could be some people that are irritated about that. But you know what? It's not about your income. You meaning a YouTuber. It's not about TikToker's income. It's not about Justin. It's not about Pascal. It's not about any of the other people that I consider to be, friends of mine. It's about the kid. And it's not about anything but that. And I know it's not with you. And I know it's not with Pascal. And I know it's not with some of the other people that I trust, like Jennifer Coffindaffer. But there are some people that it's about the money. And I can tell you that the same people that are criticizing me for helping this family have made far more money over covering this family than I'll ever make, because it would only take them one.
Some of those very people you're sitting next to as plaintiff on a filing in a Pennsylvania courtroom now, Tony. That's the reality. And that's the part for me where I just roll my fucking eyes. I roll my eyes so hard that I'm checking out my own ass.
$1 to do that.
yeah, it's one thing too when it comes to cases like this is true crime obviously is a very big genre as far as content creation, as far as TVs, movies, things like that. It's a massive market. And what I frequently like to remind people pretty much through every case is that this, as entertaining as it might be to you or as invested as you get, remember that there are real family members associated with it. There's a real child with both of them, with both Caleb and with Sebastian. You have two.
No. I don't mean him sitting on this interview. Let me clarify that. Some of the very people that are his team, their team members, Bullhorn, Betty, BJ, are plaintiffs sitting next to him.
And obviously I know Caleb's an adult, but he's still a child to his parents. But there are two kids that are missing. He's a kid to me too, because he's like 21, 22, but they're kids and they're still missing. They still need to be found. And whatever outcome or fate that they have, whether they're found alive or not, then at that point, they all deserve justice and the family deserves to have answers. So just reminding people that, hey, this isn't about entertainment. It's spreading awareness, trying to make sure that these names, these faces get out there and get found. And every missing person deserves that.
And really, Seth, if Seth wants to have somebody speaking for him, he's entitled to that. It's not anybody's call or business. If Seth wanted to have some guy that was a janitor down at the convenience store talking for him, if that's what he wanted, then that should be what it is. And if you care anything about the father or the child, you shouldn't question why they're doing what they're doing. You should let them handle the worst situation in their life the way that they see fit. It's not our cross to bear. It's not our catastrophe. It's his catastrophe, and it's Katie's and Chris's, and it's all this family's catastrophe, and it's Randy and Becky Harris's catastrophe. I mean, the way they choose to grieve, the way they choose to ask people to speak for them. I mean, if you care anything about another human, let them do what they want to do. This is not our child. It's just not.
You're right. And so with all of that said, again, we're 2.5 months into this case. Answer this how you want, but coming in this late in the game, what do you feel that you can do effectively with this case coming in, again, 2.5 months in?
Well, right now, what I'm doing is I'm giving Seth some peace of mind. I'm giving him some time to relax and decompress. And this media thing was stressing him to the hilt. So at least with Seth, time will tell what I can do for the whole case. But, wrap your brain around what would happen if we could get everybody working together, keep everybody out of the media, unless we had something united and positive to say, and get everybody focused on looking for Sebastian. that would be
I will remind you of an interview that Seth gave where he spoke about how Chris had reached out to him to do an interview together and he declined. He didn't respond to the email. We just reviewed that the other day.
my end goal. My short-term goal is to help Seth do what he's asked me to do, help him with a lot of this media stuff, bring him on when it makes sense to have him on, and just give him some guidance and, clean things up a little bit, leave the emotion.
Absolutely, Misty. I've said myself I've crossed the line. Absolutely. I got emotionally caught up 100%. Said things I was like, was more in the letting the buyer. I don't know what happened to Sebastian. I don't know any of that. I have no idea. And that's where I continue to stay. But at the moment I did 100% get caught up in it. But I don't have a side or a team. Law enforcement facts don't lead us down any of the places most people have taken you.
Other than the sadness and a little bit of the anger, towards losing his son, not knowing where his son is.
Sophia, thank you for the gifted membership.
Bring a little bit of that on, but leave the real emotion, leave the, losing your temper, leave that behind the scenes. And, let's get back to delivering a message that people can get on board with. Some people like the drama. Some people quit following the case because of the drama. I mean, I've got hundreds of messages that, that said, hey, we quit following the case because we couldn't deal with the drama. Well, when you quit following the case, you're only hurting Sebastian. You're not hurting the parents. You're not hurting me.
So let's talk about law enforcement a little bit. I know we have to handle this discussion with kid gloves. How do you feel? I want to ask you for both of the cases. How do you feel they're handling? You can insert whatever way you want. How do you feel that things are being handled regarding law enforcement and their investigation into this case?
Well, I mean, I've dealt with law enforcement with Randy and Caleb's case, and I'd always like for law enforcement to have, maybe a weekly meeting, maybe, just general discussion about what's going on with the case. I mean, nothing that's going to impede the investigation, nothing that's going to tip their hand, but just some general consistent information to make people feel good about where they're at, or are they anywhere? I mean, we don't know any of that, but that's really all I have to say about that right now, because I'm just 2 days into the game.
Yeah.
And when I get to where I've got a little bit of interaction with them, I mean, I can tell you my plan is to reach out to them, gain some trust with them. And my pitch is going to be, I don't want to do anything to hurt your investigation. So when I'm doing interviews, at least for Seth or potentially for all 3 family members, what is it okay to talk about and what is it okay not to talk about? And if they feel like they can control some of that, then they're more likely to start communicating with the family. And that's going to be my first angle.
I think that sounds like a really great place to start. As far as Caleb's case goes, though, are you able to comment on how you feel law enforcement is handling that one?
I'd like more.
I think we've heard enough from this interview. So this was May 5th. Now we're going to take a little bit of a jump here. We're going to kind of segue. We're still in a timeline, but we've heard enough about Tony. And now we're going to go to J for Justice. And the reason I'm going to J for Justice is because that is where Julia went. Julia, the dog handler. In the very beginning of this live stream, if you missed it, I read over Julia's declaration and things that she stated happened. We're going to watch a little bit of this and start from there.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm good. Hold on just a moment. I got to get to where. Okay. This is where Julia's story begins. Now, in her declaration, again, so what we're looking at is the beginning of May. Tony comes on May 1st, according to his declaration, makes his public debut on Pascal's on May 3rd. Going back a little bit, according to Julia's declaration, she had been involved since March in some way, shape, or form. I'm not sure what capacity or how, but that's her claim in the declaration in the exhibits. April 16th, Lauren Conlin does a podcast with Dog the Bounty Hunter. They talk a little bit about this case. Okay. This is all just kind of, here we are with multiple different things going on all at the same time. Again, this goes credit to J for Justice. We're going to start at the 129-minute mark.
Hello.
Julia, hi, it's Jay.
Hey, how's it going, girl?
I am good. I am good. It's good to talk to you. I'm glad you were in chat tonight.
Oh yeah, I know. I was excited. I was like, I'm going back and forth with this girl on Facebook. She probably thinks I'm like ants because like
No,
I
I was
ever.
reading it all. I'm like,
So
oh my gosh. I was going to ask you if you wanted to come on Friday, but you're here tonight. So amazing. Thank you for calling in. So
no,
Julia,
yeah,
tell
of
us
course.
tell us about you, what you do, because not everybody knows who you are. So tell us what you do and all of that. Give us some background.
Sure. So I've been a canine handler for 15 years. I was enlisted in the Army. I was an Army canine handler overseas. I did explosives. So now I'm fugitive apprehension patrol work overseas. But since I'm like
Couple notes of a reminders that we found out down the road about Julia. Julia was present in chats alongside Cluminati on JB Gunners before Sebastian ever went missing. That we know as a fact. There was probably other chats that she was involved in. She did say that she reached out to T-Rev 757. We learned that down the road. A lot of interesting information. She was also, according to her own words, and you'll hear that probably in one of these segments coming up, involved in the search for Danilo Cavalcante. Nick the Hat was also involved with Danilo Cavalcante.
captain now, an officer. I can't handle a canine like in the military world. So I did a civilian job as a Department of Defense handler. So I'm still now an Army reservist, but I also.
When Clue got blasted for the messages in the JB Gunner chat, Julia was in that same chat. If you need me to go pull all that stuff, I can. 100% factual. Please vet me if you want to. It's out there.
To do DoD handling and my own private security. So I have 7 dogs, but only 6 are certified canines right now. The baby Malinois, her name's Bellatrix, like from Harry Potter. She's only 8 months old, so she don't do anything but like bite now. So yeah, she's oh my god, she's nuts. But and then from that,
y'all are fair to have, like, you can have dissenting opinions in the chat, but don't start the back and forth bullshit of like demanding answers from people and stuff like that. Like, we are all adults. We're going through a timeline here. You're entitled to your beliefs, but I'm just not gonna. We'll just start. Yeah, we're not doing that. That's not what we're doing. We're here discussing the timeline. You're entitled to your personal opinions. Go put them somewhere else.
So I don't want to go through like they're all dual purpose. Like Gator is like my one I post the most about. He's my pride and joy. He does narcotics, evidence detection,
Alpha male. In all fairness to your comment about they're just asking people to stop bad mouthing the parents. No, that's not what this complaint says. Because of the plaintiffs involved, it is asking them to stop defaming and threatening, which they're going to have to prove, of all of the plaintiffs, which isn't just the parents of a missing child. So this is where it gets muddy for even me. You have plaintiffs like Julia, who we read her declaration, and you're going to see her involvement. Britney J, that's not parents of a missing child or have anything to do with a missing child.
Articles searching, what else does he do? Fugitive apprehension, evidence recovery. He's got a bunch of stuff. And then, R is my cadaver dog. And they all go down from there. They're all dual purpose. They're all patrol in addition to something else. And the reason why we do dogs, like for dual.
I'm not saying anybody is attacking anybody. I'm just saying, please keep it to what we're talking about. It is what it is. You guys have personal feelings. You're all entitled to them. You're adults. But it just makes people feel really awkward and defensive and shit that it's not just about the parents of a missing child. And that's why it's muddy for a lot of people. It's the simple, like, well, yeah, you can stop talking about the parents, but that's not what is happening here because of the muddying of the water with all of the list of plaintiffs and stuff that have, in my opinion, no basis to be in that whatsoever. If they did, file in their own places, do their own things. None of them have even, They're saying that they're threatened, their lives are threatened, and they're worried about people breaking into their house in the middle of the night, but they haven't filed police reports or requested ROs and things like that. It's just real muddy. So it seems very simple, right? Just stop talking. But it's not, because of the complaint and the filing.
Purpose aspects is, if you have, like, for example, in Philadelphia, I literally had a search a couple weeks ago. Gator and I were going into a prison facility to do a search, and I'm not in any way comparing Chris to this guy. It's just something I've noticed when people refuse to let me search their place. We were going to search a cell, and this dude was like, I didn't sign up for this. Or the guard's like, I'm sure you didn't sign up to, like, murder people either, but that's why you're here in prison. Literally, the guard said this, and I'm just like, holy snap, but this is Philadelphia. I mean, this is Philadelphia. They're just going to do it here.
I could listen to your stories all night, I bet.
Oh, girl, I could, yeah. So he was refusing to have me go in there. And then he goes and lays down in the bed. And I just look at the guard. I'm like, do you want me to still search the room? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. And I said to the guy, canine coming in, I'm coming in the room. And he was laying in the bed and he was all pouty and stuff like that. So Gator, he initially walked past the guy. Like he was like searching, like today or whatever. And then all of a sudden he does a head snap, which if he's walking past something and his head turns rapidly back to where he walked from, that means he walked past like an odor source. And he walks up to this guy's mattress and stares at it. He goes to burrow his face in. And as he goes to sit, his indication is sitting. The guy said,
expect to get lost and kind of just go, scratch your head a lot on this one, or your ass. Yeah, there's a lot of just, huh? I saw you in chat. I swear to God, I really, really remember you going on panels and being like, this is all going to come back to haunt us if we don't figure this all out. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm out. You guys can have my emails and the interaction with people, but I'm out of this one. Here we are.
something effing dog, and kicked him in the face. So Gator backs up for a second and looks at the guy, and like he didn't know what to do. So the guy goes to kick him again. And then that's when Gator started barking and jumping around. And
he went to kick your dog
twice.
Oh, hell no.
And I'm just like, oh, well, he got lucky because Gator literally, I'm sure people here have seen The Other Guys. That's literally what he's named after, is Will Ferrell's like split personality of, Gator the pimp or whatever he is in that movie.
That's what he's named.
Gator don't play.
I love it.
Yeah, because like, he's a Gator don't play. But where was I going with this? I get Gator's a funny dude. He's going to be 9 this month, but he still is very, very active. He's a Malinois. Anyone who has one will tell you that they're crazy. But I mentioned this the other night. The canine always outranks the handler, especially in the military service, and that's because
I'll piss people off. I wouldn't sign it either. I wouldn't sign it either because of who's the plaintiffs. If it was just Seth, it would be a different situation. But because of all the muddying, I wouldn't either. I'm just being honest with you guys. Being accused of the things that are being said in there from people that have nothing to do with the search or the investigation of it, no, thank you. No. But again, that's just my asshole nature, because there's a lot of inflated, fabricated in the declarations, in my opinion, based on the stuff we're watching and people's own personal involvement in getting in here. Were things taken too far? Potentially. But to throw it on two defendants too solely when there's so many, I don't know. I've got a lot of personal opinions on this that you probably don't want to hear.
They want you to respect your canine partner like you would a superior officer. That's why you can't be a captain in the Army and have a major who's a dog, because you can't have a field grade dog walking around making these executive decisions. I mean, we'd probably be better off, but just because, dogs are awesome. But most cop dogs, and you'll hear this, if you ever watch a canine apprehend somebody on a video, the police officer typically either takes what we call a break stick and will stick it in the dog's mouth, or they'll grab them by the collar and lift them off. And the reason why you don't want to be saying out, or like get off, is because if you
I encourage you, if you're pissed off about the statement I made right there, I encourage you to sit back and listen to what I'm about to show you. and more gravity of why I say and feel the way I do. You're entitled to your own personal opinions, but base those off of things that have actually happened, things that have actually been said, not your personal like or dislike of creators taking things too far. Us creators, I think all of us in the chat, myself included, would say we absolutely get emotionally invested at times and overstep 100%. But I think it's wise for anybody to seek legal representation and go from there. That's all I'm going to say. But I encourage you to please just listen and make up your opinion after what you see I'm about to show you. And remember that a lot of these people are co-plaintiffs on this filing. That is just a filing at this point in time. Okay? So that's all we have right now. But it's important to remember some of this stuff.
Let's say you apprehend someone. If a criminal defense attorney pulls up your body cam footage and hears you say on that body cam, out, 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 like Gator, out, out, he's going to say this handler clearly didn't have control of their dog. And that's why a lot of dogs in LA especially aren't allowed to be patrolled, which is apprehension certified, or if they're forced to do a bite, they can only stay on for 3 seconds. And it's like, what kind of an apprehension is going to be like 3 seconds? So right now they want us to do a bark and hold, which means the dog runs in, finds the criminal, and just stands there and starts barking. I mean, if you're a bad guy and, you know, a dog's standing there barking, what do you think you're going to do if you're running from the cops already? So that's one thing I don't like about the new laws that are coming out. So it's really sad. But enough backstory about me.
Well,
I
thank
can
you
talk
for
about
your
the current
service,
situation.
first of all. I mean, what an impressive background, right? I mean,
Yeah, thank you. For
I
your
would
support.
love to
Appreciate
have you
that.
on again because I have a lot of questions about scent dogs versus like cadaver dogs. And with these cases, you know, we see it in almost every case that we cover in some way, shape, or form,
Yeah,
you know.
I could talk dogs all day.
I would
I could talk
love to
canines
have
all
you
day.
on, and I would we can talk about it offline or, you know, whatever, but I would love to have you on again if you're willing. Just to pick your brain a bit
Yeah.
on and get your opinion on some things.
Chasing, that's actually what I was thinking. I would counter it. My own personal asshole side. Again, this is just personal opinions, so please take it for what it is and not legal anything, because y'all know I'm just a friendly asshole with a YouTube channel. I would probably counter that with legal representation, of course, but with an offer to stop speaking about the parent of the missing child and discount everything else in there. That's just me, though, because the rest of them, if they have personal, file in their just jurisdictions, in my opinion.
Yeah, if you want me just to clarify about this whole current case situation, if I have
Yeah,
time
no,
real
that's
quick,
what I
so-
want you to do. So you were called in and asked to come and search the Proudfoot's yard and house, or
Yeah.
or the neighborhood as well. Let me know start from the beginning.
Yeah. Well, the one girl asked me if Gator's okay. I can see and the other, I couldn't see the chat in the other thing I was on, but yes, Gator's okay now. He's
Oh,
just,
good.
and Gator's a live search dog. Ara's my cadaver dog. So I was talking I was trying to get a hold of TBI and I was trying to get a hold of Sumner County. And I said, someone please tell me like how to get in touch with this father, meaning Seth, because I just had an intuition that I want to get in touch with, you know, want to get in touch with, you know, somebody to help. And nobody was answering me. So there's a different creators channel I was on. I tagged the creator. I'm like, can you please you tell Seth to email me? And because he doesn't have social media, I found out. So someone from his search team called me and was just like, hey, like, what kind of dogs do you have and everything? So I explained all my 6 certified dogs and what they do. And I said, I want to bring down Gator for sure and Ara, because Gator's, you know, the live search, article search, but Gator's also trained in evidence and narcotics. And the reason for in narcotics, he's trained in pharmaceuticals, which means Sebastian's medication, because he's found Adderall in cells, he's found like Xanax, he finds anything that's pharmaceutical. I mean, I can't take credit for Gator. He was trained by Department of Corrections before I got into the state of
That's got, to me, that's, yeah, I've got a lot of feeling that I just kind of grimaced at.
Arizona. So I wanted to really bring Gator in there because my thought is, and again, I'm not accusing, in case he's listening, I'm not accusing him of anything, but like typically, like I mentioned before, if someone's really refusing me, I'm just like, why? I wanted Gator to go in there and do a search for sure. And he's going to tell me if Sebastian's medication's there. My thought is, if his medication's there, then they're planning on coming home. But if it's not there, I can't imagine that stuff's very cheap. So, I mean, where did it go? I don't know how, I don't know how long the cycles go or whatnot. And then for Aura, obviously, she's my cadaver dog. She's pretty straightforward with what she does. So I wanted to bring both of them there. And Seth emailed all of my credentials. Like, I literally gave him my Army graduation certificate, my Canine Academy handler certificate. I gave pictures, I gave videos, I'm nationally certified by 4 different agencies, like USPCA, which is Police Canine Association, and there's a bunch of acronyms. And we sent all that over to Chris. And then
did he ask for
we
that?
didn't hear back until.
Did he ask for those?
Yes, not me directly.
Okay.
Not me directly. He asked stuff for them. So Seth emailed that over. So now you know what happened with the whole interview, and literally that's when.
Okay, you just heard Seth sent those over. In her declaration, she says that her and Seth had contacted her. She also claimed that she was involved in March. Now, I am going to read to you the email that was actually sent, okay, from Chris to Seth in regards to this. Let me show it on my screen just so you guys know I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Seth asked for her. Okay. All right, everybody see it? And this was actually done before. Okay, so this was dated the 27th of April, 4/27/2024, 2:58 p.m. All right. What it says is, Seth and Associates, I have had time to consider this dog handler matter and the other requests that you have mentioned as well. My answers are as follows. Number 1, dog handler. If you wish to use a dog handler to search, that is fine. However, after talking with LE agencies and Katie, the dog handler, and anyone else is being denied access to our house and property. Any form of permission to set foot on our property, as well as any other family member's property, is being denied as well. This is our official statement, and we ask that our wishes and privacy be respected at this time. Thank you for understanding. Number 2, Tony Mathis. I am still looking into this and have no answer for you at this time. We have spoken to Mr. Mathis and are considering it with each other as well as law enforcement. If you have any questions, let me know. Chris and Katie. And attached at the bottom here, hold on, let me show you that. You will see that this is this is in regards to Julia's information. Okay? All right. Just setting the stage with actually where we are. I'm going to go back to this.
It kind of I was just like, whoa. And then the day after the interview happened, just kind of got an email back acknowledging that they wanted to do more research. And I'm like, well, what is there? Okay, that's fine. But I texted the TBI agent, Bobby, or Agent Simmons, as I call him. And I asked him, I'm like, hey, here's who I am, da-da-da. And he said, and I think I sent you a screenshot of this. He said, you're good on our end. You're good to go. The TBI cleared me. I was like, cool. So then I was still waiting. And finally.
Granny, coming up when we get to the 11th of May, I've got another form of contact with her that is actual voicemails.
Chris sent an email to Seth saying, we talked to Katie about it, and we're refusing the dog to search the property and any family members' properties. And at first I'm just like,
Yes. And anybody that's confused in the chat, Steph is the dog handler that was completely irrelevant, that got mixed in here really seemingly weirdly. She is the one that claimed that she took a private jet from California to Tennessee. All of that is off the table. Julia was the dog handler that they were trying to vet. Julia actually has credentials, dogs. We talked about that. I'm going to show you guys some of that walkthrough a little bit, but 2 different people. But Julia, because of being lumped in, I don't know if intentionally or unintentionally, kind of gave Steph's story credibility, and people ran with it. Jay did. And I know you guys hate me saying that, but it's true. And we tried to get Jay's attention. Chasing, did you ever get your $4.99 back?
I didn't even ask about that.
Oh,
why is that just
getting in front of it?
Yeah. And that's why I was just like, I mean,
Oh,
I've been
man.
an MP for years, and I've been like a force protection officer, and I used to, in Gitmo, I would interview detainees and like
SG. Yeah. It's really hard to follow. It's really hard to follow.
like behavior and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I don't want to assume, but there's too many weird things.
Mhm.
So that's why I was like, okay. And I said to, it's Chris got a hold of me on my K9 Captain social media page, and he wanted to talk to me, and I wanted to talk to him to hear my perspective, not just over email. And initially, when we first started talking, it was really awkward because the interview just happened like a day or so before. So I was like, "Hi," and he's like, "Hey," and like nobody said anything for a second, and it was just like weird. I'm like, "So let me tell you about what I do," and then we talked for like an hour and 15 minutes, and he was fine with me. He wasn't rude. There was no arguing, which I mean, I was like, okay, this is fine. But then it wound up being, yeah, no, still, and I was like,
Okay, so they had a decent conversation, her and Chris, and the answer was still no. They didn't want her services. Okay.
What was
okay.
his reason for saying
Seymour, it's a blessing and a curse that I'm a really good note taker. Calendars, timelines work for me. This is just how my brain processes things, and kind of trying to follow and piece all this together. What was noise? What was actually happening? It's a blessing and a curse, truly.
no?
I think, I mean, I don't want to speak. I'm gonna.
I mean, did he give
I'm
you
thinking it's
one?
because so many dogs went through. Well, he did say like all these dogs went through, and what could your dog do differently? And I did mention Gator does the narcotics. He does the narcotics with pharmacy, and I'm like, he does evidence. And I asked, what did they use for a scent article? Now I know it was stated that the clothes were used, so Chris said, and that's what the Sumner County Sheriff's Office told me. But I was told by 2 different TBI officers that a pillowcase was used and a shoe, which is not what. So I was like, so wait, what was actually used? And I was like, okay, you know what? If you need me, I'm here. So
Did you
whatever,
find
I'll
out
be here
what
if you need
scent,
me.
what they used for scent? Was it?
No, I keep getting told too many different things. But I was like,
you never got a definitive.
No, but I mean, Chris told me that he said they took a lot of clothes from the house, which I believe we would do that. But I said, did they take like an insole from a shoe? And he's like, what would that do? I'm like, well, because it's the most isolated scent to Sebastian. I mean, Katie's going to wash his shirt. She's going to wash his shorts. There could be multiple, it's like the touch DNA thing. It's not super, super strong, but it's there. But a shoe insole, I mean, I don't take my insoles out of my shoes and wash them daily. I don't know if anybody else does.
Right.
If that's a thing.
I mean, it just makes
But
sense.
he'll be sweating and everything. Somebody asked, would Gator be able to send through concrete? Sorry.
No,
ADHD.
that's great. I mean, if you see the questions, go ahead and answer them.
It depends on how, like, if they're talking about like underneath a foundation, it's just like,
or like a driveway.
It really depends.
Alpha, where did she go all of a sudden? She's been really quiet. And a lot of these people were her begging, I need a dog. I need a dog handler. I need a. Oh, that one is a whole. But you notice that there's not any affidavits or declarations, and she's not listed as a plaintiff.
Yeah. Driveway. Yeah, he would, or Ara would, because then by that point, Gator's not a cadaver dog. Ara's a cadaver dog, so Ara would be able to. She's got a really good nose.
Is it Ara? ARA?
ARA, and literally,
shit. At this point in time, with all this, Sniffer is a sniffer dog. Look at him out there sniffing the air.
Literally, she was a Department of Defense canine.
Oh
I adopted her after the withdrawal from Afghanistan. So she, her name, am I even kidding? Her name is an acronym. It stands for Armed and Ready to Assassinate.
Oh, I love
what
it.
her name is an acronym for. I was just like, I don't know if anyone will just say that to people. It's like, oh, what does Ara mean? It means it's a flower, or I don't know, just whatever. Yeah, and one last question I saw someone ask me, and I thought about, somebody asked me about tracking in the rain, and now my answer is, honestly, it depends on the skill of the dog and the skill of the handler. I train in the rain, the snow, and that's because if I'm out doing an actual search and it's snowing, I don't want to call it quits. But if my dog's never tracked in the snow before, it's going to be like, well, what do I do now?
Yeah.
And that whole 25% thing.
Yeah. Did he say that to you, or is that something he just put?
By this point in time, law enforcement officials had brought in I think 10-ish dogs already to the property, surrounding property. I'm not sure what a private handler, I mean, people can do as they wish. There's that, but it's still a little odd to me.
But
No,
online.
he said it in the interview, and then I talked to him about it afterwards. I'm like, I think you pulled this from a really old study done in 2010, and that was done with narcotics dogs. Because somebody accused the dogs of being racist, not the handlers, the dogs of being racist. Which, okay,
What?
that's not a thing, but it was just weird. And then I talked to him about it, and it was just like, oh, okay, because it really depends. You fail as a team. The dog doesn't fail. The handler doesn't fail. You fail as a team. You certify as a team. You fail as a team. And that's why I said there's no way a nationally certified canine would pass that test on a 25% go. If you're a cop, you're not going to take a pistol that's only 25% working. Or if you're a firefighter, you're not going to take a hose out if it's only 25% working. Like, you just don't do that.
Right.
So that's why, yeah, I mean, can you imagine? But I don't know.
Did you ever speak with Katie during that time?
Not about the dogs. I made those decals in the one group, the one Facebook group, and I posted about them. She did message me asking for a decals, and that was kind of the extent of our conversation. And I was polite. I said, I know that you want a decal, but I don't want to I asked her, I'm like, are you comfortable giving me your address, or do you want me to send to a PO box? And she was just like, no. And then she gave me her real address, which, I was happy, so I sent her decals.
Mm-hmm.
And that was I've never talked to her again since then.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad because it's just like, I'm just trying to help.
No,
I was a little, I'm not gonna lie.
Why would anyone turn this down? I mean, why would anyone turn this down?
And I mean, yeah, and
I can give you a whole list of reasons, but
I was volunteering to do it, so that's why it's just like, it's not like, that's what just made me really sad. And I worked really hard to get where I'm at with my dogs, especially, and I'm very proud of them. And it just kind of was like, I worked really hard to get where I was at, and then it was just like, no. And I'm just like, oh, well, okay. I mean, then I told him, if you want me, I'm still here, so he knows that. I don't know why. It was just, like I said, odd.
Yeah,
so I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think the jailhouse story kind of explains a little bit why.
Yeah, and that happens to me a lot, actually. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised how many people get weird. Like, if I'm searching a rehab facility and I go in a group room, you'll be surprised how many people, when they see me in Gator walking in, are all of a sudden
shifting in their seats.
And the orderlies are like, yeah, the orderlies like, no, you don't. And usually those are the people that have marijuana in their shoe, because in Pennsylvania you still can't have it, or they'll fentanyl pills is a big thing here.
Yeah. Have you ever done airports where they walk the dogs through the line? I've seen the dogs for TSA.
I would speed this up, but it's really hard to understand, Julia, because of being on the phone. So sorry, it's not much longer on this one. And then Steph calls in right off the back of Julia.
When you're waiting in line to check in through security and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
I have with Gator, because he's narcotics, and Marley's an explosives canine. So
God,
I mean,
how
that's where that
awesome.
more so comes into play.
Your dogs are
it's a lot of
badass,
work.
and you're badass. This is so amazing.
I love those dogs to pieces, and I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know other people want to call, but I appreciate.
No,
you
you're
talking
not.
to me, but
No,
totally,
Julia. No, don't rush.
Mhm.
I have a couple questions before we hang up. Did LE tell you?
Sure.
Did you tell LE that they declined to have you come in after they? Did you ever follow up? Did
Yeah.
TBI want you to follow back up, and you let them know, hey, they declined services or whatever?
Yeah, I texted the TBI agent. I texted Bobby Agent Simmons that night. I'm like, and I asked him. I said, did I do something wrong? Because I was told this, and he's like, no, I told him you were good to go on our end, and it was up to them. But I said you were clear. And then he was just like, I'm really sorry that happened. And it's just I didn't want to beg on the phone. It was just so I didn't want to because
I think this is the moment when a lot of us who were watching some of this went, holy shit, what now?
I didn't want him to think, oh, she's just doing this because she wants fame or what. I'm like, no, I want to do this because I really want to help find your stepson. So it's just like I just wanted to find them. That's all I wanted. And someone asked if the true scent dogs can still pick up scents in water. Yes, because there are search and rescue dogs that do train on water. There's a lady here in Pennsylvania. Her name is Vicki Waters. Ironically, she trains the search and rescue dogs of Pennsylvania, and her one dog, Rinny, is amazing. Amazing dog. And she did a lot of water searches. And the person that asked for the one, her name was Ara, ARA is her name.
Do you have a dog that picks up like trauma?
Are you talking about with trauma, like if they're like panicking, like a dog, like procedure alerts or like something like that? Or
Shh, don't be giving it away. I've got it pulled up, ready to go.
I heard of
What do you
trauma
mean
dogs.
by trauma?
Okay, so in a murder case I followed, they brought in trauma dogs to see if maybe there was a domestic fight or something that would sense that. That's what they said, trauma dogs. I don't really know. That's why I want to pick your brain.
Yeah.
When I was putting this together, I thought of you so many times going, God damn it, she was right.
No, my dogs haven't specifically trauma. I can't say that they have. But I mean, the Malinois are very emotional dogs, so I'm sure that somebody I could work into their training that'd be interesting to do, because they're so emotional. They know, like, I don't know, that my dogs.
I know what you
if you have
mean.
a
My
Mal, they're
son had a
super emotional
German
dogs.
Shepherd
Yeah.
and he was emotional. So emotional.
Oh my God, the German Shepherd's so awesome, but literally the world's biggest crybaby.
Oh my
I love them,
gosh.
but they're such crybabies. They follow you to the bathroom. They do everything.
Yeah,
so,
they are. They're big baby. Oh my gosh,
yeah,
Julia, this
but,
has
I
been
mean,
amazing. I mean, thank you for offering your services up and going through all the trouble that you did, to try to get in there and get some answers for everybody.
Yeah, and if you want, I'm happy to send you or anybody else that wants one. If you want any, like, I have Gator decal swags and stuff like that.
Is
like,
that what you sent Katie?
Really awesome...
Was it a Gator decal?
No, that was the Sebastian ones I did in the Facebook group. It's the green ribbon for missing children, with a Minecraft, like a diamond pickaxe going through it, and it's like the awesome colors.
I've seen it.
Yeah, that's the one. That's me. So that's the one she wanted. But yeah, I'll totally send
Do
you.
you have a
Gator
Facebook
decals
group
and,
or a page or anything that we can follow you at?
Yeah, it's the Canine Captain, like K9 Captain. The Canine Captain. Yeah,
Is
I
it
can type it in the chat.
Canine Captain. Okay, yeah, you put it in there. Yes, we're gonna
Or
follow
like
you.
Instagram's probably better for like her. Marley the Maligator is the name. That's where I post a lot of my stuff, because Facebook is like weird sometimes. I just posted it in the chat. It's Marley the Maligator. But yeah, I can send anybody Gator decal swag, and you'll see what it looks like if you go on her Instagram page. But I totally love to send you some stuff for sure. And send you a challenge coin and whatnot.
I would love that, Julia. Thank you so much.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on in the chat, but it's kind of interesting because Music City Mom has been around for quite some time. Terry Lynn did a whole lot to a lot of people. I mean, okay. I'm not really following what's going on.
I definitely am going to be in touch with you, and I want to bring you back on because you are just a wealth of knowledge, and I know that everybody's interested in this. And not just about him, about what you do and what your dogs do, and we're all animal lovers here. So
she got booted out of the 90-day community.
No, and everyone in the chat's been really, really nice and positive. And Island Thrift, if you want to talk more about the stuff overseas, I can talk to you about that more offline, just in case if there are weird people somewhere else in Chatland listening. I don't want to say a bunch of stuff, but someone asked me, do I speak Dutch? No, German for all of them except for Gator. Gator was already trained in Czech when I got him. So sometimes when I'm commanding them, I accidentally say Poos to Ara, which is out in Czech. And I'm just out. And she just looks at me, it's like, huh? I'm just I'm sorry, wrong. But she just kind of tilts her head. Ara's, she's so badass, but she's so derpy sometimes because she's half shepherd. So, and yes, to the person who asked about
Nash Native, I was one of those people that my information was being passed around.
The searching the neighborhood and stuff. Yeah, that's still going to be happening, but I'm really trying to get started. And I would really like to start at ground zero, but if I can't, I can't. But Seth said I could search his property. he was very forthcoming, even the school, so I could go to the school and search if I needed to. Not that, just to offer it. And other neighbors have reached out to me and said, hey, if you want to come and search our yard, like, we're totally happy.
Remy, I think that's the art of circle talk is confusion. We'll get back to like maybe some more easier to follow stuff here shortly. Again, just a reminder, this is May 8th.
And I'm like, okay.
So this is why things got so messy in the beginning of May, and it was a lot.
So, yeah, I would. People have been very forthcoming, and I get what he was trying to say. No disrespect, but it's just like at the same time, I'm like, I just wish, like,
kind of disheartening. Yeah,
shame.
I agree.
Yeah, and I see your kitty. Your kitty is super cute.
Isn't she sweet? She's my little buddy.
Aw.
Yeah, she's a rescue. She showed up after a hurricane. We came home and she was here, so we took her in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and baby, so cute. But yeah, I'll definitely chat with you and send you some
Absolutely.
Gator and R and Marley swag.
I love
but
it.
yeah, I posted the Instagram link in the thing. I don't want to take up too much more of your time, but I appreciate you
are
having me.
perfect.
Mods, if you need me for anything, just holler.
Fine. I am.
Or whack people with crowbars. I mean, that's not a threat. It's imaginary. Don't worry. You don't have to duck. We all wear helmets. Coming into these streams, you should have it on anyways.
Honored to have you on, and thank you so much for your service and everything that you do. It's very, very commendable.
Well, thank you so much for your support. You have a good rest of your evening.
Absolutely.
And I'll probably still hang around and chat. But yeah, have a good evening.
You too, Julia. Thanks for calling in.
All right.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Oh my gosh. That was amazing.
No, it wasn't.
Join her Facebook group if you want to talk.
Okay, we're going to go on. So let's go up a little bit.
Investigators and retrieved from a pond that happened to be a shallow waterway.
That was not in regards to Sebastian. So then Steph, which we're not even going to get into, but I want you to hear how this opening starts. Steph is the fake dog handler. Okay. Steph is the imposter.
To Flowwood Pond and see. Oh, you don't have any scent of Sebastian's, do you? What if you got a scent? Could you get something from? Could you get something from Seth?
Oh, Revival, good idea.
Hey, you're live on air with Jay.
Hi, Jay. How are you?
I'm good. Is this Steph?
This is Steph.
Hey,
yes.
Steph.
This one. I can't even say what I want to say about this one. This one just makes me mad.
I'm sorry. I'm driving.
Oh, you're
I was trying
okay.
to get
Be
a hold of
careful.
you.
Yeah, be careful.
In between all these, I know. Thank you. In between all these other callers, but I just wanted to let you know that I did go down there. I am from Southern California, and I was as soon as Chris came out and knew who I was told to go away.
That never happened. None of that happened. None of that happened. Yep, back to back chasing. Yep. None of that happened, and this is where things went real south with dog handlers. Okay, so we're gonna bump now. Let's see. Okay, so this, just a reminder here for everybody watching, because we're going in timeline. May 8th, all right? Anybody in the chat remember what happened May 9th? Before I switch gears? I told you guys in the beginning of this, but we've had a lot of stuff happening. Anybody remember what May 9th led to? We're not going to listen to this upcoming, but I'm just going to show you for purposes of the timeline. May 9th, the recorded phone call between Chris and the PIs gets released on Josh the Lab. This is also the very date that Chris and Nina had a custody hearing. This was the phone call that they had sat on until this very date for the custody hearing. So that was May 9th. Yep, he was intentionally. Yep. All right. So then we're going to go on to the 10th. The 10th is me. Look at me go here. Not that I like listening to myself at all, but just so you guys can kind of see some of this stuff. The 10th, and there was other stuff that happened on the 10th, but I'm just going to myself here. That's a great look. So I reviewed Jay, and let's see where Julia comes in the chat. All right. Okay. There you go. So we all are aware of what we're starting off with. Now, I had just read that email from Chris in response to the dog handler. I'm going to be truthful with you. Poof, she gone. Look at that. Simple solution. You find the X button and you go into the universe. Anyways, we are starting with this step, and I'm going to point out some things, and there's some things that are said, and you're going to be able to track them. And I have tried to vet this information, and I actually opened this live stream by saying that Julia was legit. If you want me to put that out there, I mean, I can, but I thanked her for her service. And in this live stream is where we all tried to encourage her to protect herself because the writing was on the wall with that stuff. Been a dead end with more questions. So here we go. Again, this is all under fair use. This is based on my opinion only of the bullshit that they've put out here publicly.
Oh, you don't have any scent of Sebastian's, do you?
We're not going to listen to that again, but I'm going to bump you forward here to this. Look whose panel she was on. This would have happened after Jay's. So they went from calling into Jay's. T-Rev was also in there too. They also called into T-Rev. But she also called in to BJ's. Steph did. But Steph wasn't the only one that went over to BJ's.
Beautiful, let me tell you.
Thank you.
You're absolutely gorgeous, girl.
My daughter, she actually works in plastic surgery. So I get.
So now her daughter, these live streams around the dog handler might be some of my best work. I laughed my ass off the entire time because I took notes as we were going through them, and we were laughing so hard because the stories and the things that she told were unreal and people were eating it up. And we were all sitting here like, what the fuck is happening? I laughed so hard. You guys in the chat were kicking my ass. It was great. Her works in plastic surgery. No shame there. Hell, Kenzie, get a job. I mean, she has a job, but talking shit on my own kid. I take some maintenance. Hell yeah. No shade there. We're going to speed me up.
Oh no. If you can hear me, guys, give me just a second. My headphones. Oh, this is so embarrassing. I'm gonna have to go get my other headphone cable because I cannot hear anybody. Oh my goodness. Nana, if you can hear this, can you please talk to Stephanie until I can grab this? I'm gonna go grab my other headphone cord. I am so sorry, guys.
Gotcha, Britt. Stephanie, we appreciate everything you did. And
so they start feeding off the stuff. And then we get to May 11th. May 11th, there was a live stream. Well, actually, there was May 10th, there was a live stream after my live stream. In this one, you can go listen to it and hear that we're all encouraging her to be careful because she was about to do an interview with Steph. Julia was in my chat, and we were all trying to warn her, like, don't get involved in this. You have credentials, legitimacy. It's going to pull you down. Of course, BJ took the defense and was like, they're fucking stupid, basically. In other words, of course, you know. So we go from there to May 11th. On May 11th, Julia goes back on J for Justices. But before we get to that, I want to show you this. This is full transparency, purposeless, because, well, I think it's important. So we're going to go to my Instagram messages for a moment. You will see that that is her account. That is an article when we found the dogs, you'll see the note. It says May 11th. And you'll see a message. I'm going to read you the message. I reached out to Julia because when she was in the chat, she was completely ignoring, like kind of brushing off what we said. I said, hey, Julia, it's Becky from The Nonsense Show. I do not want to cause you any issues at all because I genuinely think you have amazing skills and do this for the right reasons. I have to show you this, though, because I feel horrible and do not want you to be pulled in any further into a bad situation. I know your credibility to you is important, and although I can separate you in content, I cover people. I can separate you in content. I cover people that are freaking out about the lies she's telling for no reason, referring to Steph. And I do not want you pulled into this, as I genuinely do not think you even realize the chaos some of these people have been causing in this story. It's been completely horrifying, honestly. I don't want you to blindly believe me. So I'm attaching articles for you to see on your own and decide what you think of the situation. So I reached out to Julia trying to encourage her to please be careful going on panels, doing interviews with Steph, because Steph's story had so many holes in it. So many holes. It was unbelievable. And I was like, okay, so I'm going to mute for just 1 second and I'm going to play you just the first couple of responses. She didn't respond to me until June 23rd. Okay, I sent that May 11th, but she didn't respond until June 23rd. Give me 1 second. I'm going to play from this part on. She said, hey, Becky, in the beginning, and then gave a name of a channel, told me that I could reach out to you, gave me your email address. Okay. But she said the full name of the person.
See if I can email you. First and foremost, I really do want to apologize for being a fucking idiot. I fully accept it. I fully will publicly apologize. I sent a long email to Truth Not Feelings a few days ago, and him and I have been going back and forth about some stuff. This is no excuse whatsoever, but I came into this and I was fooled by somebody who kept claiming that they were missing their son, and I didn't think like a professional handler is supposed to. I was thinking as somebody with a big heart and trying to be, I don't know, I was just stupid, and I want to start off by really, really apologizing to you for that, for not listening and being stupid.
Okay, so that's the first one, and here's the second one. There is so many of them, and I'm not going to play them all, but I just want you to get the baseline of her acknowledging that she didn't do any research. And yeah, you heard what she said.
But I really do fully own up and I messed up. Anyway, so my parents are down here visiting me and Howie, so I'm heading to them right now to have like a late brunch type of deal. Early brunch, late breakfast, whatever you want to call it. When I get back to Howie's house, I want to fix up this PDF for you because I know you like the facts and they like concrete stuff. I just sharing your concerns that somebody's going to do something, whether it's Betty or Terry or whoever, they're going to do something to try to frame Chris and Katie. And I really want to present proof to you more so than anything because I know you mentioned in our live you were worried about that. And I did send this stuff to TBI also. I just have some concerns and I'm not really sure what to do about it. And it's been really bothering me.
Okay. You heard that?
So if you don't mind just giving me a little bit, because they drove down here to see me and Howie and my parents, they love Nashville. They're mostly going to be doing their own thing. Ray's still back with the other dogs. And I can send you search log reports. We use this software.
Well, none of you guys heard this because I didn't even open them until today. I didn't even play them until today. I had no concern. She actually did reach out to me in email and sent me a PDF where I did say the exact same things. These are Instagram messages. It goes on and on. There are, hold on, let me tell you how many. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are 14 messages in total in voicemail. And then she also sent me emails. I just wanted to play that for full transparency purposes, though, because I did on May 11th reach out to her personally myself to try and encourage her because I didn't want her credentials ruined. I didn't want her. I had no idea either. And unlike everybody thinks I'm just this blatant fucking asshole that doesn't care about anybody, I did care. Like I genuinely cared and didn't want her getting wrapped up in shit. But now I find out that she supposedly was involved in March. So the email address, let me look right quick. Well, there's Julia Valente at thek9cpt.com. That is, I can show that too. Hold on. And why she reached out to me, it was after it got released that my personal information was being sent around. Let me show you this. So there is, and that was from July 5th. There's the email addresses. Okay, now just to get back into this. So now we're still on, this is from Jay's and this is from May 11th. Meet Jules, Ara, and Gator. Sebastian Rogers, K9 Search Team, question and answer. Again, from Jay for Justices. There is a whole lot to beyond this. Like there's so many different live streams that people were talking and doing. I'm just trying to give a kind of an overview that kind of encapsulates things I know and can show you guys and some of the timeline of things that she talked about because of the claims in her declaration and questions that I had listening to that. So bear with me.
The J is for Justice podcast.
Oops.
Title and the description. Which
I'm going to fast forward. Okay, this is where Julia joins her on camera.
Let me bring Jules up right now. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. It's good
Cool.
to have you on panel.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to finally put a face to.
That is so spot on. Like nobody was trying to, but she just would not recognize what she was like by doing this and inciting the targeted stuff against Chris and Katie because they denied her access. She was really at first, like she said, Chris and her had a great, but because of the environment of being, trying to basically saying, well, they denied me and people being like, well, why the hell would they deny her? Like it just started to amplify things, but so many people did reach out and care and concern for her, in my opinion. And then others, kind of did their own thing too. But that did happen. A lot of people begged and pleaded.
To, all of the texts that we've been sharing. You shared a lot of cool stuff with me today. But do you want to start out just kind of telling everybody about yourself? I know it's probably redundant at this point.
I know it's fine. I'm just Ara's in the room with me, and I think she's a cat outside, so she barks. It's okay. Because she's Ara and cats. I don't know what it is.
We expected Ara to just steal the show tonight, anyways. So
Ara.
I am going to speed this up. We're not going to listen to the whole thing. Again, this is from Jay for Justice. If you would like to see the full thing, I just kind of, again, am showing timeline of events. And then we're going to get into some interesting stuff.
We're all good with that.
That's Ara, right?
I love him.
This is Ara. She's got a cube. She's got this cube toy she carries in her mouth. Like if her mouth is not occupied, she's just like WTF.
I love it.
For those who don't know, my name is being hugged by a dog. My name is Jules. I first started getting into canine handling when I joined the military. As Ara's like tearing apart my desk right now to get her cube. Sorry, she's normally better behaved than this, but she's mad 'cause I'm talking to somebody else.
Hey, we understand. We all have the fur babies.
Yeah. So I started off as a Army canine handler overseas. I handled an explosives dog named Dahlia. I think she's in one of the pictures I sent you actually with her.
Granny, you did talk about her in the involvement of the Calvacante and like we're giving her that she was out there. I forgot about that. Yeah, there's just so much. There's so much to this. I remember because you were there. Did you meet her during that face to face? Or did you just know that she was around then? See, there's just, I can't even, it would take me hours to go through everybody's streams and find, there's just so much, you guys, so much.
Sister, Natasha. It's the one where my Army camouflage uniform with the dogs.
Not that one. I didn't get that one.
Oh, I can always resend it to you. It may have been over the text messages. But anyway, I had Dahlia when I was overseas. She was an explosives dog. She was trained on like a lot of like also rubble recovery in addition to like explosives. So like secondary explosives that would go off. So for example, like most people talk about like the primary that goes off, like if you're doing like a vehicle or like you're in like a squad marching out and you walk past the first IED. You hear a lot of talk about like the primary. I'm just keep on the ball while I'm talking, so she's like occupied until she calms down. But the secondary IED, so after the first IED would go off, like I'd bring Aura back through and we would double check to make sure there's no, after EOD clears, of course, the primary is with Dahlia and Aura. And then when I became an officer, I wasn't allowed to handle a canine anymore because like with anything in, you know, police department ranks, the canine always outranks the handler. So you can't have a field grade field grade canine. Like I'm a captain in the Army right now, so I can't have like my dog be a major. Like that'd be awesome. We love to have dogs making decisions, but it's not ideal. Basically, dogs don't have degrees or anything. So to become an officer in the Army, you have to have like a bachelor's degree. So I was really upset because I couldn't handle for the Army anymore. So after that, I went to my battalion commander, and he knew because I deployed by this time. I went to Afghanistan twice. I went to Kuwait. I went to Gitmo. I was really upset because I was just like, man, like I'm basically broken per the Army standards at this point. And then I was like, well, I can't even have a dog because, you know, I'm an officer. And I had this void that I just couldn't, it didn't make sense. Like I love being in the Army, but I'm like, there's something that's missing. Like I miss Dahlia. I wanted to adopt her out when I made the transition from enlisted to officer, but I was told I wasn't allowed to because at the time she was only 4 and a half. So they said she's still deployable. She's still workable. She can still be, you know, set out on missions. So they wouldn't let me adopt her out. And I understood.
I mean, truly none of this really matters if we're being honest here. Like she goes into question and answers about her dog. Again, this is May 11th. I'm just trying to show kind of where we are, how she got involved.
Not all dogs are cut out to it, if that makes sense. So you can, there's no breed. Like I saw, what was it? It was a little like wired haired terrier or something. And when this dog came out, no, it's already doing obedience.
Girl,
I know.
Girl, you got my phone filled up.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I love this. Are you kidding me? Oh, here it is. Is it in like a baseball?
Okay, so I think I'm going to switch gears. If you want to see that, I'm just trying to prove where she was, like making herself known. We are now going to switch gears. Oh, she came on yours on Mother's Day. See, I just can't even remember all the different crap. And where are we going on May 13th? Well, we're going to BJ's. This is a deleted live stream of hers called The Canine Handler. Steph joins us, allegedly forced by CP to stop search of Sebastian, audio of CP and PI. All right. And the reason why I'm going here, you'll find out in just a moment. But this was May 13th. Again, Steph had gone over there after her call into Jay. They thought we were just so cruel and evil and basically, how dare we, all this stuff. But I before we open this one, I want to take you back for those that weren't here in the beginning of the stream and remind you of what was said last night. So this is last night from BJ's panel.
They have more clout.
I don't even think I've ever heard of them.
Well, you could pull up her little short and let everybody watch it. It's only like 30 seconds, I think.
Okay, real quick, Jenny, I'll tell you why. From my understanding, okay. With Julia, she went through a lot of stuff too. And Julia was, you know, Julia, from my understanding, had some real life things happening to her.
Mm-hmm.
Julia and I have had a discussion. We decided to leave things, where they are at and for the greater good. She's not even really that she did anything horrible.
Yes, Julia is a credentialed dog handler and has served for the United States military. I'm not going any further than that. That's all the further. I mean, this all just blew up on its own a side noise, like all because they denied her access. Seth and her, Seth had reached out to her. She claims that she, in her declaration, yeah, me too, Granny. Me too. Like, I genuinely, she's probably the one. When they were talking about it last night, though, I was sitting back and I was just like, if these things were done and said, yeah, I can, but there's just so much that they missed in that and where it was started from and how it escalated into things being said or questioned were misrepresented, in my opinion, in this declaration. So that's why I kind of just went on this tangent of putting this together. Yeah, she is military. Yep. Yeah. And that's something that I think most of us confirmed right away. I'm going to show you that about the mother stuff. I've got that pulled up ready to go to. But in order for this to all make sense, I think you kind of have to have a backstory. You can't just be told that this exists. Oh, shit. Hold on. I've got one other thing to throw in here really quick. Give me 1 second. Got another. Maybe it's not. Maybe we're not there yet. Nope, we're not there yet. Hold on. Let me find that. Oh, this is the same day. Okay, hold on. I'm going to play this, and then I got 2 other things to show you before we move into the next one.
To me, you know what I mean? I felt some type of way about how the investigation was going, and I questioned her on some things, and that was just that. But at the end of the day, that doesn't. I can let things go and make peace with somebody, especially when it comes to somebody being bullied relentlessly. And I mean, regardless of my differences with her or how I may have felt, Julia was bullied. There's no
Listen.
doubt about it. It was awful.
Here, think about this. This is what's very
The greater good, all for the greater good. What's that, BJ?
disturbing about it all. She's military.
Yeah.
She's a soldier. That is so gross to sit there and do something like that to our own military.
Yeah.
This one just drives me.
Think about that. Think real hard. My children are military. Let me tell you, anybody attacks my children like that,
Oh,
I
really?
will do anything in my power to make sure things get taken care of legally.
I wonder where she got mocked.
Legally. Because my children have done tours. And they have come back and they were
It's incredible.
Yeah, they had some things going on. But they
Well,
have a strong mom. They have a strong mom who helped pull them through.
Well, tell them I said thank you for your service.
All my children
100%.
are military. And 2 of them, their spouses are military. That's
Yeah. Again, what about Chris and Katie? But you guys don't want to acknowledge that.
why I'm upset. I mean, look,
That's why you're upset, huh? You seem to have a story for every time you're upset. Like your meltdown the other night screaming at everybody because you've had a missing child before. I haven't gotten to that yet, but that's coming because I didn't forget. And that is probably one of the most disturbing things that I've let. While Brittany's reading her declaration in these filings, this one talks of, let me stay on track.
look at all the crap that they were saying about her to get everybody to go against her.
Oh, all the crap that
Right.
Who was that?
Trying to discredit her. They were gaslighting.
Well, for the sake of transparency, that weird noise you just heard was my inhaler, guys.
I was really expecting her right there to say, for the sake of transparency, a lot of that happened on my panel. Conveniently, it didn't, though. Okay, let's go back to where I'm going to end up heading. But in the meantime, I want to play you another clip right quick. So this is from May 13th. This is a recording from TikTok. You are going to hear TikTok Tony's. That's me. That's my lighter, Nurse Bev. I just lit a cigarette. These people give me a headache and I smoke too much. Here we go. This is TikTok Tony. It will play in just 1 second. Right?
Because you're sending in.
Okay, here we go.
Sending in of your dogs have been reverse Google image searched, and they actually came from like Chewy. They're Chewy images. So I mean,
He's talking about Steph.
this is crazy. And I don't know what you're doing trying to be a dog handler. You know, you're calling in on shows after Jules is, and sending pictures of your dogs. You don't even get their names right. The images you're sending in of your dogs have been reverse Google image searched, and they actually came from like Chewy. They're Chewy images.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is crazy and highly disrespectful, because Jules is a 13-year Army captain. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but she's a 13-year Army captain serving her country. She's got 7 highly qualified dogs.
You want to know what my biggest pet peeve is? Can I go on a side rant right quick? TikTokers, when you're on a panel, your audio sucks when somebody is talking and somebody's doing dishes and shit. None of them know where the fucking mute button is. They talk over each other. They have zero panel etiquette whatsoever, and they're constantly making fucking noise. It drives me nuts. I'm like, this is a playground for just ridiculousness. It absolutely, yeah, I'm that petty bitch, okay? It drives me fucking batty. Get some panel etiquette, or at least try.
She's got 2 dogs that are pertinent to the type of search that we're doing. What kind of dogs were those, Dana? Huh? German Shepherd, and what was the other one? Malinois or something?
Yeah, Belgian Malinois.
Yeah, like no joke of a dog, according to my wife. I don't know shit about dogs, sorry. But, so Jules, when you hear the name Jules, she is our canine person, and she is a part of our team.
Okay, he's 100% confirming where this is why when people thought like she was no longer a part, I backed away, because anybody that knows me can tell you that I was like, something's weird here, and I still think she's a part of. You don't go from being a part of the team like that to not.
She's Seth's girl. We support her. We endorse her. She is, if her name isn't Jules, then she's not a part of what we're doing. I have no idea who this Stephanie person is, but she's not part of our team. And honestly, I think she's probably a troll. I don't even know if she's a real.
I think she's a troll.
I was going to say, let's clear up, because I think people might get confused, because, we get people, there's a lot of information coming inside and outside.
That is Chasing Crime, who is also a plaintiff on this lawsuit, saying we.
This case, trolls and not trolls, real legit, not real legit, and there's so much going on. So let's clarify who we're speaking about.
Alpha Male, I could never figure out where that was said either. She said that she talked to Max's handler numerous times, but I never saw her say that she owned him. I could have missed that too. There's so many different pieces going on.
On who this other person is. So there's 2 separate dog handlers, correct? I think Ocean knows a lot more about the dog handlers than I do.
Y'all, please, let's not question people's sobriety.
Stephanie is the one who claimed that she's from Orange County. Her and her husband, she claims her husband is 45 years law enforcement. They were cleared by TBI. They took a private plane on their own dime to fly their dogs out there because they didn't want their dogs in cargo. And when they got there, their dogs started to hit on the curb.
What I find kind of weird is the TikTokers were like mirroring us. Like we would unravel stuff and they would just re-spew it. It's so fucking weird to hear that. Where's my creator buddies in here?
Area And that's when Chris Proudfoot told her to get the hell out of there.
Oh, I should probably use colleagues.
And she was, I think you remember I told you, Chase, I was like, oh, this sounded a little weird. She kept focusing a lot on our airport here and how Kobe flies out of it. Like, who cares? Why did she keep bringing that up? It was,
She did say it was the airport that Kobe Bryant flew out of. Oh my God. Granny, it drives me nuts.
almost like a clout thing, I kind of thought. And then I thought it was a little strange how she was crying a lot. I thought that was a little unprofessional. But I don't.
Oh, do you have those? Yeah, they got quickly removed. I went and looked last night. As I was putting this together, I went and looked and I was like, oh.
So I didn't really, I had a couple red flags go up that I just thought was odd behavior for somebody that's supposed to be professional. But yeah, and then I guess it was exposed this morning that she's kind of following Jules to different YouTube interviews. And I did see that people people asked her in the live this morning, I guess, to show her dogs, and she made up an excuse.
It's actually Future YouTubers of America, so it's FYTA.
But then she posted pictures of them, and they're all very unprofessional names. They're like names of alcohol drinks.
Tequila.
Which is kind of unprofessional if you're going to have a canine handling business.
Okay, so that was just Tony confirming that she was a part of their team. My God, I have so many freaking things. Okay. So now let's go to this one. The reason I'm going to show this is for the purposes of just showing you that they're talking about and reviewing this, and I want you to pay attention who comes in chat. Okay? They're getting along.
Did she hit you up, CJ?
Yeah, that's when I woke up the next morning and she was like, "Hey, this is me. I was the one that was on Britney's show or whatever." And I was like, "Okay." And I said, and I was more interested in getting a hold of Julia, so I said, "Hey, let me know when you get in contact with her," because I asked her, I was like, "Hey, have you been in contact?"
We're going to toss that 150 PPP around. I did review these before, I think. If you want to watch them in full capacity, feel free. But they are talking about Britney's interview with Steph. Okay. By this time, nobody could deny that Steph was bullshit. At first, they tried to spin that we were just assholes. Britney tried. I have clips of her trying to say that I was just basically, I got lucky this time. I got lucky with exposing Steph. Yeah. How's this all worked out for you there, BJ?
Have you gotten in contact with Julia yet? She's like, "No, I'm still waiting to." And I was like, "Okay, let me know when you." She's like, "I should be though." It's like, "All right, let me know when you get in contact with her." And then I was like, "Thank you and your husband for everything you're doing, and let me know whenever you guys are going back, and I'll do whatever I can to make sure I'm there to help in any way that I can." So then when I don't know, that's why I'm saying I want to go back to when that stream was, because I remember that's the same night or the same couple day period when.
Sorry, here's my girl.
I wonder if that was if these were the dogs that CJ recently claimed that they couldn't use again. I wonder if it was going to be Jules again, because CJ was served a cease and desist by Seth, but then recently, in my opinion, kind of is in the good graces of all of them again.
That's people give you a hard time, CJ. Give me Joe. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
But no, and then I
and that was after his serpentine belt got snatched and Uncle Taco went on his panel. And
morning, I woke up and that's when the profile was, blank picture or whatever, deleted.
I'm sorry. Jay, I read that comment in Emmy Joe's voice in my head. She's like, CJ trying to make us weak. Emmy Joe, stop. You bad girl. Emmy's bad on me. Emmy's gonna make me get in trouble.
Emmy needs to come up. I have so much fun
keep
watching
it. Look at her with her side eyes. Emmy, I like your new profile picture, girl. Look at you. I see you. And happy Mother's Day, Emmy.
Yes, Granny, when you got blamed for the things that I have said about CJ and he doxed you. Yep. Reshared your dox information and tried to say that you were doing all these things to him, when in reality I was sitting over here raising my hand saying, "No, sir, that was me. That was me that did all that. That was me. Come for me."
I love you. We're done.
The amazing Tiff. How are you? It's been a long time. Good to see you. Long time no see. Happy Mother's Day to all my beautiful moms and single fathers and fur mamas and all of you lovelies that are just coming in. Welcome, welcome. Joining CJ broke her heart when he asked about Julia. Dead.
Well, no, just because I had heard that she had been trying to get a hold of me in the last like week and a half. I've been looking through all my socials trying to see if I could find where she was trying to get a hold of me, because I've been interested in trying to, because I've seen her stuff and I know she's legit, and I've been really interested in trying to help in any way that I can. Oh, there she is.
Hey Julia. Hey girl, how are you? Julia, we are going through steps. When she came up on my panel, we're going through that. How are you doing, Julia? I hope you're doing good. Amy Jo said, I bet if CJ was canned up right now, his face would blend in with his hat.
Oh boy.
Let me find Spirit Seeker Squad's last comment.
So does that mean we get to skip this part now?
No.
So as you see, Julia's in the chat while they're reviewing stuff.
Not even.
CJ is talking about trying to reach out to Julia. She sent me the same photo she sent Jay of the Texas Roadhouse card and said, Sebastian E. here last, LOL. And then she also sent me a prank number that called her. It was a pet groomer.
No. Julia said, and it's not you, CJ, it's her.
Yeah.
You're innocent in all this. We're just joshing you and giving you a hard time.
No, I get it. It's
You know we love you. Hey, last night, CJ, for what it's worth, I was in the hot seat.
She totally was.
It was like a roast of allegedly Britney J.
I'm gonna have to check out the replay. It was last night.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it was fun. I couldn't go to bed. It was 4 o'clock and I was still up.
For
Go
real?
ahead.
Wow,
Yeah.
you guys went that late.
Yeah.
Wow.
Them girls kept going and going and going like everybody battery.
For real? Oh gosh. I got a long drive coming up, so I'll listen to it.
There you go. That'd be perfect.
You'll laugh.
I'm coming back to your guys' area.
Oh, sweet.
I bet you're coming back again?
Yeah.
What area?
Same
Oh,
area.
you don't want to say?
No, same
Back at
area.
the beach?
Myrtle Beach. Yeah.
The Dirty Myrtle.
Yeah.
Okay, well, CJ, we definitely have to meet up, and I'm not coming on to you because
No, I know that. No, I know.
I'm an old woman. It doesn't matter.
You're not old.
I am too. I just turned 67. Come on.
She said, and I'm not coming on to you.
So as many of you are aware, I'm not even going to go any further. She started aligning with Britney, got pretty close with Britney in her panel, was seen there numerous times. A lot of those live streams Britney has removed, but she not only was in the chat, she goes on panel with them at some points too. So like right here, she goes up on panel with BJ, the same live stream. Let me get to the part where she's on panel. But she became pretty close to Britney. Here we go. Okay. I think this is about right. There we go.
It was just like, dude, like, I hope
Yeah.
your husband's coming. That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
you can't even get
I'm like,
the
dude, I
cute
hope her
on.
husband's coming because no.
I knew like
real.
5 minutes into that conversation that there was no husband.
No, I was like, there better be a
I'm like,
husband coming. It's like, no, we ain't going nowhere together, lady. No, you better have your husband.
Would he have been included? Would he have been included in the keeping it between you guys or no?
I don't know if she's currently deleting lives. She deletes a lot of live streams. That's why anytime I review her, I already have it downloaded previously because she tries to yank them in the midst of them being reviewed.
I was just
come on
asking,
now.
you know.
Shoot.
Seclusion
Just for
works.
scientific.
You were
I forgot about all these ones that I had saved on my computer already.
No, when
I
you're
was just wondering.
when you're doing these searches, you have to like keep your locations and plans and stuff secret, so that way trolls don't show up and try and do do crazy stuff.
Or husbands, you know.
I love you, Seclusion. Seclusion.
A quick shout out to all of you in the chat. Thank you all for being here and helping me walk this through and being a part of this discussion and how much confusion and chaos and all this shit has gone on. I don't know if this is going to help anybody. It makes me feel better because I don't feel as crazy because you guys see the same things. But thank you guys for all being here and being a part of this conversation and walking it through with us. And
Just Brittany, this is a rarity, and we're always usually nice people. Ties up Aries. Always tying Aries up. You guys are cracking me up tonight. I love the late night laugh with Brittany and everyone. Your laugh is so contagious, Brittany. It's so great. Oh my god. Uh-oh, is that Julia?
Oh, that's a cute name. You should call it that. You should
Oh,
call
there's
it that. You should have like
Julia.
one night a week where you do like a yay. You should have one night a week where you do like a
I was gonna come in
like a
singing,
cooking
but I
show.
decided against it.
Oh, you totally should have.
I thought about it. I'll just record a song and send it to CJ later.
Oh, okay. Hey, T-Rev. T-Rev says definitely a distraction. Hey, T-Rev, thank you for being a member for 5 months. You're awesome. Yeah, so you think it's a distraction too? Did you see this travesty of a circus show on my panel the other night?
Come fit my blood hat tonight.
ooh, I have those live streams saved too, and I think I should pull them up. Kenzie and her cat are fighting. Because talk about interesting with her co-signing. and acknowledging that Tony had all sorts of people's creators' information, private information. She scolded Tony actually when T-Rev was on her panel. That was interesting.
Hey, Julia, how are you?
I'm singing. I'm kind of the lyrics for the new CJ song now. Wait, wait.
Oh my
So
lord.
funny.
Oh my goodness.
Appreciate
Julia,
you.
you were stalked, girl. You were. I'm telling you, she followed you around.
I know. It's
All
just so
about
freaking
it.
weird. I was like, why are you following me around right now? Ugh.
I gotta go see Julia. They said that everybody said that like some of the last panels you were on with her, she kept cutting you off, like you just couldn't get a word in edgewise. And everybody said like she must have been saying giving really bad information because you would like cover your mouth or you would like look at her real like you were what is she talking about?
Yeah, and all I had was a Red Bull. I was just like, damn it, I need something started on this.
Julia, I loved your expressions though. I loved
I
everything.
was really trying to not emote that big. I was just like, I can't. I just couldn't. That's why at one point I had to cover my face. The Chris Watts thing. She was like, I think they smell death, and I was like, what?
Oh my gosh.
Outside.
Oh my gosh. So you knew, right, Julia? Like, how long did it take before you figured out? Okay. This chick is not-
When she brought up the ears with the rain thing again, I was like, oh, are you in this ear thing with the I don't know, I don't have bloodhound stuff, but just like the way she said it, I was just like, what? And then Jay and I kind of both like looked at like I think she was looking at me on her screen because I was looking at her, and I think at that moment we were just like, but then like literally, if you go back and watch the tape, because I did, when I gave my opinion on it, she randomly like kind of like held her hand up philosophically. She's like, I think they smell death, and I was like, and then
oh my god,
she what's the thing? She was talking about her husband was like, she's like, guess where his first job was? I'm like, I don't know, a mall cop.
Mall blart. Mall blart. Oh my god, Julia,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, Seneca Griffin's like forgot the Watts video. Oh my god, yeah. And then she was just like, I was, yeah, I know, Rob. I couldn't hide my face. I was just like, I can't just be here. And like, I'm like, I kind of want to with the camera, but I was like, I can't do it. But yeah, I think Jay knew also because she was like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, yeah. Then right after she texted me, she's like, dude. I'm like, yeah, I know. So and she's like, oh my god.
Well, my heart hurts for you because like I just couldn't imagine like here you are like you've given how many years to this, you were in the service, you've got all these credentials. I don't even like saying the word credentials now after how many times she said it, but like I just couldn't imagine it. Like here you are really trying to do something good and you get this person that has now latched on to you regardless if you're on panel with her or not. At this point you two are considered somewhat of a team. Like it's so unfair. It's just
Somebody
so
said he was guarding he's guarding tampons because he worked at security as a Kotex factory.
I know. That's why I was like, oh my god, what the hell? I was like, that's so weird. Oh yeah, no, like, a whole warehouse full of Kotex. I didn't know they made tampon warehouses. Like what? I'm like,
guarding
Sorry, CJ. Sorry, CJ.
I'm so glad that we can laugh about it tonight. Like everybody knows, look, like Julia is not in relation. This chick is off her rocker.
This is basically just to confirm that she was present on her own free will and very much of what was going on panels and stories that were being told. We'll get into the fun stuff coming up still. We got a ways to go yet. Thank you for spending the day with me.
Yeah, Angel said we should watch that one of Jay's. Oh God, that has to be a drinking game. I remember at one point in time I looked at my Red Bull and I was like, why do I only have a Red Bull right now? I'm like, no, and I'm like, I don't want to leave because like I don't know. People in the chat were just like, somebody at one point in time is like Jules' eyes and like capital LOL. I'm like, I hope she doesn't see that because I didn't want her to be all like start crying or whatever. I don't know. I was like, oh my God, girl, like don't.
Trigger warning.
Oh yeah. Ears stir up dirt particles. When I was just like their ears their ears don't drag on the ground like a giant's like schlong or whatever. It just doesn't happen that way. Like I don't know what she was talking about.
Yeah, she said it and it swoops up to whatever she was saying. The ears drag down and swoop up to the nose or whatever. I was like, what is she talking about?
They don't have any scientific knowledge of the uterus. Julia sighed. Oh my God, I didn't know that was that visible. I really was trying to not, but I just couldn't help it. I'm like, oh, my face is like, oh my God, I couldn't help it. I just can't.
She just kept repeating that. What? I didn't.
She did. Yeah, she did.
Wow, I can't. So it's like,
where'd you go, Emmy?
Like on a serious note, though, like we can laugh about it, but on a serious note, like it really makes me sad that someone did this because it kind of does set us back a little bit. Because you got to think about this, Julia. I said this earlier. If this kind of gives the Proudfoots clearance to be like, well, look, we're not going to let dog handlers come in. Look, why would we? Like now he has an excuse. He can say, this person is trying to. How do we know someone's not going to try to come in who's not who they claim to be? Even though you got to be clear.
They didn't need an excuse. It's their home. They had already been working with law enforcement and had numerous legit agencies brought in. They didn't need anybody's permission or to do this.
By TBI, I don't know. It's just
yeah. I know, and like she also started jumping. She never mentioned TBI to me before that. Like I started going out and saying like, oh yeah, I was cleared by TBI. And I was just, oh yeah, I was too. I'm like, huh? I'm like, no, you weren't. Well, no wonder TBI. Yeah, they. Oh my god, my soldier, my NCO was in here. He said that Stefano Chris was playing hard to get, trying to make Captain Jules wifey number 6. Oh good god, no, wifey number 6. No, I'd rather potato salad out of like a freaking bloodhound's like ear or something, whatever. I know fucking what I'd be that dude wifey number 6. Like fuck that.
Oh my god.
Sorry,
No.
I just like, when you look at somebody, it just makes you sad. He just kind of makes me sad, and like I don't know. I want to look at somebody and be happy, but not like, oh, I'm sad today, and just like
Okay.
I'd rather. Yeah, I need to. I'm happy. I had a bagel. Sorry, I'm ADHD all
love
over the place right now. So yeah, I know. But yeah, honestly, but seriously, I thought that it was going to be a setback and whatnot. But like, what? She also made a comment about like live streaming, which is funny because she was just like, I think it's irresponsible people live stream, but that was after I had already said it. But before that, she was like, "Oh yeah, I live stream some of my bloodhounds." And then I asked her to put a GoPro on your dog, and she's just like, "No." But she told a different panel, "Oh yeah, I put GoPros on my bloodhounds when I searched." I'm like, "You fucking told me you didn't. What the hell?" And then my one friend's like, "Why?" She's gonna come into this channel. She's gonna be blunt. She's talking about the interview from like last night. I'm just like, for the love of God, please don't be. And she just like was staring a couple times, and she had 3 different devices going off at once. I'm just like, why is she like I told her, I'm like, turn off like your devices, but she wasn't. So I don't know what she was doing. At one point, she's like, "Oh, you hungry, baby?" or whatever she said. She walked off camera. I think Jenny was just like, "Where'd you just go? Like, what the hell?"
Okay. We can move forward. Timeline of events. Again, there's a lot more that happens here. But this is when they claimed that they had evidence. Tony, again, on TikTok. This is going to the 16th of May. I'm trying to get through a bunch of stuff, in the upcoming video that I want to play has quite a bit in it. So Dexter wants my French fries. Kenzie got me food. So I'm just going to play a little piece of this, and then we're going to go on. Again, this one, I think people have. Granny, I didn't realize I downloaded so much crap. So much.
Now over Sebastian. And I said, I'm not in any way trying to cause any problems. I want to be able to shed light on you guys that you are doing your job. And that I said, I will be one of the first ones to say I criticized you really harshly at the very beginning. I said I was using my emotion. I said, then I started thinking like logical and started realizing like, wait a minute, like this is got to be going somewhere else. But then after 72 hours, just like.
This, in my opinion, is when it turned from on May 5th, when he was on with Justin on TikTok. And he mentioned, he wasn't at the point, Tony wasn't at the point of needing a high pressure campaign. I think this is kind of when the start of the high pressure campaign kicked into high gear, but it kicked into high gear with willful misinformation. In this live stream that is on the screen, I'm not going to play it all because we just got too much to do. But he says that they had evidence that Sebastian was in contact with Katie's mom. Tony claims that. That was him that claimed that. That was completely false information that was put out there and ran with, adding to the fire. Okay, now we are going to go to, I'm not sure why this one's here. There must be something funny in it. I don't know. Oh, this is another one of BJ's streams. Oh, she's reviewing me. I'm sure she has just something fun to say. This is probably why I put it in here, just as a laugh. Let's see.
Y'all just bear with me. YouTube's been gobbling up comments and stuff, but thank you guys. All right, Swift said the double standard is set so far into an alternate universe. It's just flabbergasting. All they are doing is taking all the audience that dislikes or disagrees with everyone and pin them against the other side. And it's horrible because who wants to go on like this, y'all? And listen, to all of you, I love y'all. I know y'all don't want to do drama. I know this, okay? I don't either. I understand and I agree 100% with what T-Rev said about this being white noise, but I told this to Sarah today when I called her. I need to do this. I need to do this. If 5 people sees what I'm saying, and it opens their eyes, I will feel accomplished because what's happening is not right and it needs to be pointed out. I'm sorry. This is affecting everybody. And if we don't call this out, every case we try to cover is going to be this way. Every single freaking one.
Seymour, I love it. I love seeing some of the stuff you guys clip, honestly, that saves below and the titles for them. I freaking love it. It doesn't ever offend me. I just crack up laughing.
Set your boundaries. That's all you're doing.
Yep. All right, so listen to this crap. And then I'm going to show you what she supports.
Ho. Sis?
I mean, the man said what he said. And maybe if somebody should pay attention instead of paying like undue respect to a creator that's still lying to allow you. But and even if you know the story, how fucking can you condone this shit?
All right, so she's talking shit about Trevor Lee. Okay, this is another thing that she does. She speaks out of both sides of her mouth, right? She says all these things about Trevor Lee, and then she'll turn around and say, Trevor Lee is amazing. I think he's a good person. He just needs to be held accountable. No,
I live in the world where multiple things can be true. He can make a mistake and he can also be a very good young man, and he's proven that. I'm so proud of how he took accountability and got himself out of this. Hell yeah. But that's the world I live in.
You're just sitting there calling, like, listen to what she just said. Listen to that. And Trevor's not a bad person.
And I will say again, Trevor isn't the one who leaked the audio. I know that. It still doesn't matter.
I don't even know why this is here. Probably because Julia comes in this one too. This is in that same time frame. Oh, actually, no, I know what's coming up. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. It's that weird camera slip. Hold on, let me slow it down. It's that weird, that's why this is here.
And he instantly comes up.
Sometimes I have too many timestamps out.
To deflect, we know that, again, tried to take into account, and I'm not asking you guys to overlook.
Okay, here we go. This is what makes me sick about this woman. You don't know. You don't know what happened. Why does she always say, that's not what happened? Nope, that's not true. She speaks as if she knows matter-of-factly everything that is going on. You aren't behind the scenes with Trevor Lee and Chloe and Heather. You don't know what, how can you say that this is what happened or this isn't what happened? And people eat this bitch's every words. You just eat them.
She's reviewing me. That's why it sounds like me. She's reviewing me and has a fit. I have so many of her talking shit about people. It's funny.
Because she sounds like she knows what she's talking about. Oh my Lord. I agree that Smiley, like this was not a good moment. Seth should not be on panel. I agree, and I will say that. I said that from the beginning. He didn't need to be on YouTube at this point, but it is. He did. That's where it's at. And there's nothing we can do to change it now.
Look everything, but try to take it into account.
He didn't need to be on YouTube at this point.
This was known last week already that he leaked the audio. I don't know how people even are questioning this. Seth leaked the audio. It was stated last week. It was stated that it was being held onto for a specific date, which was the date that Chris went to court. This was all intentional, but they're all deflecting off of the fact.
Then I did my own investigation.
How do you know that? Once again, how does she know this?
That's who's right.
She's accusing Trevor of having Josh leak that audio so that Nina could use it for court.
No, I never accused Trevor of having Josh leak that audio. No, don't.
Sunset Rising, thank you so much for becoming a member.
Can you get to the point?
I appreciate it.
Tony was the one who received the audio from the PI.
Exactly. I believe Tony leaked that audio. I do.
He did. And he also, according to Trevor Lee, he told Trevor Lee that Trevor Lee was going to get blamed for it. So it's like he already freehand told him, you're going to be framed for it.
Oh, this is them. That's right. This is the panel acknowledging that Tony tried to frame Trevor Lee. Oh, shit. That's why this is here. Forgot. Tony, one of the plaintiffs. BJ, one of the plaintiffs. That didn't happen.
She's a mainstream media zombie. Is that what you're saying? YouTube is asshole? YouTube is asshole. I love it. Hey, Gabby. It was stated by Josh. He said he was told to hold the audio for a couple of days right before he put it out. But I don't know that it's the narrative that Nonsense is claiming. I don't think Trevor Lee's that nefarious. I really don't.
I see you guys. I hear you on the debate thing, but I don't. I mean, I think I would be bored with that. Thanks, but no thanks.
Find out where it was. You sit there and leak it off the podcasters and everything else, and then once they get all uppity because I won't let Smiley. I won't let my PR person sit there and defend Chloe. Who the hell does Trevor think he is to sit there and tell somebody that's working for me to do something? Smiley, I'm sorry, hon. I don't know who you are, and I don't know whose profile that is, but it's not mine. I've been with Seth all day.
Look at these two. Look at the smugness of them. You can't overlook that. You just can't. You can't. But
okay, you're a liar, Tony. Okay, but that's for another stream. Listen to her. Like, remember, she's about the victims and their families.
You can't bash the parents of a missing child here.
Right, but here she goes. She can't stand Seth.
Oh, did she just call Tony a liar?
She's actively talking and going after Seth, but you're not supposed to do right. Like, make your mind.
I'm not going after anybody. Talking about their public behavior is not going after somebody.
I know. Which one is it? Nonsense. You can't say that people can't.
It's called Tony a liar, ma'am. It's no different than me pointing out their behavior.
Can't say things negative about the family members, but then you turn around and do it. She does not like Seth.
At the same time, Trevor had opportunity to come out and be honest with people, and instead he remained silent and let his buddy, the lab, release intentional audio to paint a narrative about Chris Proudfoot on the day of the child. Like, you can't overlook this shit, people, and give passes for this, because truly, if we want
Paint a
better for victims,
narrative.
we should acknowledge that YouTube creators way
Guys
overstep their
hurting
boundaries.
people.
Put your personal bias aside for your like of YouTube creators. If somebody got involved in your child custody case, and meanwhile you have a child missing, I would hope that you would have a problem with it. When I gave you that hypothetical yesterday about Molly,
Listen to this
Only
shit.
was
person that would
known
have a problem
last
with
week.
it is someone guilty.
Right. Listen to
Because
her
you're showing
once
the
again.
truth that could harm you getting your child.
Yeah, everything
She
she
is
said.
so wrong in every way she's trying to spin this.
Oh, she is, and she's a hypocrite in everything she says. Once again, listen to this again, and I want you to. Oh my God.
It's Nina. You know all of this shit. Now you know that these people intentionally released that call on that day for a reason, Seth included. And these creators went along with pushing that narrative. And then the lab even took it a step further and brought Chris McDonough and a Dr. Gary on.
Hold the front door.
It's not a
Creators-
narrative. He threatened people. They're lies. He threatened women.
Yeah, and how can you say that us creators went along with pushing that narrative when we didn't even have knowledge of it? I had no clue about that crap.
Right.
Sleuth Mom says, no, you can't say bad things about Chris and Katie. You can say whatever you want about Seth. It's just the team they choose. Team Edward, just saying. Exactly.
Yep.
You're 100% right, Sleuth. It's effed up, y'all.
I just love listening to this shit, though. It's sometimes just a good like segue of, does she hear herself? Does she hear herself calling Tony a liar and then having a fit about the things I'm saying? Sorry. Trevor knows how I feel. Y'all know how I feel. And guess what? He got them far away from the fucking shit show. Rightfully so. He got caught up in shit that I don't think he had any intent of getting caught up in. Okay.
And I'm tired. I mean, you want to know why they're painting this narrative that Britney J is a bad person? That's the granny effect. She said she was coming for my crown and that she was going to take me down. And she's doing everything she can. And I don't care.
Oh, Granny. Oh, that you are in here. Cinda, isn't it? I'm this stream inception queen of like streaming 15 different people doing something. Is this all because somebody's got a crown? I still haven't seen anybody wear a crown, thank God.
All of her mods keep saying, not everything's Granny's fault. No, not everything is Granny's fault, but she's the one that went to these people. And I see y'all in the chats bringing my name up when it's not even about me. Cluminati the other night. Cluminati was live about Dolly. Do you know how many times they mentioned Britney J in that chat, trying their best to bait her to drag me? It's ridiculous. And they're trying to paint it like I'm this person that it's not a good look to go into her channel. When you really go lay it out and look at my channel as a whole and watch what I've done, I don't even come close to doing half the things these people have done. I don't even, what the fuck do I do wrong? My coverage is mild in comparison, really.
And you know what I've noticed? They bait people so they can have something to do a live about. Like this right here. There was a fake profile saying that Tony and Seth were going to come up on Smiley. Smiley, she didn't even know because she had her headline as something about brownie cookies. It had nothing to do with Seth or Tony being on the show. And so when they came up, she was like, oh, when Tony said, by the way, that's not me. I don't have a profile picture. I was sorry to tell you, but I wasn't planning on coming on your show. She's like, oh, okay. You know, like I didn't plan on having you on my show. Who did that? So that they could do this. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They baited it, got a good show out of it, and now they're streaming it and talking shit about it.
Yep. I mean, it's so easy to see.
More and more. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just like they did with Trevor. They baited him right onto Granny's panel. And now that's been since deleted, apparently.
Oh, yeah. She deleted it. Of course she did. Of course she did.
Yep.
All right, let's
though. Sorry about that.
Yep. People really need to, like, when it comes to, and oh my God, it makes me sick.
Pure ignorance is bliss.
To label me as misinformation and then have shit like Seth said Sebastian mimic.
Oh, sometimes you find just little hidden gems in places. I didn't know Granny had an effect. Granny has never once talked to me ever about PJ. And that's factual, though. So there's that.
SA onto others. And they sit there and all jump to help cover that, or saying that Seth named Sebastian after the terminated pregnancies. Y'all are effed in the head. Y'all are, that's the ultimate misinformation.
Who are considered experts in their fields and built a foundation of.
And that was corrected and set straight right after she attempted that whole one, and I walked that all through. Okay.
Misinformation and lack.
And Seth was in Dolly's chat making comments. You can go find those, I'm sure. I think I have them in screenshots too. I mean, all of that has already been discussed extensively.
To paint a narrative about Chris and Katie and give an analysis on misinformation. Put it all into play. Put your like and dislike of creators away. These are families going through horrific events. There's a missing child.
I didn't say you were coming on my channel. Somebody was out there saying that we were coming on the panel. That Tony said that we were coming on. We've been out here riding around all day.
Oh.
Checking out places for searching and everything else.
Oh, okay. So I got like almost 1,700 people in here.
My drop. Sorry about that.
Okay. So I want you to know that I love Trevor and
Hey, I tell you what, I'm sorry. I thought he was a great person too. But after I saw,
I think both things can be true. I think Trevor Lee can be a great human being. I think he can be a young kid that doesn't quite understand the reality of some of these situations. I think it's fair to acknowledge that he's done great things for previous cases. And I also think it's fair to acknowledge that he stepped way out of bounds on this one and has way overshot what he should be doing because of his own personal vested interest in this case. I'm not shading him for everything he's done. I'm not going to take it away from him. I'm not going to say that he doesn't have potential. I'm saying the reality is what it is, and people need to stop ass-patting this kid, and he needs to realize the long-term harm he could have done and had a hand in doing to a family going through a horrific event.
I got so many snakes that were in my group. I'm still cutting heads off. And it came as a shock to me. It came as an...
Once again, I want to say, as she's saying this about Trevor Lee, think about the standard that she's holding Trevor to, demanding that Trevor, pay with blood.
Where did I demand that Trevor ever paid with blood? Trevor, if you ever hear this, I'll just message you and ask you if you can send me some. I guess that's a thing I demanded. I'm sure you'll be willing to give it up. Weird. Just like the other day, she said I was chopping heads off. I didn't know I was capable of doing all these things.
Went after Marvin McRae's mother while he was in the hospital dying.
Oh, Lord. This one and her delusions.
Once again, this woman dragged Marvin McRae's mother for filth while her son was in the hospital dying.
I never drug her for filth. She's still intact. We talked about public behaviors, things that were happening to her. In her situation, creators used her and weaponized her situation too. Imagine that.
Does not care about victims and their families whatsoever.
Nope.
You're not blocked.
They trolled his mother so hard she lost her home. She lost her son.
Oh yeah.
She didn't lose her home because of anybody on the internet. Let's be honest.
They trolled her till she had to. Yeah.
We even have the proof of one of their team on that one admitting to MGL being the one to dox her originally, but go on.
They went after her about the donations too, just like they did Seth. Sorry, Sarah, for cutting you off.
No, you're fine. It's,
Can you guys get to the right point?
You know our ADHD. We talked about that earlier. We both do it.
Tiffany said, "Who had to pay with blood?" Tiffany, I'm just saying, like, how hard nonsense has gone after Trevor Lee about this damn court hearing. Demanding that he take accountability. She admitted that she harassed this boy for a week.
I harassed him. I probably rode him like a donkey.
Good. You're welcome, Presley. You're welcome here. She harassed this boy for a week, y'all. She admitted it. Demanding that he tell everybody what happened with Nina's court hearing. This nonsense stream is the same day Granny's Watching had Trevor Lee on her panel. Granny's Watching deleted her stream after Nonsense did this one. She sure did. Sure did.
Because they didn't want to show that they were the ones who stirred the fucking shit pot. And those who stir the shit pot should lick the stick.
Yes, that. What she said. All right.
Absolute shock that this man, I can't even call him a man, that this individual would sit there and lie to my face and then sit there and put out lies to begin with. And now he want to go out there whenever I'm in a podcast or whatnot and nothing about Sebastian, nothing about my son. All about Chloe and her little clique. When I asked her to
talking about when Trevor went on Granny's
step back, she took almost all the searchers with him, and now people are like, "Oh, he was like a slap to my face." They don't know why I asked her to step back, but I asked her to step back because she's a private investigator trying to be a star person.
Okay, so he says that about, we don't know. Thank you, Bree. Bree says, I know he has no hair, but for some reason I expect to see greasy, sweaty hair dye running down his Tony's face. I wonder where that idea comes from. The Just for Men commercial. The Just for Men commercial. This is,
What the heck?
and Seth instantly is fine, but people won't.
Kind of segued here a little bit off track. We'll get back on track in a minute. This is in that time frame though.
This is so messy.
You need to get out of the field and get back to doing private investigation, which she wasn't doing. She wanted to vet everybody. Like everybody. Like I want to know, what size foot they were when they were born. And it's like, I will accept help from anybody to find my son. And people are taking my good-hearted nature and just
look at the trees in the corner. Okay, pay attention to the trees in the corner. Ready? There you go. There's the trees. There's the Chris account. Okay, that's not Chris, by the way, but they will try to twist that here in a moment.
Trampling all over, and it's going to bring out the negative part of me. They don't give a fuck.
Okay, hold the front door. Nobody tried to twist that. You see how this girl works? She's trying to make it like the people on this panel are going to try to twist it. Nobody tried to twist it. Nobody even said anything.
She was trying to figure it out. Smiley was trying to figure it out and put two and two together. That's all.
Yeah, she always does this. She pushes it like people are freaking intentional. Like she accuses people of doing things even when they don't, guys. And like she knows it for a matter of fact. You know what I mean?
So who was pretending to be Chris that popped up on screen? Have you ever figured that out, Britt?
It come on. I don't think it's appropriate for Trevor to get involved with a child custody case. I don't think any YouTuber should. But I also know that.
Wait, what?
What he said was he was summoned to go there. It's not like how Nonsense is presenting it.
Oh my God! Again, she just spins and spins. It's so fun to watch.
She's trying to make it out like Nina and Trevor conspired to drop this recording of Proudfoot.
I say one of the best, like trying to get her to review a full stream is one of the best. Okay, let's move forward. Let's go to June 7th, 2024. Let's get back on the Jules kick. We can watch that some other time. It's actually really funny though. I think I reviewed her reviewing me, which was hysterical. But in my own mind, I find hysteria with that stuff. We are headed to the Vault XL, June 7th, 2024. You'll notice who's popping up here in a moment.
Less of a man because he couldn't go back at Chris, but he attacked Trevor, and that, you know, and I'm like, wait, Trevor's like a kid, isn't he? Really young? Like, why
Trevor's old enough. Listen, Trevor's old enough to have a YouTube channel. Come on now.
Well, I know, but I just mean like Seth hasn't confronted any other of these men that have talked about.
See, I didn't really understand what was going on with all that. Even to this day, I still don't understand none of that nonsense.
I know you get like bits and pieces and try to put it together.
Yeah,
and
because the thing that people don't seem to understand right now with everything that's being said is he said, she said, and I'm not there to hear.
And here comes canine handler Jules.
Anybody's conversation to know who said what, who didn't say what. You're just getting like the tail end of stuff, the pop off. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And one thing I've learned about a story, it's three sides: his side, her side, and the truth. And everything's about perception. So I may perceive something you did, and you may say, well, I didn't mean it like that, or I didn't do that. And then I can say, well, yes, you did. Mm-hmm. Well, it's a matter of if it makes it to the street, who are the people going to believe? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And people will believe the person, one, that they're cool with, that they like. That's just how a lot of people judge people. Well, I know him. He wouldn't do that. But it doesn't mean that he didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Jules, how are you?
I'm good, Queen. How are you doing?
Honey, I don't know, honey. I'm trying to understand all of this he said, she said stuff. And what would you like to add to all of this nonsense? Are you one of the people that have been up in these complaints and he said, she said dilemmas?
No, but a creator mentioned something in their live last night that I really want to address because everybody's talking about it and I'm getting comments on my videos, which are not even related to the said.
Okay. June 7th. We heard a declaration. Let's set the stage here and see how things go.
Let me make this clear to you. I don't keep up with all of these people live streams and what Seth says to Proudfoots because I don't have that kind of time. And I'm just going to be truthful. I don't really want to keep up with it. Some people may say, well, you're not really, being in the know. What I keep telling people is the obvious. It's somebody's version.
You'll find out. Exactly. And I'm going to do a public
version. Too. So, whether I believe it or not, it's still somebody's version. So I'll let that sit there. Welcome everybody to Miss Jules. What would you like to clarify? You can tell me why you came in this live stream too.
Wendy, that's a sweet comment. Really sweet comment.
Yeah. So the first, I know you did a live the other day asking about like what happened because I posted on Jay's wall, and I'm going to be 100% truthful and honest with you about what that was about. No, Seth did not hit on me. Nothing weird like that happened. That's not what it was about.
Okay. That's why I was saying I want to understand it because when we don't just say exactly what a person said or did, it leaves stuff up for interpretation. And I think that's why a lot of people are taking it.
Oh, yeah. When things are left up for interpretation, it kind of gets messy. T-Dub, thank you for being here.
If they're not, because they don't know what he said or did with you.
Yeah.
Or
no, it was nothing. It was nothing of that nature at all. Like it was nothing sexual. I mean, he's a corrections officer, and I'm a military police officer, so we joke about stuff. But it was more so. I did see the temper and the explosiveness of it on both sides, both sides of the family, and it's just as someone who came from a very abusive household as a kid and was like.
I'm glad you're being honest. But can you give me more of a, for instance, when you say, okay, so let's say, set it up for me. You were holding a conversation. Can you say the context of the conversation where you saw this response?
I can talk about one. The other one,
okay, that's fine.
I don't feel comfortable. So so everyone knows I'm a handler, but I'm also a military police officer. So everyone thinks, oh, she's just a reservist. No. I'm active guard reserve. And what that means is Monday through Friday, I'm active duty status at an Army Reserve Station unless I get permission to work remote, which is what I'm doing now. But my certifications go from, I've been an MP for almost 15 years now. I went to anti-terrorism school. There's a point to this. I went to security manager school. I went to investigative officer school. Like I have all these extra credentials in addition to being a handler.
Get it, girl.
It's been a long. Thank you. I don't know if I can make another 5 years to retire. Honestly, I don't know if I can do it. I'm trying.
And once again, thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your support.
I'm gonna mute some of you off so I don't have a lot of background in the back because I'm gonna let her talk. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your support. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So sorry. So
yeah, I'm one of the type of people I like to hear from the person because all that, passing it. And like I said, I don't sit in the live streams to hear all of the people's conversations. So I like to hear from the person. I like to get a feeling, their tone, you know what I'm saying? Their temperament, when they tell the story.
Right. So I appreciate that. And during all this stuff, like, I'm a security manager for the Army also. And I told Seth, hey, in addition to being a handler, this is before I came to Tennessee. This is before like I left Pennsylvania and got permission to go. I was talking about like, hey, if you need me to like look into people.
Wait a minute, slow down. So you telling me you have a regular job?
I do Monday through Friday. I'm an AGR, which is active guard reserve. That means I'm active duty status, but I work at an Army Reserve Station. So like a standalone reserve centers, they have people there full time. I'm one of those officers that's there.
So they expect you to be at that job, correct?
Steve, I enjoy some of her content too. She's funny as fuck when she gets going.
Because I want you to be clear what you're saying, right?
Yeah, unless I have permission to work remote, which I do. I have permission to work remote, and the only thing my commanding officer said is, as long as you're sending in everything you need to, that's fine. You're utilizing your skills as a handler. You do you.
So
But
that's
if I send you an email,
that's why that's a good thing that you tell the people that
we fire in the hole.
You actually work a job.
Oh God, that's going to be perceived as a threat. We has holes in it completely across the pond away from me. There's no threat by fire in the hole. It's a saying. Be clear. That'll be in the next. Nonsense told we to fire in the hole. Sure did.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So yeah, I know. I appreciate that. Yeah. So he doesn't care as long as I'm sending him my paperwork. He doesn't care where I'm at. He's like, you've been doing this a long time. You're a handler. He loves dogs. His dad was a handler in Vietnam. My commanding officer. His father was in Vietnam. So he gets it. So during the day, so during the day, I'm doing this stuff. So I'm either searching super early in the morning or super late at night. But the Middle East, it's a crisis right now. So I'm in Microsoft Teams meetings all the time, like throughout the day. And if he calls me and says, Julia, I need you to come back and do this, guess what I have to do? He's an 06. He's a full bird colonel. I've got to do what he's telling me to do.
What you have to say?
Where was I going with this? Okay, so I sent Seth a text message because he was asking me about, Chris and Katie's military service. He knew they were legit because obviously he was with Katie when she was in the military. But he was asking stuff in regards to like, do you happen to know how long like health insurance goes on for once you're like retired or once you're this? And I was answering questions for him. So after I disclosed like I don't want to say something private to him, all of a sudden there's an anonymous Facebook post with exactly what I told him saying, we heard that Chris and Katie, blah, 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 medical insurance with the military. And I'm just like, whoa, that only came from one person.
So
there's only one possible person.
Because I see.
Did you catch what she just said right there? She was answering questions for Seth. I want to back that up and I'm going to slow it down. I find this to be important considering she is a plaintiff and wrote declarations. I find these things to be important in context of how all this played out.
Thing my commanding officer said is, as long as you're sending in everything you need to, that's fine. You're utilizing your skills as a handler. You do you. But
so that's so that's why that's a good thing that you tell the people that you actually work a job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So yeah, I know.
So
I appreciate that. Yeah. So he doesn't care as long as I'm sending him my paperwork. He doesn't care where I'm at. He's like, you've been doing this a long time. You're a handler. He loves dogs. His dad was a handler in Vietnam. My commanding officer. His father was in Vietnam. So he gets it. So during the day, so during the day, I'm doing this stuff. So I'm either searching super early in the morning or super late at night. But the Middle East, it's a crisis right now. So I'm in Microsoft Teams meetings all the time, like throughout the day. And if he calls me and says, Julia, I need you to come back and do this, guess what I have to do? He's an 06. He's a full bird colonel. I've got to do what he's telling me to do.
Okay, what you say?
Where was I going with this? Okay, so I sent Seth a text message because he was asking me about, Chris and Katie's military service. He knew they were legit because obviously he was with Katie when she was in the military. But he was asking stuff in regards to like, do you happen to know how long like health insurance goes on for once you're like retired or once?
So Seth and Julia were having text communications about Chris and Katie and health insurance, and she was answering questions to Seth about that. Of course, Seth knew that Katie was in the military because he was with her. Okay.
I'm sure this, and I was answering questions for him. So after I disclosed like some,
Hey,
I don't want to say
Brantley.
something private to him, all of a sudden there's an anonymous Facebook post with exactly what I told him saying, we heard that Chris and Katie, blah, 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 medical insurance with the military. And I'm just like, whoa, that only came from one person.
So
There's
let me
only
ask you
one
this,
possible person.
because I see where this is going. Do you feel
Mhm.
like the questions that were asked to you by Seth was for some type of spite, or he was just milking you on something that's really, it wasn't for just like curiosity? You understand where I'm going?
I think the response he gave me was because when I sent him a screenshot of it and I said, what's this about? He said, you should have spoken with me first. Because he called me like 4 times that morning, but I was busy. And all of a sudden there was a Facebook post. So his response was, well, you should have spoken to me. I was like, that's not nice. Like, they're like, what the heck? And then he would call me.
I'm
excessively
confused.
throughout the
He
day.
said you should have spoken to him about what?
So the information I said that I gave him, that I only gave to him, there was an anonymous Facebook post randomly, like it was an anonymous user, and it was saying like, and that's why I was just like, he's the only person I told, unless like he had me on speaker and somebody else was in the room with him. I don't know.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that's why I was just like, and at that
Oh no, I haven't seen it. I'll go look. True Love has 4 paws. Thank you for letting me know. I'll go look.
point, it's just like I was disclosing private information to you, and I'm not going to say what the information was specifically, but it was private. It was only meant for him to know about because you know he had a right to know.
It was only meant for him to know about after a private conversation between the two of them. Anonymous Facebook post gets made with all of the information she had detailed to Seth. Okay. And thank you again for that super chat, 4 paws.
But that set me up initially, so I was like, what the heck? And it hurt. I'm just like, and then he would call me excessively throughout the day. He knew I had a day job, so I had stuff going on. And just then the whole Trevor Lee interview happened, and I saw how explosive that was when he like
Well, let me ask you
slime
this,
bag and all this other stuff.
Well, let me ask you this. When he was calling you during the day, did he tell you what he needed? Why he was calling?
Nope. He didn't
Well, let me
like
ask you this.
texting. He wanted to talk on the phone.
What do you say? What?
Oh my goodness, you guys. If you are a Duty Ron follower, please make sure you're tuned in for tonight and have your notification on. Duty Ron has cancer, and he has it in his thumbnail. It says, I have cancer and need your help. It's time to fight. My life depends on it. So let's all rally around Duty Ron tonight. It's in 2 hours and 15 minutes. I'll share it out in a minute. Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Thank you for letting me know about that, though.
He didn't want to what?
He's even said this before. He said like he prefers. Remember he mentioned in an interview something about like Sumner County, how he texts them, but he prefers like phone conversations.
Oh
He
yes,
didn't like texting.
and guess
He wanted
what?
to
And guess
talk to
what?
me.
And guess what? I know you're not lying about that.
No, I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't lie to you. So that's why.
Follow my lead. I know you're not lying about that. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just telling you in a roundabout way. That's been confirmed. So I know you're not lying about that.
I appreciate you doing that. So that was, as I do with everything, I consult my superior officer because he's following this. He had a son who passed away years ago, so he's been following this. He understands. So he's my mentor.
We will rally around Duty Ron, that's for sure. Thank you again for bringing that to my attention. Yeah, that just, it puts things into perspective, though. It really puts things into perspective. Be grateful for what you have. Hug your loved ones. You just never know when things can take a turn, but I have a feeling he's going to fight this and fuck cancer. We'll all be there for duty round tonight, or those of you that can. 2 hours and 15 minutes. We're going to get through some of this and go over and support duty round.
My rater, I called him. I said, "This is what's going on with everything. I don't know what to do." And he was like, "Julia," he's like, "you need to be a handler. You need to be a military officer. You need to distance yourself from the sides of both sides of the family and be professional. Don't be a friend. Be a professional. That's your job." And I was just like, "I understand, sir." And he said, "Do you want me to contact Seth or TBI or somebody and tell them that I'm the one telling you this?" And I said, "If you don't mind." So I trust him when my commanding officer, he's no reason to lie when he says he reached out to Seth and or the law enforcement agencies to tell them this. He's got no reason to lie to me.
So they're reaching out to him. So they're reaching out to him to tell him what? That you're busy, you have other obligations. Is that what you're trying to say?
To say it was their recommendation that I step back and do what I need to do in order to find his son.
I see. Without any type of interference.
Right, because I'm not gonna lie. When I first came in, I was biased because, and somebody asked.
June 7th is the date of this for whoever's asking, and you'll see why I pulled this one in here beyond what she's saying. It's interesting where it goes from here and the dates that are used right after this. So I want you to pay attention to this because there's going to be upcoming streams that you're going to hear an email written in red, and the date of that is important in context of all of this stuff. Now, please take in mind, we are doing this because of the declaration of Julia's and her involvement in this case and being a plaintiff in this filing in Pennsylvania.
Asked how I got involved. The United Cajun Navy people, one guy's name was Todd Terrell. He found me on social media somehow through some algorithm, found my certifications for my dogs. And then he said, "Hey, are you available?" And I said, "Well, I could come down, but I need permission to work remotely to do volunteer handler work." And he's like, "That's cool." So Todd Terrell introduced me to Seth. And that's how I got involved. Seth was the first person I met. I didn't meet Chris and Katie first initially. I had no idea who they really were.
Right.
I didn't know about the drama. Had I known, I
You
can't say
probably
whether.
wouldn't have got involved. So what are you saying right now? Had you known about all this, he said, she said, you would have never taken this on?
I would have gone directly to law enforcement instead of going through a father, because I saw a father who was grieving. I saw a father who was grieving, and I felt bad because, you know, I've had a miscarriage before. I've lost a kid. So I was just like, I understand. I get it. I'm going to come down there. I'm going to help out.
Okay.
So that's how I initially, I'm sorry, this has just been like a whirlwind. That's initially how I got started.
Just listen,
He has a tendency of oversharing, in my opinion, on panels that she just has. Please do not attack for any of the things that she potentially might be oversharing in these stories. Again, I thank her for her service, but her involvement in the chaos and confusion, and then specifically targeting in her declaration one creator, seems a little misplaced in this entire thing when you listen to all the different stories that she told over the time span of her being involved.
Got time. Listen, I'm already 4 hours in, so obviously I'm not going anywhere. You just take your time. That way you can think about clearly with everything you want to say, the message you want to get out during this live.
The Vault was trying to be like, make sure you're being very specific of what you want to say here, because this is all about to blow back in your face at some point. Hey, Gavel.
Stream. I don't know how many other places you're going to be going, you know, to speak and everything, because, you know, a lot of people now, they're starting to complain about that.
Yeah.
That's why I put that up in my title. There are a lot of complaints going on right now.
Your Kiwi mate, I cannot tell you the extent of her service or anything like that. All I can tell you is she has military background. I didn't take it any further and don't need to.
But I was initially trying to help out as more than just a handler, because like I said, I have all this experience that I've done as an MP. I've done commander's investigations. I've done all kinds of stuff, and I said, I've been an MP for all these years. Please let me do something that please let me do something to help. Both, like, so I was, and this was a rumor going on for a while, and I'm going to confirm it. Yes, I was trying to get deputized by Sumner County, and Seth knew that. other people.
It just feels so weird listening to all this. I'm cussing you again because you called it that it was going to come back around to haunt us.
Who were close to him.
Okay, slow down. You said you were trying to get what? Deputized.
Yeah. So what that means is, since I have law enforcement credentials via the military, because the MP Academy will transfer over for the most part, I still have to take a post test, which is the peace officers test you have to take to be a police officer. So I was going to do that. I was perfectly willing to do that. And again, only Seth knew.
Seymour, I agree 100% with you.
This, and people very close to him in his search party. Someone leaked that to some reporter named Burton Skaggs, whatever his name is, in Tennessee, and he was grilling me about it on Twitter. I'm like, this is supposed to be private information. Why is this out there? And I couldn't figure out. I'm like, it is like.
I find it interesting that she's bringing up Burton Skaggs. Burton Skaggs was directly connected to Heather Cohen, the PI of Seth. So she was being grilled by other people that have been covering this story.
What's going on? How is this getting out there? Obviously now I know.
So what was this person trying to do?
They were trying to get me to admit publicly that I was trying to get deputized. I'm just like, who cares? Like, if you're trying to help find a missing kid, who cares?
So what are you thinking they're trying? What are you trying to do? You think they're trying to make you out to be like what? You trying to chase the story or a clout chaser? What do you take from it?
I honestly, to God, Queen, I swear, I don't know why they were. I've never had that happen before. Anytime I've gone to get deputized, I've never had an issue like this before. I've never seen people go and report it like, hey, guess what happened? It's like,
so
why?
You know who you talked to about this deputizer. So who do you believe told it?
The only people who knew about it were Seth and his volunteer team. And I don't want to get, like, I'm sure I'm going to get a cease and desist letter before talking about this, but I don't care.
This is where and I don't want anybody to think I'm pointing fingers at you or this other person. It's just daunting to listen to. That's what people don't understand. I'm not even in the story, but as I told people earlier, because you probably didn't come in at the beginning of this live, where I was helping some people with a missing persons case in here that ended up very tragic, and I got to see behind the scenes. It ended up being just what we're talking about now, cease and desist. I got myself wrapped up in that just from being a friend of the family. Then other people involved came in. They were introduced to me, and it ended up being just like what we're talking about now. Nobody in YouTube or the world knew but me and the other two people. And I was telling, I let them know because I stand firm on the queen. I let all of them know. I don't have time for your pettiness. There is somebody missing. And if this is what you all want to do with your time, I don't want no parts of it. And you think I got intimidated about a cease and desist? You mad at this chick and she's coming to help and she's an advocate and you're going off and then you're telling me, well, send me the screenshot of what she said. I said, I don't have time for this. What I'm trying to tell both of you, you two need to go work out your differences. You don't need to go into the legal system. You see what I'm saying? I was the only grown up.
Isn't that interesting?
Two professionals.
I get it.
Yeah, bickering behind closed doors and nobody had any idea this was going on. At all, these people were supposed to be helping missing people. The Summer Wells case. I told both of them, both of you need to get a grip and go work your differences out. I don't have anything to do with it. And you think I didn't remove myself? Block, delete. I don't play them kind of games, and nobody intimidates me. Nobody. I don't care who what your profession is, and you have to stand firm on that when you're dealing with people, because this is what I kept trying to tell everybody. You think you know the people in the story, but you don't, and you get a glimpse of them, of the people coming in, plus the victim's family. You may see signs with the victim's family that's a little etchy, a little crazy, and then you start telling yourself, Jesus Christ, what what the hell is going on? You remove yourself.
And I know people think like I'm super awkward with people, and I have ADHD. Yeah, I'm awkward. I've got PTSD, complex PTSD from being overseas. Like I'm I can be awkward online when I'm talking with people. It's just how I am. It's not that I'm hiding stuff. People keep saying, "Oh, she was shady." No, I'm nervous with people. I'm awkward unless my canine handling is my line to confidence. I love my dogs. I love working them. You know when you have something that like really drives and motivates you? That's what it is for me. And I can talk canines all day. That's like, and again, I know Katie and Chris and stuff have all said Sebastian loved animals. So I'm just like, like if I find this kid, I would love to talk to him about like animals and stuff. I will go rescue like the most adorable Mancoon kitty and give to him as like a welcome home gift if I find this kid. Like I will do whatever to like,
Well, maybe you need to come up here, Ryan. You need to come to East Tennessee and work, girl. They need you. They need some people here.
And I'm almost done, I promise. So back to like this guy was releasing it, and I was getting bullied online for the longest time. And then that stuffed fake dog handler. I don't know.
She was getting bullied online for the longest time, and then Steph the dog handler.
Where the hell I still don't know where the hell she came out of.
Yeah.
It was just like what?
Probably her mama's hoo-ha, I would assume, is where she came out of. Sorry, I'm losing brain cells.
And then like I remember mentioning it to Steph, mentioning it to Steph. I'm like, hey, this fake dog handler. So, and people were saying I was trying to get attention via Tony online. I texted Tony Mathis several times, introducing myself when he first came on, saying, hi, my name is Julia. I literally have a degree in marketing and public relations because to be an officer in the military, you have to have a 4-year degree. So I had to go to school to get a degree. I'm like, if you need help, I used to do interns with the Philadelphia Soul and all these people. Like, I could help you out. Never went back. And then he was consistently never ready back. So when Steph came out and people were confusing us, I sent Tony a text saying, can you please, if you're going on TikTok, clarify Steph is the fake, Julia is the real. Never responded. So I said, F it. I'm going to go on Facebook, tag him so he sees it, everyone else sees it, and he's going to respond to me. And guess what? He finally did. And I have proof of this. So it was Mother's Day, right before I came down. He sends me a Facebook message saying, you need to call me. I'm like, hey, I'm out to dinner with my mom. It's Mother's Day. Can I call you afterwards? He's like, you just step away and call me. And I still have all this. And I'm just like, I'm about to go.
Oh, didn't Granny say earlier that she did a live on Mother's Day with I think that was the live she said.
For a different state to help. Like, I want to spend Mother's Day with my mother. So that's why that post, but that's the honest to God's truth of why I made that post and I tagged Tony because I wanted his attention. He wasn't responding to me, and I didn't know how else to get it, but he seems to respond to social media.
So what you were tagging him with? Do you have an opinion on why you think he wasn't responding?
No idea, but I've heard that I'm not the first person he hasn't answered via text messaging. I know other people have texted him who were trying to help with search efforts or even flyers, and he never wrote them back. And it's just like that's weird.
If you can be honest with what I'm getting ready to ask you, you can either say I will answer or I decline to answer. Okay? Do you feel honestly that all parties, the parents, have been transparent with you, and you trying to help do what you professionally do with your canines? Do you feel like these people are honestly?
Alpha, 100% correct. Yeah, right now, nobody's been served to my knowledge, and it's just there. But these declarations and these people that put all this stuff in here, so muddy, so muddy.
Been transparent in the information given. Give me your take on that. If you decline to answer, that's fine.
I wonder now, looking at these declarations and looking at all these live streams, I mean, they're signed under the penalty of perjury, but they weren't submitted with the complaint, or they're not in the complaint filing. Maybe they are, they're just not available, but they're not there with the complaint. So I wonder if that's why they're not. I don't know. It's weird to me.
No, I'll answer you. I'll do the parents individually. Katie, I've never spoken to her outside of I made these free decals for like Sebastian's Army, and she messaged me asking if she could have a couple, and I said to her, hey, do you want me to send this to a PO box? Because I don't know if she wanted me knowing her address, because think about it, I was a random handler on Facebook talking to her, and she's like, no, it's okay. And then that's as far as my conversation with Katie goes. Chris, I'll start with Seth. So Seth, I don't know. I feel like there's stuff he's not telling me for whatever reason, because whenever I wouldn't answer him, or whenever I felt like I was getting close, some fake Chris Proudfoot account would pop up on YouTube saying stuff about me. I have so many like screenshots of them saying stuff. It's been weird as hell. It's been so weird. I've never seen this before.
So has anything been said besides what you just recently mentioned? Anything said personally in conversations from these fake accounts besides that medical business?
Yep. So there was a fake account called like Alistair Valorith. It was in Terry Lynn's chat. They were messaging me saying, you're not working with law enforcement, you're not doing this. And yes, I have, and I have been. I mean, I showed text messages of me talking to Agent Simmons before on like this platform. Like, are you kidding me?
Hold on, let's back that up and hear what account she said was doing that to her. She named somebody. I don't think it was Granny, but in her declaration, it was basically Granny responsible for all this.
Mention anything said personally in conversations from these fake accounts besides that medical business?
Yep. So there was a fake account called like Alistair Valorith. It was in Terry Lynn's chat. They were messaging me saying, "You're not working with law enforcement. You're not doing this." And yes, I have, and I have been. I mean, I showed text messages of me talking to Agent Simmons before on like this platform. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's been weird. I swear.
Yeah, Alistair something in Terry Lynn's chat.
I'm almost done because I can't be under too much longer. So, Chris, I heard the Webster's interview with him, and honest to God, I think the main reason why Chris didn't want me initially searching his house wasn't because he had something to hide. I think it was because I came through Seth. I didn't come from an outside, like, police department. I have
I know, but my thing
USPCA.
is, what would be the difference if it did come from Seth? Who cares? You don't have anything to hide, so your child is missing.
Right, but there was people like online speculating I was going to plant something, and I'm like, no, I would never risk.
Was she basically attempting to allude that Seth was behind all this stuff that happened to her? Kind of sounds that way. That's my perception. Again, it's my personal perception, but he seems to keep trying to wrap things back to her conversations with Seth.
Hey, I'm an Army officer. I'm not throwing up. It's wrong morally. Yeah, it's wrong morally, starters. But also, why would I ever do that? Like, that's horrible. Like, people speculate the most ridiculous stuff. And again, I'm not trying to bash anybody here. I'm just being truthful because this has to come out. I'm tired of just getting.
Well, something needs to come out because I'm just a realist, and it's no disrespect to any of you all who are saying these things. I just like people to be transparent and say what they mean, because when you don't say what you mean, these people will shred you to pieces. If you ever go back on an interview and say something different, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna go back to whatever you said on 15th Street and say, "Oh, that's not what you said over there. That's not what you said over there." This is what they do. This is what we all do.
The vault. That's what we're doing. You called it.
I've had so after the Webster's interview and whatnot, and I talked to Chris on the phone for about an hour, and it started out he was a little.
She also went on Web Sleuth, but that is privated. I can't find that one now. So if anybody has that, it'd be interesting to see what was said on that one.
Offensive, and I understand because he just did that Webster's interview, and then I called him. So I did talk to him. We eventually got to talking about deployment stuff, military stuff, and laughing and joking. It was a decent conversation, actually. And then this is when I was just thinking, I wonder if I've been too one-sided with this whole thing, and I'm wrong. That's when it initially started, back right after that Webster's interview, after I talked to Chris. It was 3 days after that interview he did that I talked to him. And that's when I initially started thinking about it. And for a while, I was just I don't know what to do. I don't want to sound flip-floppy, but I think I came into this the wrong way. I should have gone to law enforcement directly. I admit that. I should have done that, but I didn't because I thought with my heart, not my brain. I didn't go with my gut. I went with my heart, which was my first mistake. Gigi never said Terry Lynn was going to plan something. I just people were speculating that I was going to, and I know she wouldn't either. So
Soup. You're right.
I just saw something in the chat. I'm just not going to read the chat right now unless
don't
Queen,
read the chat. The trap.
Yeah.
Look, I was going to say that the chat is a trap. Do not read the chat. It throws you off. It throws you off.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So wrapping this up. So there was another YouTube searcher out there who I connected with, who's been searching daily. And she told me she knew about me, my military history. She saw my certifications and my credentials, and she was going to go to the mayor of Hendersonville to see if he would approve my deputization because I wasn't getting anywhere initially with Sumner County. Initially. So she went and talked to the mayor. This took a week and a half, and I still hadn't heard anything. And I was just what the heck? So I was you know what? I'm sorry. With all due respect to the mayor, I need to go through another organization. I need to go through a federal organization or TBI or somebody and speak with them, which is what I've
Rocky, this is normal speed of her. This is normal speed right now.
Been doing the past week and a half. People don't realize deputization takes Sebastian's been missing over 100 days. Deputization takes a very long time. They had to vet me. I had to sign confidentiality agreements, and I have a whole pack of this approved too. I had to do all this stuff, all this paperwork. They called my commander. They called the DOD office in the Pentagon to make sure my security clearance is valid. This is the FBI, one of the FBI offices in Memphis. They were going through everything to make sure I'm legit. They called all the canon organizations I worked with, and they saw I was legit, and they were just okay, I need you to come in, sit down and talk to us about why you want to do this, which I did. this was last week. I was doing all this extra stuff. So the reason for the deputization is because there was a searcher who found something in the woods that they wanted me to have my canines come and search.
Ma'am, with all fairness, I think you were doing extra stuff all along.
And this is 5 days before I arrived in Tennessee. They found something. And they asked me, can your dog do human fluids? And I said, yes, one of them can. Can your dog match articles of clothing to something? Yes. I have 2 dogs that each of them do separate things. And then I was told, okay, well, we found something. They sent me a picture of what it was. And I was just like, whoa. And I'm just thinking, I'm still 5 days out from coming. I'm like, where's this going to go in the meantime? So, and this is mentioned on live. So like, I'm everyone knows about it who saw this last night. This person held on to this while I was still not in Tennessee yet. So
even this one too, or it being targeted that it was Granny when she's claiming that it was other people too. Like there's so much here. And I'm going to show you Alpha Male about where her mom gets brought into this too. I don't know if there was talk about it before that, but I'll show you that too.
When I got down to Tennessee, I had to do things. I had to check in with the local office. I gave them an actual copy of my military license. I had them copy it. I brought in copies of my certifications for them to hold on record. I didn't want to just email them copies. I wanted to bring the physical documents so they could scan them themselves so they could physically see them. I wanted to meet, Eric Craddock. I wanted to meet, Carter. I wanted to go to TBI. I was building relationships my first few days. That's what you do in the professional setting.
And what I mean by going differently is that all of us wouldn't be sitting here scratching our asses going, what the absolute fuck? Because we all remember things way differently than the statements that are put in there, or can prove that things were differently.
And then it just started to go into this whole whirlwind thing. So after that, this is when that individual went to the mayor and was trying to get me deputized. They said, okay, well, I'm not doing anything as far as touching or handling stuff because there's a whole chain of custody thing because I don't want to incriminate myself. You got to keep in mind, I have an Army TS, top secret security clearance. I'm an officer, I'm a commander. I have to take care of all of my certs and everything I've built up to protect myself. So when the mayor didn't get back, that's when I was like, this is going on almost a month since time has passed. I have to do something. That's when I went to the FBI. I'm like, hey, this is who I am. I've been waiting for this. I'm so sorry to come to you, but this is taking too long. And I said, I will be very upfront with TBI. I will be very upfront with Sumner County. I will work with them directly. I'm not working with the families. I'm here at this point in time, I'm here specifically as a handler and whatever you need me to do. And they said, thank you. That is what we want. They don't want someone who's deputized to be biased. You can't be a deputy to be biased because think about that. That'd be like a Philadelphia police officer being biased towards a murderer's family. It's just like, you can't do that. You have to be completely and fully transparent. You have to check in with them. They can't show any signs of favoritism. So I don't know. I have no problem with this searcher.
Alpha Male, I don't doubt that the stuff I guarantee the stuff with Terry Lynn and her was crazy. The first time I reviewed Terry Lynn and the crap she was doing over here, she did a copyright strike on her photo, her avatar thing. And then I started getting fake emails with threats in them from names in her old community. Yeah. Yep. Crazy shit. And thankfully, I have people that know the 90-day community, so they knew exactly what was going on. But I was like, oh, this is interesting.
I'm not going to say their name. There's so many steps I've been working behind the scenes. And I was texting this individual saying, please don't say this on the live. Please don't show my text conversations. Please don't do this. And it's just like, now it's just like, I don't know what to do. And then people wanted to send me donations. I hate taking money from people. I've been that way since I was 10 years old. I don't like it just because I don't know. I was raised a certain way, I guess. That's how I was raised. I'm almost done. So that's how I was raised. I was raised, do right by others, donate to others.
They just won't let people talk. Good God.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was just like, okay. I scrolled there for a second because they were just like, what? Okay, going back to where did I leave off at? I was talking about the searcher. And I have no problems with the person. I've had private conversations with this person with stuff outside of the search I won't disclose because like they were one-on-one. Same thing with the parents, Chris and Seth. I will never be the person to like disclose personal texts or conversations unless I think it's gonna hurt somebody. That's different. But again, there's so much behind the scenes stuff I'm trying to do this right. I don't want anybody to get in trouble. I don't want anything to happen to anybody. I want to do right by these, especially these searchers who've been out here the past few weeks, days, months. I want to do right by them. I don't want them to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm trying.
So
That's why I
basically, like what you said is you're just trying to just
She carries on for another 2 hours.
explain yourself with everything going on. So that
Let's go to another spot. If you want to watch that, that's still on the vaults. But there's a whole lot in that she says and talks about. If there's a specific spot in that you want me to play, feel free. But I want to get to this part because the date she was on the vaults, again, was June 7th. We're going to take a leap now to July 8th. Back to J for Justice. But there's a part in here that I want you to listen to. And you'll understand here in just one moment why we're taking a leap for a month.
The last text from Julia.
This stream of BJ's was deleted.
Before 2 weeks.
And this is not one that I grabbed myself because I tried to stay far away from the Julia stuff.
Weeks later in June, receiving a text that she had checked herself into a hospital. So I think Britney said it was like June 5th or something like that. Don't hold me to that. But this is Britney J, allegedly with Britney J, reading an email that she received from a man named Jeff. And he forwarded an email from Julia's mom. Okay. So.
Okay. July 8th is when Jay reads this or reviews this. BJ had done this live stream previously.
Jeff forwards email from Julia's mother to Britney J. And while you're listening to this, I want you to picture if Britney J would have accepted this as real and would have reacted like they wanted her to react, where this could have gone. Where this could have gone, what kind of grift.
Keep in the back of your mind, Julia is a plaintiff on this filing. BJ is a plaintiff on this filing. Last night, quick reminder, BJ had this to say about Julia.
IA stands for.
Doubt about it. It was awful.
Here, think about this. This is what's very
Hold on. There you go.
I don't even think I've ever heard of them.
Well, you can pull up her little short and let everybody watch it. It's only like 30 seconds, I think.
Okay, real quick, Jenny, I'll tell you why, from my understanding, okay? With Julia, she went through a lot of stuff too. And Julia was, Julia, from my understanding, had some real life things happening to her.
Mm-hmm.
Julia and I have had a discussion. We decided to leave things, where they are at, and for the greater good. She's not even really that she did anything horrible to me.
For the greater good. That's the cause of all this, okay? The greater good. All right. Let's go back to this email that Jay is going to review of BJ's.
That could have produced. Listen carefully, guys. Listen carefully. If you have to set your phone down, this is important because these kinds of things are going on. And thank God Britney was smart enough to not do it because they wanted her to go live with this information in the beginning of June. I don't know what was going on in the beginning of June that they wanted to put some focus on something else, but there's
June 7th, Julia was on the vaults panel.
Shit that's just dirty here. Dirty, dirty, dirty. I love you, mama. I love you, puppies.
She basically told me that.
Here we go.
Listen to this. I found it. Listen to this, guys. It says, hello. This was on June the 8th, you guys.
June 8th.
June the 8th. Hello, Brittany.
The day after she was on the vaults panel. The day after she was on the vaults panel, Brittany gets this email. Revival, who did? Did I miss it? If I've missed stuff coming through, sorry, you guys. You know me, I'm sitting over here on the other side. I've been trying to do better today about and watching the chat some, but I so appreciate my mods and all the time you guys spend hanging out. Everybody in the chat once again. Okay. Oh, Revival. Yeah, she popped in, apologized to me, sent me a super chat. And I was like, but I didn't know, I didn't connect it at first. Oh, Alpha, if you don't know about, do you know about this? You might. Okay, let's play it. Here we go.
I'm a very close family friend of Julia's, the canine handler. And I promised her mother, I'm not going to say her mother's name. It says her mother's name. I promised her mother, blank, that I would reach out to you. Her mother has not been up to communicating today, especially you can't even verify this information. You can even verify this information with her if you need to. Her Facebook name is, and obviously I'm not going to say that. It gives me her mother's full name, you guys. First, middle, and last.
This is why I have a problem with the declaration stating and blaming one person. These people were sending out this information to BJ.
She says, they said, you can verify this name. Her mother is blank. That is Julia's mother. You will see the photos of Julia on her page. You can ask her about blank and blank, basically about the guy that's sending me this. She will verify who I am. I would not lie about this. I wanted to message you because Julia's mother is emotionally distressed about what is going on with Julia's name currently all over YouTube. I said I would forward this message below from her. You can read this on your live if need be. And it says her email in parentheses. Just please do not dox my email address or use, wait a minute, it says please do not dox my email address or Julia's mother's. I know you were one of the 3 creators that Julia's mother recalled Julia spoke very highly of. Thank you, and her friend blank. All right, here's the email that was allegedly forwarded to me from Julia's mother, you guys. This is literally supposed to come from Julia's mother. Dear Brittany, my daughter has spoken incredibly highly of you these past few weeks. It is seen that you and Jay for Justice and T-Rev have been very kind to her and have showed unwavering support. I know that I can trust you to get out this information. So they wanted me to go live with this, y'all.
No.
As you know, we have not heard from Julia since very late last night. Her last message was to a friend.
So she went on the vaults panel on June 7th. Brittany gets this email June 8th. She didn't go live with it until July. But she sat on this since June 8th, the day after the vaults panel.
At 5 a.m. this morning when she went out for a run down in Tennessee. We have to wait until 5 a.m. tomorrow to officially report her as missing. I have been speaking to with the TBI agents themselves, and they are very aware that Julia has not been seen or talking, and they're taking this very seriously. My daughter left for Tennessee a few days after Mother's Day. I have not seen my daughter since then. She was so excited to help with this case, and now to see what people have done to her absolutely breaks me as a mother. My heart breaks for blank. Okay, my heart breaks for Blake. I can't even talk. I'm sorry. My heart breaks for Christopher, Katie, and Seth. It always has been broken for them. And I know Julia felt the same way. I have had to sit here and endure video.
Julia felt the same way.
Video after video of people absolutely trashing my daughter's name. I saw a video title with the name, I saw a video title with the channel with the name B in it. And I liked the channel creator. She was very nice in regards to Julia. However, one of her
Revival, I'm cussing we. Don't tell me to look at her comments. We and me are fighting today, okay? I'm inspecting orifices and firing in orifices. She said I can't. I got to leave her holes alone. So we're going to use Betty's term of orifices. We called this. We said all of this was coming back around. And we predicted this. I just didn't expect it to be a declaration and a filing and a lawsuit. Like, this is Wee's fault. I'm blaming We today, okay? It's Wee's fault. It's Wee's fault. My holes are adorable. Oh, she called this though. I remember specifically listening to her. I don't know whose panel she was even on at this time, but she said, I'm telling you, we need to this is all going to come back around. All of this. Here we are. Here we fucking are.
Her guest name Voices was absolutely disgusting. Video after video of people absolutely trashing my daughter's name. I saw a video title with the name, I saw a video title with the channel with the name B in it. And I liked the channel creator. She was very nice in regards to Julia. However, one of her guests named Voices was absolutely disgusting. All right, I'm gonna stop there for a minute. How many of you think her mother's sitting there watching Queen Bee? I'm just gonna leave that there for a second and finish this. However, one of her guest names.
I have no idea if her mom's sitting there watching Queen Bee. But what my question is, you're saying she's missing in this email. Whoever forwarded this email from her mom, supposedly she's missing. Why are we talking about YouTube bullshit if the person's missing? The fuck? Huh? The day after she went on the vault. And now she's a plaintiff in a lawsuit. Holy fuck.
Were Voices. And she was absolutely disgusting. She made a comment about how if Julia were in war, what would she do? Throw a weapon at them and cry? How disrespectful. Julia is not a robot. And she has multiple awards for saving people overseas. Heck, the Elks Lodge in Pottstown so-and-so had her as a guest speaker on Veterans Day. And this Voices woman claims to have had a detective who said that because Julia plays music over her reels of her and her canines, someone must be handling her canines. Are you joking? What else has that woman done in her life aside from driving around in her car all day and coming on YouTube? Has she fought for our country? My daughter has a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star. Julia has sent copies of her certificate.
Her mom's got a missing child and she's throwing shade about YouTube creators.
Certifications to TBI, FBI, and the U.S. Marshals and the Sheriff's Office. She doesn't owe these creators anything. How dare that woman speak with such disdain? And I have seen my daughter's videos. She has never said Max was her dog. Again, that Voices person said that Julia pretends to handle Max, but in reality, she just asked the handlers a bunch of questions and then posts videos about random dog facts. That is a complete dog garbage pile. But your daughter's supposedly missing, right?
Oh, shut up.
All we're talking about is Voices and Queen Bee.
I agree with Brittany finally.
Who's the one lying here? Is Julia lying to her mother, or not actually lying to her, but
or is this not even her mother? Right.
Yeah, or this, not her mother. Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. I don't.
That's been
okay. So that is the part she read. And then she went on to say,
She basically told me that
Brittany went on to say after that, hi, Kendi. She went on to say that there was a few more paragraphs still to read. So we're going to walk through this because we know that Julia loves to send long ass emails. No, this is not real. Not in any way, shape, or form is this real. No way. There's no way it can be. No way. If she contacted the authorities, why would she contact Britney J? How's Britney J going to know where she is? And furthermore, didn't she say she's always got a tracker? But to put out there, oh, she wanted Britney J to go live and say, Julia the dog handler went out for a run yesterday and has not been seen since. Can you imagine the frenzy on YouTube? Can you imagine where that could have went?
Yeah. Well, now Julia is a plaintiff in a filing of a RICO against Granny and Barbecue. I swear you can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. I'm
Streamlabs just woke up. You woke up Streamlabs. I don't know who Stacy Slay is.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
just here to talk about her. I don't know any of these other people.
I'm going to fast forward.
name you guys.
Okay.
Hold on. She's pulling it up again.
It says, hello, this was on June the 8th, you guys. June the 8th. Hello, Brittany. I'm a very...
Mods, can you keep reminding everyone as we go through this? Parentheses. Something about people contacting her mom and then put her name in parentheses. So Julia wanted people to know that was her mom's first name. Now, who's to say that she didn't make a Facebook for her mom?
And now they're claiming that her mom in the filing was doxxed. Like, this is so fucking insane. All of this. So let's go to Britney's from July 8th. The same day of Jay's. Let's go over here. So you heard what the email said from Jay's. So remember, she had buddied up to Britney. Okay, and now they're co-plaintiffs in this filing. All right. I'm kind of skipping around here. I'm missing a whole lot of like other pieces and parts. Like there's no way we can get through it all. But I think this is going to show you enough of what's going on here. I hope to like make y'all realize why I'm doing this. Okay, let's go here.
That now. Just let me know if you don't mind real quick. Let me personally, I believe it was Julia. I think Julia sent me this email. Put a 1 in chat if you know about the email. Okay. If I wanted attention, Titanium Bill, I would have released that email when I got it, you dumb. Would you I mean, for the love of God, if I was going to do some dumb crap like that, don't you think I'd put that email out when I got it? I sat on that email for a month and a half, y'all. A month and a half. This girl, I'm telling y'all, she talks so much trash. That's your problem too. That's your problem, Titanium. You can't keep your mouth shut. You're messy. You talk about me. You talk about Queen Bee. You're over there talking about Cluminati. Like you're talking about everybody. And then when they come around you or they're where you can actually like straight up tell them, you're like, oh, cute avatar, because that's how you are. You're fake. I don't know what you're freaking got to sit there and try to say that I've faked an email. I don't get down in the mud, honey. I don't do stuff like that. I have absolutely nothing to hide. Jay has that email. Ask Jay if she thinks that email's fake. I don't even know Julia's people's names to put
and you can go through Jay's entire stream. I just wanted you guys to hear the email that was supposedly sent the day after she was on the vaults. They go way deeper. Like there's so much more to this. So much more to the Julia situation. It's way too much. Way too much. But now, again, if you want to hear the declaration of hers, it's in the very beginning of the stream. It's from how we went from all this to that. And Granny's in charge of all of it is beyond me. Beyond me. I just, yeah, okay.
Why would I lie on somebody like that anyway? Drop a 1 in chat if you question if I would fake an email. There's 461 people in here. Put a 1 in chat if you think that I would fake an email. I want you to be honest too. I won't get mad at you.
I think it's like quicksand holes.
Be dead ass honest. Let me see. Do you think that I would fake an email? And how much sense does that even make? The only reason that I haven't showed that email to you all is because it has first and last names on it.
You guys are dropping.
I'm not trying to dox somebody. That's not what I do. All the ones that received emails didn't blab because they did not. Listen, I'm gonna tell you exactly why I didn't say nothing about that email. Yes, Grammy the Great. Grammy the Great said, Brittany, all the ones that received emails didn't blab because they did not really know what was going on. Exactly. So I got that email. I believe it was, I'll have to look.
Becca, I'm not questioning if Terry Lynn did. Julia got herself in this mix. I'm sorry. I tried warning her. Many of us did. Many people did. But to see how she turned all of this around on one person in this declaration and joined in on this filing when she was saying that, I'm sorry if that happened to Julia. But sorry. No.
At it again, but I believe it was June the 8th, right?
Most of us were aware enough to tune Terry Lynn out for the most part, right from jump too.
June the 8th. And in that email, I read it to y'all, and Jay went over it today. Teresa J says, you're my favorite because as a local, you're the only one I can tolerate. I appreciate a safe and honest listening space. Thank you.
So this one knows that she got a fake email from Julia or somebody in Julia's camp about her being missing. And last night she says that she's dropping everything, between them and all this BS for the greater fucking good. What is the greater good? Anybody tell me what the greater good would be of BJ completely not wanting to acknowledge that all this happened? What do you think the greater good is with the two defendants that they picked?
Didn't you forward it to Jay? I did, Tattoo Mama. And come on, Jay Jay has no reason to defend me in any way, shape, or form. So if that email was wonky, like I faked, don't you think Jay would call that out? Let's be real. I forwarded it straight to her, exactly what I got. And hell, you know what? I'll redact it and show y'all. I have nothing to hide. I'm just not going to. Thank you, Built, for the bullshit.
Alpha male, 100%. TL. I have mods in here that know backstories, way backstories that can tell you stuff that will stand hair on the back of your head up. She is, I don't know how to put this in nice terms, fucking insane, in my opinion. That's not a clinical diagnosis. That's just fucking what I see from her public behavior, Terry Lynn. But she willingly dove headfirst into all of that. And now she's in a filing and BJ's like, oh, it's for the greater good. What the fuck is the greater good? Oh, to target Granny?
You aren't those other creators, and you don't got to fake anything to have our support or others, nor do you have to fake a phone call. Exactly. I wouldn't.
And I'm talking about BJ's intent of why she's involved in this and calling it the greater good.
Listen, it's like I said today. I had emailed the actual email over to Jay, and thank you. Shout out to Jay. I just want to say thank you for being so kind and welcoming. Jay actually was like, I commend you. Thank you for not putting that email out when you got it, because that email would have caused a shit ton of problems. Regardless of what people say about me, y'all, I'm not in the business.
Yeah, alpha male. I think that all got discussed with all of the emails and stuff, when emails and text messages, and there's so much. I think that all got discussed due to stuff that was being sent in emails to people. A fake, or I don't know if it was a fake, but a Facebook account they sent in the email to BJ of supposedly her mom. And then, there was a whole lot more, but they were text messages and emails that were being sent by Julia and people supposedly around her, from my understanding. This hole is so fucking deep.
Of coming on this platform and trying to mess up the cases and cause chaos and problems, all for the sake of getting ahead. You know what I mean? So Titanium Bill, come tell me how I faked that email. Or you could just sit over there and yap your little cheeks and try your best to get attention. I heard somebody told her tonight that she needs.
Becca, was that done before or after this email went around in June? Doxing her mom out to creators on YouTube.
To stay off all those panels. Could you imagine? Oh my God. You want to talk about somebody wanting attention? Honey, that's you. That's you going over into Jones's chat talking about, let me tell you, a thirsty person, somebody who's thirsty for attention, is someone who will go into a person's chat and say, hey, talk about Titanium Bill. I heard she's a joke. Like, you're sitting there asking a creator to talk about you because you want somebody to mention your name so badly. You're so weird. Like, nobody's talking about you. And finally, I gave you a little bit of crumbs, and I said your name yesterday, and I told how you look like the little outside friend trying to get everybody to accept you, and it's laughable. I'm sorry. I'm
just talking shit on Titanium Bill. Of course.
Oh, but this girl right here, I can't with her. She's sitting there telling everybody how like,
but she's so innocent.
That sneaks into the school and takes part in the what on Mean Girls. The girl that snuck into. Anyway, let's
so innocent.
Go ahead and get started. I just can't. I can't believe the audacity telling me that I faked emails. What would I fake a damn email? I faked the email that I sat on for a month, right? Honey, I don't have to do that kind of thing. All right. I always see her in Queen's chat though. Does she talk shit about? Oh yeah, she sits over in Jones's chat and talks shit on Queen and on creators shouldn't be on YouTube if they don't cam up. She thinks she's better than everybody.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Whatever, it don't even matter. Let me say hey to everybody to watch her, and she was nice.
Somebody got on one that day.
Now I don't like what she's turning into.
Titanium got under that skin.
So I'm good. No, Sarah, it's not that. What the hell is going on with this case? Hope B, how's it going? Y'all, I still haven't figured out how to actually tag someone. It doesn't pop up when I deep diving into a new case. There's quite a few. Ben George says, at first she stuck up for you, sort of, being happy you didn't show it initially. I quit listening after. So she said you faked it. Yes, George. Ben. I said, George. Yes, Ben, she did. She said I faked it. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Her channel and forever. Oh, she's up. Elizabeth said she's still bitching.
Okay.
Or I would never say things like that on my channel. Oh, I would never.
Get over it.
From the Jeff H that we support. The person who wrote the email is a person that goes by the name of Jeff, and his last name starts with an H. Shannon Beckley, anybody's willing to look at it. I have no problem doing that. All right, so let me do this real quick. Eugenia French, thank you so much for becoming a member.
Well, I don't know if did they show the email BJ got? Anybody in here remember? Y'all, this hole is, when I say it's so fucking deep, there's probably like 30 to 50 hours of live streams that we are not touching regarding Julia. Emails to people trying to unravel all this. Like, I'm not even joking when I say that. I think one of them was like 7+ hours going over text messages.
Welcome to the green team, my love. Let me do that real quick, guys, because y'all know we got to work on building our channel. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here tonight. I appreciate you more than you know. If you don't mind, please take a second, click that thumbs up. It's for the algorithm. It helps us grow the channel. The more numbers we can get, the more thumbs up we can get, the more this video and our channel is recommended to those that don't know we exist, and it's greatly appreciated. Secondly, Miss Jackie just gifted a membership.
So how she's going to go back to just saying, yeah, this is all weird.
I hate it. Thank you, Megan.
Okay, come on, get to it.
All right, give me just a second. I'm going to pull up this. One moment.
She's going to go over the vault.
Anybody to get nauseous watching. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't realize it was still out. I've been thinking about this all day today. Something I feel is terribly wrong here. I'm not necessarily saying that any one particular person is behind this. I don't know. I'm not in the business of shouting at people if I don't know if they're guilty or not, or if they, before we have all the facts of anything. We have to try to put pieces together, but there is something terribly wrong here. From the moment that this case started, it seems like there has been a concerted effort to try to shut down anybody who tries to help, whether it be a person going to search or a person who, asks all the right questions.
A concerted effort, you wouldn't say.
It seems like people are always shot down. In one way or another, they're heavily discredited, absolutely heavily discredited. You have a group of people that has seemingly came out of no
Alpha male, but who duped her? Think of who she was in contact with in the beginning. Like she was talking about Burton Steggs and getting private information and set, like, that's why I feel like it's so displaced. She might have legit claims of this stuff being done to her, but it's being used, in my opinion. And again, I think she's being used. I think both things can be true. I think she was a willing participant who was also used in another situation too. I don't know which one plays more true. Was she more willing or was she more easy to, I don't know. And everybody's going to have differing opinions in here, I'm sure, which is fine. I don't have the brain power to go through all these streams. I tell you, holy shit, the depth of this hole.
Nowhere, only to find out these people have been around for far longer than the day that Sebastian went missing. They've been amongst us in the true crime community for quite some time, and we had no idea.
No one can prove that anybody's trying to stop people from searching. I'm going to say that. There is no proof that anybody has been intentionally stopped. CJ was told to stop being a weirdo and lurking around Chris and Katie's home, trying to go to neighbors' houses and gain access to behind their house, and then threw a shit fit about it. Julia was denied access to their home and their property and their parents. Other than that, there's no proof that people have not been allowed to search.
It's weird. What the hell is happening? Hey, Muscles. Sunshine. Lord have mercy. I need my glasses. Sunshine Ministries has been a member for 4 months. Been over 3 years. Love, hugs, and respect. Thank you for being with me.
Can you get to it?
Do you guys think that there's something weird going on with this case that sets it apart from others that we've looked into?
Yeah, you guys.
Oh, yes.
Most definitely. I was in the chat that day. Do you remember me being there?
Yes.
And I was so thrilled. I was like, Terry's here, Jules is here, Brittany's here, all my favorite people. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then all hell broke loose.
You know what I noticed, Britt? That Julia is the one who first went on a panel and said, what was the fake dog handler's name? Stephanie, right? Okay.
Stephanie.
She's like, yeah, I'm talking and working with this lady, Stephanie. We're going to work together. We're going to go out there. She brought Stephanie in. Think about that. Okay.
Oh, wait. Did BJ's panel just say that Julia brought Steph, the fake dog handler, in? Oh, Sarah did say that.
That's what I was trying to figure out today. I knew something told me to message you.
It bothered me when she blatantly was like, oh, I didn't know she was fake. How do you not know? Like, you're pro at this, right? You didn't catch on? So I'm like, they were working together.
Okay, can I tell on myself? Because you guys know I like to tattle on myself. I really kind of do like when I get to make an ass out of Brittany and her panel. I do enjoy it. I do dislike them, especially watching how much of a useful idiot she's become, and willingly a useful idiot for things like this. Meanwhile, can't even fucking see the forest through the trees. And she signed herself all up for this. She knows that Tony's a lying ass. I'll pull that up and we'll end with that.
Like, not in a good way. You know?
Exactly. Something right there. That's the key. She brought the fake one in. Well, she went on Queen's panel that day, and it was all about her getting sympathy.
Yes.
Poor Julia.
Steph contacted her, but I mean, we don't know that. We don't know how they're connected.
Exactly.
Because just as someone contacts you and you're in the field and they say they are, you should be able to get the red flags that people who don't know that field got. You know?
Well, my question is, why contact Terry Lynn and all these texts? Why contact Jay for justice and all these texts? We're going to get an Airbnb. What is all that? That's weird to me.
Yeah.
Why were they seeking out Terry Lynn?
And why was she involved?
Whispers, I figured you did. I just figured I'd tattle on myself so she can have a reason to cry. Nonsense admitted that she likes to make fun of me. Yeah, I do. Because you always say that I have this chip on my shoulder and act like I'm so much better and so much smarter. No, you just make it really fucking easy for me to walk you in circles with your own fucking words. Truly, you just make it easy for me. You're welcome.
from her commander to even go there and work with law enforcement. Why is she not carrying it?
Exactly. And
Weird.
she was involved going into these chats and knew about this case before she ever got any approval.
Yes.
She was lurking.
Then when I saw her jumping panels and saying weird stuff in the comments, I'm like, no, something's off here, man.
Okay. And if you listen to her now when she does a live, y'all, I can't even watch her because
Wasn't Reality Wins last night saying everybody was gaslighting Julia?
You know what I mean? I felt some type of way about how the investigation was going, and I questioned her on some things, and that was just that. But at the end of the day, that doesn't. I can let things go and make peace with somebody, especially when it comes to somebody being bullied relentlessly. And I mean, regardless of my differences with her or how I may have felt, Julia was bullied. There's no
Listen.
doubt about it. It was awful.
Here, think about this. This is what's very disturbing about it all. She's military.
Yeah.
She's a soldier. That is so gross to sit there and do something like that to our own military.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think real hard. My children are military. And let me tell you, anybody attacks my children like that, I will do anything in my power to make sure things get taken care of legally. Legally. Because my children have done tours. And they have come back and they were
It's incredible.
Yeah, they have some things going on. But they
Well,
have a strong mom. They have a strong mom who helped pull them through.
Well, tell them I said thank you for your service.
All my
100%.
children are military.
I love being shamed over this filing and then playing their words back that they all partook in.
And two of them, their spouses are military. That's why I'm upset. I mean, look at all the crap that they were saying about her to get everybody to go against her.
Oh,
right.
You know, trying to discredit her. They were gaslighting.
Well, for the sake of transparency, that weird noise you just heard was my inhaler, guys. Just
Oh, were they doing that? No, that wasn't happening. Was it Reality? Oh, wait, let's go back to this one from Brittany's panel, the one you were on last night, the same panel.
She can't even, it's like she's tweaking or something.
See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, is she having?
Oh, wait, did they say that she was tweaking? Yeah, somebody did say that on her panel about Julia. Brittany's panel. That was last night that they were saying that Brittany could let everything go for the greater good and, you know, be co-plaintiffs in this filing.
Some type of a crisis.
Right.
A medication.
And I get where you're going with that, Brittany, because if she is, there's no reason to down her. But if she came into this with evil intentions, she needs to be brought forth.
Right. So here's the next thing that I'm trying to figure out. Mash them up. Thank you for bringing that up because I wasn't clear on the dates. I've heard this a couple times today. That Julia actually, to be honest with you, Masham, I heard that it was actually back in October. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been alleged that Julia was in a chat with Illuminati back in October of 2023.
Wow.
Yes. And then I'm hearing that Julia and T-Reb's girlfriend, Michaela, are on favorable terms where they were like, hey, girl, you know, talking to each other.
Yeah, I've been seeing that in the streets too. Yeah. I just haven't seen any proof of it yet. I was waiting on that to
Revival, I will. I'll get to the point where we watch other plaintiffs trash the other plaintiffs.
say it, to be honest.
Well, I saw the messages that Jay put out. I don't think those were fake messages that she was sending Kayla.
No.
We can get to the point where we watch Betty trash the other plaintiffs.
We're gonna have there's oh my god, there's so many
and then
things wrong with this.
My final red flag, Brittany, was the last time she came in your chat, and she was doing this the last few times, but the last time it was more erratic. She was like, okay, I just want to say one more thing and then I'll leave you alone, and she kept trying to check your emails. She was like, check your emails, Britt, check your emails, Britt, check your emails. I sent all these emails, you need to see them. I sent you all these emails, and she just wouldn't let up, and I'm like, this is weird. Like, this is like, what is it important?
I was like, after she did the thing with Queen that Rick's getting ready to show you, then she went silent for like a month. And then all of a sudden she started doing YouTube videos again.
Yep. So the reason that I was looking for this particular live stream right here, this was like, I think this was like Gigi just said, this was the last live stream that she appears in before she disappears for a good month or two. And the weird part for me was at this moment in time, she was blowing my text messages up.
Wow.
Oh my God, they're coming after me.
While you were live?
It was always when I was live. So let me tell you, she would not text me. I wouldn't hear a peep out of her on off time. It was only when I fired a stream up. As soon
Wow.
as the music would start playing, I'd start getting messages from her. Oh my God, Brittany, so and so, Terry Lynn's coming after me, or Granny's watching. It just whoever it was at that moment, she would like they're questioning my credentials, and I'm like, you know, when somebody does that 1, 2, 5 times, you start realizing, okay, you're not talking to me friend to friend in the off time
You're
when I'm
trying-
not live. You're trying to get me to blast this and be public
Exactly.
with it.
Exactly.
Say it ain't so.
If y'all
Brit-
notice, I never did. Never.
Right. Good job, Brittany. Good job.
And no, it just really pisses me off because like I'll have
Brittany's
people
not
say
that
that I
silent
would
to dogs people or to fake stuff.
No.
I know her. I know that.
Julia was always nice to me because I think she knows I was ignoring her on purpose because it was too much for my brain. We and those guys had this under lock. My brain couldn't handle it. The dog handler situation did me in.
Oh, got it.
She was always nice to me. You heard her apologize to me.
Thank you for saying that because it really pisses me off when you
No,
got
listen,
Gretchen
I
Wieners
talked to you
over there
behind the
talking.
Well, I've been telling you all
I know
along.
that you could have put a lot out that you just would never. You wouldn't.
Nope.
Right. And Brittany, I've been telling you a long time.
Well, that's besides passing my private information around and, you know, having all my information sent to all these people that I don't know. But she did that behind my back. At least she apologized in voicemail to me, I guess.
And they're not fucking with you, they're fucking with someone else. Now they're infighting. Now they're infighting. So sit back and laugh your fucking ass off. I said it.
It's deflection. It's deflection.
They just have to have turmoil. Exactly. They have to have turmoil or they're not happy.
Especially when they see her backing away, doing her own thing, ignoring the drama. Okay, let's try and drag her back in. I don't like that.
Exactly. You're right.
You know what I mean?
Yep. And that's when Brittany needs to give them no shout out, no nothing, no attention, because they are attention seekers. Oh, she said my name. Oh my God, she said my name.
Right.
Like, get over your fucking self. Nobody cares that you're out there being an
You
idiot.
say your name a million times. You say it like one to 3 times, and it's like, oh my God, she's obsessed. Like,
right.
But anyway, yeah, like it's all been crazy lately. I'm seeing all of these creators turning on each other that were really tight at one point, and I'm like, there's one spiraling, and she's just going off on everyone.
Exactly.
And I'm like,
It's always those ones. It's always those ones that try to play nice in your face and behind your back. I was like, when I heard that got outed, I was like, I think it got outed on Granny's or maybe Jay's that she was passing our stuff around. I was like, what did I do? I tried warning your ass, meanie.
like, wow. It just, I
Like,
don't know. I
imagine
thought they were
what
a
they
tight
could do
community
if they
too, of
cheer-
creators.
If they truly cared about Sebastian, imagine what they could do if they just came together, you know, and said his
Yeah.
name.
That's true. Real quick, Michelle Williams, thank you so much for becoming a member. My love, I appreciate it. Welcome to the green scene. I think it's going to be interesting to watch this back because, like I said, this is right before she left. Just because I'm going to be doing a little bit of deep diving publicly and privately in my own time, y'all, because there's something going on here. I can't put my finger on it.
They're really,
I'm not.
Brittany,
Yeah.
you are right about that. And I've questioned it a million times. And I've questioned the thing in this particular one you're getting ready to show. Something was up with this.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if Julia just inserted herself because she's got some issues going on, or if she's a plant.
Exactly.
I think
Exactly.
that's what everyone's trying to figure out, to be honest.
I think he's a plant.
Wait, did they call her a plant? God damn, now they're co-plaintiffs? Nah. See, this is why that filing, thank God it's just a filing, because it's so fucking muddy. Muddy, I tell you what.
Plant, girl. Something is not right. I can't put my finger on it. Something's not right with this.
It's the dots will connect. I'm telling you, it all unravels. What happens in the dark always comes to light.
It does.
Always.
Someone always knows something, and then they come out finally.
Yeah,
you know?
and say something. They let it slip or they intentionally deliver the message.
Like, for instance, Smoke. He had all that info he was sitting on and finally let it all out. And wow, you know?
Gigi, this
Even
isn't my. Can I say something to Gigi?
Yes.
It's not my channel, but a lot of people are not liking the swear words.
Oh, okay.
And
I
I'm
won't
sorry,
say that.
Gigi. I'm sorry, Gigi,
Oh,
but a lot
don't
of
be
people
sorry.
are. No,
Just
a lot of people are
apologize.
talking about leaving because they don't. And Brittany, we just.
Oh God, here comes Nana telling people to stop cussing for criminy sakes.
We just don't do that. And I'm sorry, Gigi. I love you.
No
but-
problem. No problem. I'm a Southern girl. I'm a redneck girl. I'm a biker.
No.
Yeah, it's okay. I cuss too.
No, I mean I do once in a while too. I throw one out. I throw one out once in a while too. But some people are know.
No, it's fine. We're good.
I'll try to behave myself. Thank you.
No,
No,
you're
no, Gigi, I love you. I love you.
All right, you're
I
doing
love
good.
everybody. But
Oh, how cringe, Nana.
All right.
I'm just letting you know.
All right. Let's.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Mama, I got you.
Nana's gonna roll.
Nana.
I don't want to shove in my mouth, Nana.
Personally, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm not sure. Like, I'm actually. Let me address that real quick because there were a couple people the other day that actually were getting really up in arms about cuss words. Is it because I cuss differently? But I cuss. I seriously cuss on my panel all the time.
One of those channels I flipped over on, and somebody said Brittany said the F word. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I cuss all the time. I just don't think people.
F word, Brittany.
Yeah, I say it all the time. So it's like
I'm fired up about something. I do too a lot.
These people have got me fired up.
How cringe when you jump on a panel to tell somebody to stop cussing and then basically they go on to argue about this. It's actually kind of funny. We'll watch it just for entertainment.
Girl, I'm telling you, I'm fired up about it.
I can feel it.
I don't know. I just don't use that word. I may use the S word, but I don't use the F word.
I do want to clarify something, y'all. Though coming from
It's an Nana thing.
real quick, let me clarify something coming from my channel though. Like, and I want to say this: I love all of you, in chat and everybody, but I don't have like a no cussing policy here. I'm not sure where. We're not going to be over here talking about nasty things like flu buzz.
I'm kind of hoping we put the kids to bed, y'all.
Thor. Why this whole private dog handler situation came to play to begin with is so weird.
Yeah, but I do cuss. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't going to be raunchy. We do keep it classy, but
Brittany, I didn't mean that
do cuss.
disrespectful. I
No,
just
it's
saw a lot of
okay.
people say they were going to leave, and I just didn't want them
No,
to leave.
but I do just.
No,
I want to
they
make
don't have to look. Bless their little hearts.
No, but
someone that
it's
may
just
have
time for me to.
experienced it in a bad way. So
Absolutely. I just wanted to come on and tell Brittany how proud I am.
No, stay here, DJ. Stay here. You know, you're good. You're good.
And how much I appreciate you, Brittany. I do. I love you, girl.
Oh, I love you too.
And
Stay with me. You're good.
Yeah, stay here, DJ.
I'll be glad to tune in. I don't want to offend anybody.
No, you're
No,
fine.
you didn't offend anybody. It's just some people are sensitive.
No, but
and-
still, Nano, it's okay because honestly, like I said, I wanted to go. That gave me a chance to actually address it. We are going to cuss on here. I cuss, y'all. It's so. I like I said, I'm not sure where it came from. That I'm not a cussing channel. Maybe it's because I don't do it a lot, but I cuss. I do. Like, I'm
Maybe
not.
we could do a swear jar for Sebastian, and every time we cuss, we could throw a quarter in there.
Right.
And then that money will go to Sebastian.
I couldn't
That's a good idea.
No, I'm just
That's
kidding.
a good idea.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. All right, let's. But I want to watch this, and then I want to try to. There's a couple of other things regarding the Proudfoots. I'm trying to tie all this together, and there's 800 people here, and I think y'all can help me do this because I've been pondering this all day. So let's go ahead. Shout out to Queen. I'm going to drop her link. This is the Vault XL. Let's see what date this was. Julia went up on her panel exactly 1 month ago. You guys, this was, oh my God, y'all. You're not going to believe this. This was exactly 1 day before that email was sent to me. I'm not going to say, I don't know who sent the email. The email was sent to me on June the 8th. Gigi.
We know.
Oh, wow, girl. Wow.
June the 8th, y'all, was the email. This was June the 7th. So, and I'm telling y'all, I said this on, in Jay's chat today. My humble opinion, that email was sent because at this point in time, everybody was questioning Julia, including Terry Lynn. At this point, they were demanding that she shows proof that.
Wait, Granny wasn't the only one? No. You better retract that. It had to be all Granny. Granny was the only one. No. You might want to edit that out and put it was all Granny's fault.
She was in Tennessee. I don't think she was ever there, y'all. I don't. Not with anything in me. I think she lied about going.
Oh, did she call Julia a liar? Oh, sure did.
Also,
did we
everything
have
I
Chris?
noticed that was a red flag. That for me was every time she was supposed to come up on your panel, she's like, "Oh, well, I have to take Gator out first to the bathroom," and then it would be like 20 minutes later, and she's like, "Sorry, he's still looking for a spot to go. He's really picky," and like,
oh wow,
it would take her 20 to 30 minutes to get up on the panel, and she'd stay for a few minutes and leave. And it was weird that because she went on your panel, she stayed on forever, talking, and then toward the last few times she pulled that, "I got to take the dog out for first thing," and then it would take like forever, and I'm like, "What?"
Oh wow.
Like
she said that Chris asked her to leave the property, so maybe we could ask Chris if she was really there.
That's a good point, y'all. That really is. Maybe she wasn't there at all.
I don't think she was. I really don't. Jen Trex, I can show the email, but I need a second to clean it up because there are first and last names in that email, and the last thing that I'm doing is doxing anybody. So, but I will gladly show the email. I have nothing to hide. If anybody wants a copy of it, I'll send it to them. If anybody wants to do pull up the metadata on it, I would actually thoroughly appreciate that so that you can go tell Gretchen Wieners over there, aka Titanium Built's old freaking thirsty for attention self, that I didn't fake that email. I can't stand her. All right. And I feel like Gretchen Wieners is giving her too much. All right, here we go.
Then you're not really, being in the know. What I keep telling people is obvious. It's somebody's version.
You'll find out.
Exactly. And I'm going to do a public hearing too. So,
whether I want to believe it or not, it's still somebody's version. So I'll let that sit there. Welcome everybody to Miss Jules. What would you like to clarify? You can tell me why you came in this live stream too.
Yeah, so the first, I know you did a live the other day asking about like what happened because I posted on Jay's wall, and I'm going to be 100% truthful and honest with you about what that was about. No, Seth, don't hate on me. Nothing weird like that happened. That's not what it was about.
Okay, that's why I was saying I want to understand it, because when we don't just say exactly what a person said or did, it leaves stuff up for interpretation. And I think that's why a lot of people are taking it if they're not, because they don't know what he said or did with you.
Yeah,
or
no, it was nothing. It was nothing of that nature at all. Like, it was nothing sexual. I mean, he's a corrections officer, and I'm a military police officer, so we joke about stuff. But it was more so, I did see the temper and the explosiveness of it on both sides, both sides of the family. And it's just, as somebody who came from a very abusive household as a kid, and like,
I'm glad you're being honest. But can you give me more of a for instance when you say, okay, so let's.
Okay, Seth, where are you, bruh? Come in my chat. I am summoning Seth Rogers, please, because this is reminding me now. It's bringing back memories. This right here, it's y'all. Oh my God, it's just all too perfect.
Sorry.
Hindsight,
I didn't have to go
Sarah.
there.
No, you're good.
She was-
Hindsight.
She was supposed to meet with him to get his some of Sebastian's clothing, remember?
Well, then
Seth was upset because she wasn't meeting with him to get it. And he's like, hey, I got that whenever you want to come get it. Then she came up with this, well, TBI told me no, because I'm working with them in another agency and I can't deal with family.
She used that excuse for everything.
Oh, yeah, that's why she couldn't work with Terry, because she didn't want.
Let's go over here. Let's go over here to when Seth talks about Julia on his exclusive interview with Betty on May 30th.
I think that would have been less. We did the light path. We did.
It was right before they were seen at a motorcycle shop.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Hey, he didn't raise his voice at me. He was asking to literally to work together. This was before I spoke to Tony, and before I spoke to a dog person who has completely ghosted me, by the way.
A dog person that has completely ghosted me, by the way. May 30th is the date of this video. Music City Mom, thank you for becoming a member.
I don't care what her opinion is. She can't be looking for my son if she doesn't have his shoes and his clothes. They're at my house. Chris has already said that he's not giving her anything of Sebastian's. So I'd like to know how she's got a scent to find my son. And you know my phone number. Give me a call. He wanted to work together. I believe that was the one.
That was the shade he was throwing at Julia.
No one to see her because she wasn't there. Nobody saw her. Everybody that was out searching, not one person saw her nowhere.
No, and I got the text messages where she tells me I can't do this because TBI. I can't meet her because TBI. I can't meet him because TBI. It was just like Chris Proudfoot's excuse. TBI, TBI, TBI.
Oh, that's right, Music City Mom. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for rejoining.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, like, y'all, this right here it's like hindsight's 2020. I'm looking back and I'm seeing what she's doing right here, even now. At this point, Terry Lynn is tired of dealing with her because at this point, Terry Lynn she'd been giving her excuse after excuse. She would tell Terry Lynn, I'm going to meet up with you. And she would put her off constantly over and over. She would put her off and give her some, excuse of why she couldn't do it at that moment. So Terry Lynn kept just, all right, well, maybe later. Well, at this point, Terry Lynn she's over it. She's tired of she's getting weird emails. She's getting weird text messages. She's, Julia is like setting her up and saying that TBI ain't going to let her do it. So Terry Lynn starts calling her out and calling her on the things that don't make sense. And at this point, I'm not really saying anything to her. And Julia goes on the vault. And now she's starting to talk about Seth Rogers. To me, this is Julia making her attempt to turn on Seth so that the channels that are anti-Seth will accept her, because the ones that have been in support of Seth, like myself, Terry Lynn, T-Rev, and all the others, are kind of pulling back.
And now they're just letting this all go. Just letting it all go for the greater good. Because Julia, the things that make you go,
So, and I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even really quite remember T-Rev saying much about her. I was actually a little shocked to hear that she was talking to Michaela.
Hong, yeah, maybe Hong. Chasing crime publicly. She hasn't, I don't think I've heard her diminish her. That's probably it though.
Now,
But Queen is
Julia
not
is
anti-Seth.
legit.
So what?
I was
No, I'm
just gonna
saying.
say. Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you
No,
go ahead.
Nana.
I'm just saying.
The only
Isn't it fun to watch this all come around now, seeing that, you know, she lost all this energy for Julia. They didn't partake in anything that Julia's claiming happened to her either. They didn't partake in it. That was just Granny. Just Granny, Queen, Clue, Jay. Nothing to do with BJ. Nothing at all. Just got to let it all go for the greater good of these filings. God. Absolutely fucking. She's coming for my crown.
thing I was gonna say is if she was legit, why would she? Wait, I forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind. Oh yeah, no, I got it. Hold on. Why would she dox people and send multiple other creators, personal info?
I'd love to know who else she did that to.
I wonder if she doxed you.
Are they acknowledging that Julia was sending people's private? Oh, they are.
Too. She might have. I
Well,
mean,
that's
she
what I'm
doxed
wondering,
No
'cause
Sense, and No Sense called her out, and I don't blame her. She said, "You better."
Oh, did Sarah take up for me for once? She doxed No Sense, and No Sense called her out, and I don't blame her. Emily, thank you for the gifted memberships. Well, fuck, oh dear. Oh, can't be admitting reality. Where's this energy for BJ?
Message me a list of people you sent my info to, or I'm going the legal route. And she contacted her, I guess.
But what I was going to say was, why did she contact Queen? Because she is not anti-Seth.
Well, at this point, Nana, she wasn't fully against.
Thank you, Lee.
Except she had only just started saying little things.
Okay.
Right.
At
Like
this
in this,
point,
she just said that she's seeing toxicity from both parts of the family.
right. At this point, she's not dragging Seth for filth yet. She's only starting to say little things that she's saying Seth said things that were weird to her. Like at this point, she's starting to kind of like dip her toes in the water of working her way around talking about Seth. And at the time, you know, now I think at this point, around this time, I did send her a text message and tell her, you know,
we're going to have to add more tents to the island, Aries.
Come up. No, this had to be before. That was before Terry Lynn. It was before Terry Lynn. I had sent her a message. She said she was getting attacked by Granny. And I said, well, come up on panel with me and let me ask you some questions and prove some stuff and we'll clear it up. You know, I'll try to help you. And she didn't.
Oh, wait. Wait. Not a coordinated effort.
Not respond to me. She didn't. Like, you all this time you've been messaging me, blowing my ass up, begging me, you know, to help you. And when I finally reach out to offer, you're like, no go. Just go.
Her platform, and she did not reciprocate.
At that point, she was not interested, I guess. I don't know. And then that the next thing I know, she resurfaces and I find out that she's a mod for Cotton Candy of all people. And when somebody told me she was a mod, when somebody told me she was modding for Cotton Candy, I said, damn, she's at the bottom now. Like
That says it all to me.
Yeah, when only people that is taking you in as Cotton Candy, you're done. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Bottom of the
sorry,
barrel.
not sorry. Just saying.
No, I'm not sorry either.
She did that to Uncle Taco. Oh my God, she did that to Uncle Taco. She sent his info out.
Yes, she did dox Uncle Taco.
Out.
Wait, are they saying that Julia doxed Uncle Taco? Uncle Taco and Amberito have declarations too.
Ben says she's grabbing attention. She's an attention hoe. Oh my God, Ben.
I think Ben's right.
I love Ben.
I do too. I think Ben's wrong.
Ben says she's an attention hoe that wants to look important. Preach, Ben.
Wait, did she disagree with Ben calling her an attention hoe? No.
All eyes on me. Don't look at me.
She was. That's my problem. Because I know, like,
the greater good revival, the greater good.
I think Elizabeth said Jasunki likes her. Jasunki, if you're here, I love you. You know I do. You're a good friend of mine. And I know that you like her, Jasunki, but she has done some dirty things, honey. She really has. And in time, you'll see it. And I'm sorry for anybody that does. I'm so sorry for anybody that gets deceived.
She's done some dirty things. Say it ain't so.
And you think these people are good? YouTube is absolutely it's a platform full of deception, unfortunately. I hate it. But I honestly think that Julia's motives were nothing more than attention.
Or at least as long as you stand with yourself, you can choose when to sit down. Brenda stands with Britney, who, according to Brenda, she's now an attorney too. So there's that. But Poor Brenda. I'm thinking her legs are getting tired. Well, probably not because she probably sits on her ass a lot like me. I mean, no shade there.
Let's say, set it up for me. You were holding a conversation. Can you say the context of the conversation where you saw this response?
I can talk about one. The other one,
Okay, that's fine.
I don't feel comfortable. So
Okay, that's
when, so everyone knows I'm a handler, but I'm also a military police officer. So everyone thinks, oh, she's just a reservist. No. I'm active guard reserve. And what that means is Monday through Friday, I'm active
Not the account that's been arguing with my bittersweet truth.
duty status at Army Reserve Station, unless I get permission to work remote, which is what I'm doing now. But my certifications go from, I've been an MP for almost 15 years now. I went to anti-terrorism school. There's a point to this. I went to security manager school. I went to investigative officer school. Like, I have all these extra credentials in addition to being a handler.
Get it, girl.
Lord have mercy.
It's been a long. I don't know if I can make another 5 years to retire. Honestly, I don't know if I can do it. I'm trying.
And once again, thank you for your service.
Absolutely. Thank you for your support.
I'm going to mute some of you all, so I don't have a lot of background in the back because I'm going to let her talk. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your support. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So sorry. So
I'm the type of people I like to hear from the person because all that, passing it. And like I said, I don't sit in the live streams to hear all of the people's conversations. So I like to hear from the person. I like to get a feeling, their tone, you know what I'm saying? Their temperament, when they tell the story.
Right. So I appreciate that. And during all this stuff, like, I'm a security manager for the Army also. And I told Seth, hey, in addition to being a handler, this is before I came to Tennessee. This is before I left Pennsylvania and got permission to go. I was talking about hey, if you need me to look into people.
Wait a minute, slow down. So you telling me you have a regular job?
I do.
Bittersweet. Yeah.
Monday through Friday, I'm an AGO.
And the ones that like to argue with you just crack me up.
Which is active guard reserve. That means I'm active duty status, but I work at an Army Reserve Station. So like the standalone reserve centers, they have people there full time. I'm one of those officers that's there.
So they expect you to be at that job, correct? I want you to be clear what you're saying, right?
Yeah, unless I have permission to work remote, which I do. I have permission to work remote, and the only thing my commanding officer said is, as long as you're sending in everything you need to, that's fine. You're utilizing your skills as a hammer.
That's a good thing that you tell the people that you actually work a job.
That's a red flag for myself and others, because she was claiming that she worked a full-time job Monday through Friday, but somehow she was working in Tennessee. And how long? I want to say she's claimed to have been in Tennessee for at least 2 months. Am I right? I want to say at least 2 months. And she's claiming that she still worked a job.
Yeah. I mean, that was a red flag to me too. That I always wondered that.
Fuck, we got red flags. We just throwing red flags out there now and ignoring them because it's for the greater good. Everybody, the greater good.
About to say, she told Seth she can look people, and then Queen asked her a question. I was like, oh, I want to hear what she was going to say. I hope she still says it. I haven't seen this one.
I don't have any proof that her and Michaela are relatives. That's over my head. I've never seen proof of that, but I also intentionally haven't watched probably 30 to 50 hours of streams on Julia content.
Yeah. Oh my God, y'all keep just listening. I agree. I think so. I think so too, Kelly. There's so many things wrong here.
Oh wait, did Britney just pin a comment that said she's lying and agree with it? She did. So
many things. And listen, if y'all hear something before I do, tell me and I'll pause it. This isn't very long, y'all, but I do think it helps to go back and hear what's said around those times.
Oh, it sure does help to go back and hear what's said.
Now that we're guarded with the information we have now.
Right.
Oh, you guys, I think we've seen enough of this one. I really want to take you to this one. I really want to take you back down memory lane to give you a good laugh before we go into support and duty Ron tonight. Because he's going to be on in 45 minutes. May 29th. Anybody remember this? We're going to wrap it up with some Tony. Since we read Tony's declaration, I think my point's been proven on the BJ, Julia, co-plaintiffs, all of that stuff. Did things happen to Julia? Absolutely. I'm sure that stuff was called into question. She aligned herself with Terry Lynn. She's talking about Burton Staggs. She's talking about stuff that Seth did. There's so much to it. Her declaration seems very misplaced, if you ask me, in this filing. Her being a plaintiff in this, if this happened by one specific person, I wish we could figure out which one specific person that was. But I really think that this one will wrap it up with a complete bow, because we also read Tony's declaration today in here, and we saw some from Tony and how he came in. I want to take us back to May 29th, 2024, right back to BJ's panel. We're going to talk about T-Rev. T-Rev's not a plaintiff, not a defendant, not anything. He was just another character. but I find this, you guys will probably get a good laugh out of this too. You might need a helmet and some fucking waders for this shit. And Tony, you might want to pay attention once again, my friend. Tony is another plaintiff, co-plaintiff of BJ's.
I don't blame T-Ref at all. I don't. I stand by him. You know, he's a hell of a creator. I'll tell you that much.
And yes, a lot of information did come out after the fact about what T-Rev was doing, but I still like to laugh.
Well, here we have, yes, he's absolutely a good person. I can tell you that.
T-Rev's a good person. Okay. You can tell us all day.
I have some questions. Listen, here's my problem. I'm just going to come out and say it. I have been very supportive of Seth. We don't have it, you guys. Never mind. T-Rev removed it, I believe. Let me just, I don't know. I don't know if maybe he doesn't. Here.
Thank you, Debbie. I hope you're having a great day.
Thank God. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh,
thank you, Lord. I never thought I'd be so happy to see you. I'm sorry. Can you please answer some questions for me? Because
she was happy to see him. That's the most excitement I've ever heard out of her. Holy shit. We need to hear that again in real speed. I mean, slow mode. I mean, real speed. Whoa. She almost jumped out of her chair right there to see little T-Rev.
We don't have it, you guys. Never mind. T-Rev removed it, I believe. Let me just, I don't know. I don't know if maybe he doesn't. Here, thank God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. I never thought I'd be so happy to see you. I'm sorry. Can you please answer some questions for me? Because I feel betrayed. I'm going to be honest with you, Rev.
Shoot it. Let's hear it.
You feel betrayed?
This isn't on you. I think you're fine. Listen, I don't want you to.
No. I made a mistake with talking about that earlier for the simple fact that it's reported to TBI, but it just weighed on my conscience so much.
But did you?
This is after T-Rev came out when he was no longer really part of the team anymore and told everybody publicly about the incident with the pew-pew.
It happened a while ago. And I would say, what's up? Between the 10th and the 14th, maybe the 15th of this month. And it is weighed on my mind in a sense of red flags. And I've always been saying, I'm holding it. There's some stuff close to the vest. There's been red flags to me. And
Sammy, thank you for the support. Seriously, thank you.
That being one of the things. So I do want to apologize to the community in general for me even talking about it and putting it out there, because I feel like it and just took, and it should, again, I should have just left it off behind the scenes and left it with the authorities to take care of. And that should have never came out the way I have, or the way that I did today. But I was just, when I had woke up this morning, I had got a message from a few people saying, look, Seth hit me up and he's saying that you stole his girl and that you came down here and, did this, that, and the third. And I got fired up about it. I'm like, what? Took his girl? I did nothing but help as much as I can, donated to the GoFundMe, gave him money out of the Cash App, pushed everything as hard as I possibly can to do anything for Sebastian.
The overall theme of this segment right here is called Liars, Lying, and Liars.
And that I possibly could. And I mean, people can say whatever the fuck they want, but show me where people have came out and pushed and tried to help somebody in any type of way. That it was just a weird position when I was on the phone with him that night. And he brought up this staccato gun that I had. Again, I was just like, well, it kind of took me as a surprise. I'm like, what gun is this? And I looked at it. He's like, it can shoot 45 and it can shoot 9mm, blah, 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 blah. And it just caught me off guard just for the simple fact that why would somebody ask somebody else to purchase something for them and they would give them the $2K in cash when they got there with it? It just caught me off guard again. And it left me in the blue. And first of all, he's the one who introduced me to my girlfriend. He's the one who gave her my phone number, So I'm not saying that, and I know I see people saying that I did nothing wrong, but in general, I shouldn't have came out with that information the way that I did today. And
notice Seth's Cash App is scrolling across the bottom of her screen as she's doing this too.
Regardless of the fact that
she'll mention that upcoming.
How I'm reflecting on it. I'm reflecting on it in that manner for a sense of what it's done to the people around me and who is hurt around me, and not only hurt around me, but also for Sebastian. And for that reason, I'm thinking I'm about to step down off this case and can just go continue my journey pushing elsewhere, because it's been toxic. I've been pulled into it. As soon as I got here, I was into a shitstorm. Steph's looking at me like I done took something from him. Looking at, when somebody stares at you weird and they just give you those eyes and are like,
Yoper Gal, thank you so much for the support. That means a lot. Thank you. I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying the timeline stuff like this, because it helps me think I'm not really losing my mind all by myself.
Yeah.
I was catching that. And again, it is what it is, but I can't say that I shouldn't have said what I said on my show earlier. But it is true. Hook me up to a lie detector test any place, anytime, anywhere. There's no receipt of it because we were on the phone. But I can promise you this right now. Hook me up to a lie detector test any possibly where, and I promise you I'll pass it with flying colors, and I'll be there anytime. Any name a date, time, place.
You're not that kind of
promise you.
person.
And I put that on my life that was told to me, and that was asked to me.
No, I don't question it one bit. I'm going to tell you that. I would tell you this to you. I would say this without you being around privately. You have no reason to lie. That you've been into this case as much as me, if more than me. I know how heavily invested you are into this, and you would not do that. So I don't even think anybody questions you, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
But here's my thing, right?
I'm Misty Blue. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to Cabana.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did because
you're glad he came out and blasted the parent of a missing child. Wait, that couldn't be what you're saying.
Of people like myself who maybe we needed.
You can't take. Somebody says, "Well, you took his girl." You can't take a girlfriend that was never their girlfriend.
I think that's people need to just. I think the girlfriend part. We all need to just.
There was never
Misty Blue. Thank you for the gifted memberships, y'all. Thank Misty Blue, and if you got gifted a membership by all the wonderful people in here today, please make sure you thank them. There's been a lot of amazing gifted memberships today. Thank you all. Seriously, this is some ironic shit. And Tony gets mentioned. It's epic.
Girlfriend or boyfriend situation there. I've read all the text messages. I've seen them for myself. There never was.
Yeah, I don't even think that's important, y'all. The part I want to talk about is the weapon because Rev, since that come out, and here's another, and I'm gonna tell you another thing, creator to creator, why I think that you did the right thing. Okay, your girlfriend saying that y'all's lives are being threatened.
Did something to you? Did something to his ex? What? Stayed in a bedroom away from somebody who constantly badgered me all day. You want to talk about you want to go watch one video and believe one side of the story? Y'all are wild as hell.
Why
Carry
do
on
you
with that shit.
care?
Carry on with that shit. Those people who are talking about what you did to your girlfriend.
May 29th.
What the girlfriend I looked in the eyes 90 days ago and told was over and said, no, just stay here, save up money, and so I could keep buying her weed all day. I mean, that's all that was. Next.
That's none of anybody's business, y'all.
But it's the truth. It's the truth. So people want to go and believe some one-sided jacked up story for some fucking crazy chick. They're wilding out. Next.
Right. Well, we need to talk about the Rev's real life, y'all. That ain't got nothing to do with none of us. I don't care anything about.
Grow up. You have 2 kids. I've been trying to get DNA tests on those for 7 years. Maybe y'all can bring her to me since you were so worried about her. Where's she at? I've been waiting here all day. Got the money in pocket to pay for the DNA test. Let's go. Bring it up. Where's she?
He is sped up, you guys too. He's sped up. They're on 1.5.
Yeah, bring her to me because I can't get a hold of her. Where's she at? Let's get it going. Y'all want to talk about you have 2 kids, raise them. Well, you gotta, it takes 2 people to connect with each other. You see my face every day, don't you? Okay, next.
Y'all to be.
No, I mean I'm right here. What do people talk about? Like, oh, T-Rev's not taking care of this, that, the third. I've been asking for a DNA test for 7 years.
Yes, now she is anti-T-Rev because it came out that he was faking calls in the Madeline Soto case. Before all of this stuff, I mean, many things had came into question about things he was doing and saying, but she rode hard for him up until she had to pick a side. Pretty typical from her.
What are you talking about? Next.
Right.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, don't
Like,
give it to them. This is what they want, Rev. Don't even give it to them. I'm gonna tell you what you tell me. These people, that's what they want. They want to break you. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to your life being at risk, and
John says you have a wife. I do have a wife.
Ask yourself what kind of man would go live and bring children on a panel. That was disgusting. You want to talk about going real life? That's real life, and that's sick. I don't care who it's about.
Like Seth is, I don't know who's threatening me, to be honest with you.
But that's the
got
part
a few different people. Been threatened by a few people, yeah.
Yep, SW is a mod for both.
I don't know who's who. Yeah, Detective John's a no liar, dude. But that's next.
That stuff, but that's what I'm saying. And then you're talking about this weapon. Let me ask, because I know a little about weapons, but not a lot. Okay, I got a little purple one to keep myself guarded. I couldn't even tell you much about it.
Appreciate you.
You say the weapons that he asked you to buy. Is that weapon illegal for any civilian to have, or?
I don't know. I really don't know much about it. I mean, I looked it up as we were talking about it, but that was about it. And I had to go through my history to look exactly to see what day it was searched up, because I looked it up immediately. I typed it in. I was like, staccato, blah, blah, blah. And I just was looking. I didn't know. But what caught me off guard was, well, if you get it, well, I'll give you the cash when you get here. That's what caught me off guard.
Yeah.
And that is true. I believe there's no allegedly to it. That's 100% true and a fact. And I don't care. What's up? Put me on that lie detector test and I'll show you.
I got some huge red flags with this, y'all, because listen, first of all, his line of work, what person with that kind of job would dare want to have to be in any situation like that?
Casual art. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much. All of you are too kind. I can't thank you enough for boosting I don't know if I boosted anybody's sanity today. Man, my brain is whiplash. Yeah. My brain is mush at this point, but this is going to end it on the perfect note.
And then I
Thank
can't,
you.
I've thought about this long and hard all day. And the only conclusion that I can draw is a setup. I'm sorry.
I don't know about. I don't think he was trying to set anything up. I'm just going to be honest on that.
Wait, was she implying that Seth was attempting to set T-Rev up?
In case I'm just oblivious and trust people too much, I don't think it was that. I don't know what it was. Again, I'm not going to sit here and roll them under. But again, when it comes to that, I've been put in a weird position, and now I'm getting it. Now I'm catching threats, and then I find out. Like I said, I woke up this morning at 7 a.m. I open up, start looking at messages. I'm getting messages from creators that they're telling me, oh, he called me and said you stole his girlfriend and that blah, blah, blah. But when I'm
Sweetie Pilo, and she follows up on going on the Vault XLs.
talking to him, he's not telling me that. He's not saying, well, you stole my girlfriend and I was with her, or you did this, that, and the third. He's not saying that to me. And then again, the phone call thing, that's not on her end. I did that. So why is she being blackmailed and threatened over something that I did? That doesn't make no sense, because I'm the one who recorded the phone call. I'm the one who said, you know what, if he's saying that you're his girlfriend, why don't you? He's telling these creators that are friends of mine that he didn't have no idea were friends of mine, and they reached out to me and let me know respectfully that that's what that he said to them. So when it comes to that, that's why that phone call was made. Did you hear in that video whatsoever when she said, why are you saying that you were my girlfriend, or that I was your girlfriend, and that Rev took you from me? Why did he not mention one time, you are my girlfriend, you are my ex, you are that? Why didn't he say that? If it was true, you would say, I was your ex and you were in my bed and we were this, that, and the third. But again, that's all I'm gonna talk about on this live. I wanted to get back to Sebastian. I don't want it to be about Sebastian. And I'm respectfully backing off this case. I'm done with it.
Well, listen, I do want to tell you this, because Mama Bear said she looked it up and it said that he can only have his service weapon. So Rev, that may be what it is. Maybe he really just wanted that weapon, and he thought that.
Yeah, it could be, but it was definitely a red flag to me, and immediately.
Yeah. This is what I think, okay? And I'm with you. I'm not fully done covering Sebastian, but I think for me, I'm going to just touch it when something happens.
Exactly. Bang bong.
Whoa, this was May 29th.
Because this is beyond because without even without what happened today, you got the Proudfoots going over on various channels, and you're not even allowed to mention anything about them, or you got people crawling your channel, coming at you 90 to nothing. It's counterproductive.
Misty Blue, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate the hours you guys sit with me through this. Seriously, I'm not even, y'all, when I put this together, I'm like, is this going to make sense? Is this even going to pull together? Thank you guys.
Sebastian is no longer in the forefront, but I am going to say this. I'm not going to start, I'm not going to support parents anymore. Like, I'm going to be like completely neutral.
Yeah, you got to be.
What happened to that? She's not going to support parents anymore. Yikes. Things that didn't age well.
And that's what I learned. That's what I learned throughout this whole ordeal, is to no more getting close to people.
Yes.
Like that. I'm here. We can do the interviews. We can run the information, but I don't want to run to where people, now I'm on allegedly Team Seth, and now I'm with these narratives that I'm not going to run with. I told Tony I'm not changing my channel for nobody. I don't know why you're trying to get me to push this.
Chico, I appreciate all you do. Thank you for being here when you can. You guys are amazing.
Defend your honor and do this, that, and the third. That's not my place. I said I'm here to keep Sebastian's face out here, and it kept getting turned around in crazy ways. And I won't change my platform for anybody. I'm not going to change the way that we run my platform for no one. And again, I think for the best for Sebastian, so the focus can get back on
Emily,
I think it's best if when I do cover things, it'd be about something that's coming out, or maybe something was found in the case or something like that, because it's just getting too out of hand. And this thing that I'll
say it ain't so. I don't know if you heard me, Emily, but thank you.
What I talked about today has been heavy on my chest for a long time, and you can go back and look at the streams and hear me say there's some stuff that's just been bothering me. It's not right.
Yeah,
and this
you
is
said
one
that
of them.
online.
And this is one of them.
Right. Yeah, you said this the other night. I remember it. You said right here on the channel. You said that there were some things you were holding close to your vest that would have been bothering you. And that's why I'm saying I'm looking at what you're going through, and
Seymour, thanks for hanging out with us today.
Taking lessons from it myself as a creator, and it's like I've thought about this all day today, and I was going to message you, and I really,
Oda, we're almost at 6.
To be a good friend, gave it a long thought about how I would handle it, and I probably would have said something too, to be honest with you.
I think I might have went about it the wrong way, but I can admit that I should have never fucking talked about it on stream, and that's eating me up as a person who likes to keep drama out of it. I made a mistake today by even talking about it or even bringing it up. I made a mistake playing that recording. All I did was feed these angry people out here. That's all I did, and I should have just kept it close, knowing that it's reported to TBI, and I made that step. But it's just weird that somebody wanted me to purchase them a firearm, and that's a felony.
Yeah,
and that's all. And I'll drop the mic on that.
Yeah. I'm with you. I
And
do.
and it's bothered me this whole entire time. And again, as soon as I arrived here, I was treated in the most weirdest manner and looked at in the most weirdest manner. I feel energy out pretty great. And when you get around somebody and you know somebody's just like side eyeing you and looking at you in a different way, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Point blank, period. And I felt that. I don't know why I seemed to be I felt like I was in the middle of some crossfire going on.
Yeah, I bet.
And I was.
She's just agreeing with everything you say and just yep. Yep. It gets better.
But it is what it is. I'm stepping out of that. I'm gonna go back to covering what I do. And I appreciate you, Brittany. I'm gonna hop off of here though because my mind's right tonight. I'm not in the right mind space tonight. I'm over here looking over my shoulder. You got people pulling up, riding by, cameras hanging out, just a bunch of weird shit going on. So I'm on edge.
Well, hear me out. Just know you got a shit ton of people supporting you, including myself. We got you. Take a couple days, get you a break. I mean, you just, first of all, you not only you got all this going on, you just moved. Like you just picked up your whole life. And that's stressful in itself. A whole change. You know, when you have somebody that has anxiety, I have anxiety. I can tell you it takes me a while just to adapt to that alone. I think you just need to take a couple days, chill with your girlfriend, you know, go to the park.
I don't even drink. I went out and got
Mr. Steal Your Girl
wasted last night.
Yeah,
I don't even drink. I haven't been drunk in a minute, and I went out last night and I had to just there was just a lot weighing on my chest. And
yeah,
I'm like, damn, how did things get to be this way and turn this way? Like I just truly just trying to fathom and understand how things could have got this way when I feel like the rep gang has been nothing but advocates in this situation. I mean, I know what
I adore my mods. I don't care if the chat does. I adore my mods, but I think the chat adores my mods too.
We've done as a whole, and anybody who is rep gang knows this. We
might
not only just covered this case, but we've put our heart and soul into this shit. We put money
Melly, you got a wrench yanked because you were over here?
into this shit. We've done as much as that we possibly can, and I don't want to contribute to that drama. So that's why I need to gracefully back out because things are starting to boil up.
Yep.
And I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of that. For Sebastian doesn't deserve that, and that's all I gotta say. He doesn't deserve that.
Just think about what you've told me. How many times have you told me, Brittany, I want to, you know, I just want to shake you when I see you give in to these people. Same to you. Like you are above that. You know that.
Yep, I told you. What did I tell you? You know, at DMs, I said you're gonna relapse on things at times. You're gonna relapse on your old ways, or you're gonna relapse into something that you made a mistake on. And I even said I'd do it. Here's a prime example of me going back on something that I should have never done. And it's okay. I learned something from it. I learned a lot from it, actually. I learned to not associate myself with people close into these cases anymore and to just continue to do what I do, drive my platform, and we can support the way that we support without getting in too close and developing these relationships where things could possibly go sour. Now, I know that everybody's like this. Not everybody's going to.
Oh, this upcoming is going to chaps masses.
Shit's not always going to turn like this with everybody, but at the same time, in the field that we work in, it's smart to not personally get involved for simple reasons like this. Let this be an example to some.
Drop your channel, mods. You know the drill.
Because when you start talking to people and you start hearing things and just, I don't know, just me being from where I'm from and growing up, how I grew up, when somebody asks you to purchase something as much as that, my red flags went up immediately.
Yeah.
So
first
that's
off,
all I got to say.
You jeopardize you and your CPL. I don't know what CPL means. He is IO. He can purchase himself. I guess thank you, Bobby, saying that, you know, he's putting you in jeopardy by asking you to do that. Yeah, I don't understand it myself, but I think you got the right idea, Rev. I think, and you know, look, it's gonna take a whole lot more than this to get you down and for your people to even blink a second. You got
things that didn't age well.
Yes, you're gonna be just fine. And
I'm
you just gotta, you know, I really do think you need a break though. You know, maybe
you got a friend in BJ. Oh wait, she's not standing by you anymore. Sorry, never mind. Scratch that.
Even if it's just 2 days, you can't stay gone too long. People can start losing their minds. But
yeah, I know.
Take a couple breaks. You know,
I
a
know
couple
how it
days.
is. Shit, you never know. I might be live tonight. You never know.
Ain't
but it
that
ain't gonna be about this. But it won't be about this. I mean,
This is before he got publicly ousted for the Madeline Soto call, but he'd been ousted for all the other dirty shit he'd been doing. But she still rode hard with him.
The same way. I'm like, I ain't going live. Next thing you know, I'm live twice as much.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be about this. It might be about that or something like that. But yeah, I'm about to go work on some music and get this shit off my chest.
You got your album, right? You working on
I'm about to finish. I got 3 more songs to finish up on that. So I'm about to go focus myself and my energy on that and use that as use everything as motivation around me to create something positive.
There you go. There you go. And you know, if you need anything, I'm here. We're all here. We got you. And just, stay strong.
Listen, and they dropped you like a bad bag of shit on the doorstep.
It's a learning experience, and I'm right here with you going through it.
Yeah, it definitely is that. 100%. It's definitely a learning experience. Shout out to you, Brittany, Nana's Dragonfly. I appreciate you guys having me up. I will. I never know. I'll slip back in.
What Madeline Soto called the Rick Armstrong faked call between T-Rev and his buddy Ghost. Ghost, is that his name? I always get that fucked up.
I appreciate you though.
All
God bless
right.
you.
All right. Bye. Have a good night. There's that. You live and you learn.
You live and you learn, but listen up. She ain't done yet. This is where we're going to end it for today after her next upcoming statements. Tony and team, this is your co-plaintiff that you think is going to help you with your filing. You're welcome.
And he's right, y'all. Like we're losing our eye on the prize. I do want to read these super chats real quick, and then I want to go.
Why do I always call him Ghost instead of Smoke? I do that every fucking time.
Into some stuff that Justin found that's very important. I have questions. Does anybody else have questions?
I got questions.
Bob, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, first off,
BJ?
you jeopardize you and your CPL. He's IEO. He can purchase himself. I have racked my brain trying my best to figure out what would make that man ask Rev to purchase that type of a weapon.
Oh.
Why? What do you need that kind of a weapon for?
We got questions, Brittany. We and I have questions. We'd like an answer. I don't know if you have that time.
And I'm going to tell you something else that bothers me too. Hey, Angela.
Tell us.
Angela, thank you so much for 5 months of a membership. Even though I know you've been with me longer than that, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Good to see you. I got another thing that I caught that Rev said today that I think is pretty vital. That
vital information coming up.
We all need to talk about, and that's Tony. Did you guys notice? Tony was telling T-Rev that he needed to basically filter his subscribers and filter the calls. You only let a certain amount of people call in. And the people that call in, you need to control everything that they say. Not only did he do that, but then he also said that he's got records for all creators. Not all creators, but he's got records on a lot of creators. What are you doing, Tony? Who do you think you are?
No, not her co-plaintiff having records on creators. Who the fuck do you think you are? She wants to know, Tony. Well, now you're a co-plaintiff on a filing in Pennsylvania with her. That's who you are.
When it gets to this point, y'all, this is a very problematic.
T-Paul
says, you all have done the best for this child. I have seen so many people catch it and thrown under the bus. Tony has polluted all of the good. Time parents gets their story straight. That's what I'm also afraid people is going to lose their eye on. I don't want you guys to lose sight of everything that we've seen this far, right?
No.
Okay, let me ask you guys this. Put a 1 in chat if anybody has changed their thoughts on the Proudfoots. Okay, I'm looking. Mischief. Is there anyone that thought that the Proudfoots might be sketchy, but now you think they're, not? To put a 1 in chat if you no longer think the Proudfoots are sketch. Because I'm going to be honest with you, my thoughts have not changed one bit. Like, I still have the same feelings that I had before. I still think very much that and we're about to go through some stuff. I got to give a shout out to Justin for all. Clutch.
Your thoughts are what? Oh, still targeting the Proudfoots, but you're not going to get close to families. Meanwhile, you're a co-plaintiff on a filing now. Oh, and who the fuck does Tony think he is? I don't know. BJ, he's your co-plaintiff. Things have changed though, right? Lots of things have changed, even though you knew he had records of creators.
My pearls.
Carry on. The best is coming.
He has found some stuff embedded in some of the interviews that they gave that are very questionable, where Chris basically says that there's a Ring doorbell cam on the neighbors that would have caught Sebastian. Oh, snap. I didn't even realize this. Yeah.
Listen up, friends.
No, do not send anything to that Cash App. How the hell did I do that? Jesus. I meant to put that. I did not realize that Steph's Cash App was scrolling on my screen. I do apologize for that. At this point, I don't know what's going on, and I don't trust anybody. So,
she doesn't trust anybody, and Do not donate to Seth's Cash App. No, that couldn't have been said.
He dropped the link for Emmy Joe. Let me pull up some stuff. Let's go through some of the
I
things that
fucking love flip floppers.
Sebastian. I mean that. Let's see, Brittany. I did. I got it. Carolina Moon. I pulled it off. Yeah, I would not send any money to anybody right now. That's just my opinion.
Shit.
Just to be on the safe side.
Oh.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh.
Honestly, what is happening? Don't get involved. If any of these people do something crazy, you are in a sea of trouble. Exactly, Liza. It's not my cup of tea. Not for any of us. None of us should be involved. None of us.
Oh.
All right, let me let this on. Hey, Emmy. All right, let me give me a second. I'm gonna pull up Justin.
Things I bet you wish you would have taken down.
Shout out to Justin for all you guys. He's been going through a lot of stuff. We're about to pull up something. Give me just a second.
He was on Smiley's last night, and I went in there. There wasn't that many people because she was covering the it was the Aisha, I forget her last name, but it's an older case, and she was just kind of covering it and going over some of the similarities to the Sebastian case. But I went in there because there wasn't really anybody else.
Let's take it back just a quick hot minute though, because I love this part right here in particular myself. I mean, saying not to donate to Seth's Cash App because she doesn't trust anybody is pretty great too, but this might be my personal favorite right here. My personal favorite.
Stuff that Justin found. It's very important. I have questions. Does anybody else have questions? Bob, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, first off, you jeopardize you and your CPL. He's IEO. He can purchase himself. I have racked my brain trying my best to figure out what would make that man ask Rev to purchase that type of a weapon. Why? What do you need that kind of a weapon for? And I'm gonna tell you something else that bothers me too. Hey, Angela. Angela, thank you so much for 5 months of a membership, even though I know you've been with me longer than that, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Let's take it.
I got another thing that I caught that Rev said today that I think is pretty vital that we all need to talk about, and that's Tony. Did you guys notice? Tony was telling T-Rev that he needed to basically filter his subscribers. And filter the calls. You only let a certain amount of people call in. And the people that call in, you need to control everything that they say.
Not
only did he do that,
he would.
But then he also said that he's got records for all creators. A lot, well, not all creators, but he's got records on a lot of creators. What are you doing, Tony? You don't. Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
When it gets to this point, y'all, this is a very problematic. T-Paul says, you all have done the best for this child. I have seen so many people catch it and thrown under the bus. Tony has polluted all of the good. Time Parents gets their story straight. That's what I'm also afraid people's going to lose their eye on. I don't want you guys to lose sight of everything that we've seen this far, right?
Oh, we're not losing sight of what we've seen this far. Not at all. We just watched 6 hours of what we've seen so far. Wrapped up with a pretty pink bow. I don't know about y'all, but that was pretty refreshing, and the ending was chef's kiss. But don't worry. We all are confused. Rev was lying. Tony's in the clear. He's super trustworthy. He had her on the phone. They raised money for her new friend, Bets, who she claims is an opportunist. She was friends with Julia, threw her right under that bus. I mean, God, how many people have been thrown under the bus over here this week? Shit, every one of the plaintiffs. Yikes. All for the greater good. Every bit of it. Well, there's that. I have to thank you all once again for spending 6+ hours with me today, walking through this timeline and down memory lane. We have a complaint filed in Pennsylvania, not federal court, state court. That's all the further it's gone. To my understanding, the defendants haven't been served yet. But these are your plaintiffs and some of the stories and their noise that they've created around this case, and why a lot of us have been scratching our head. Ultimately, at the end of the day, sadly, none of this has benefited Sebastian, including my own content. I'm not an awareness channel or true crime channel. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel and a lot of good memories and timestamps. That's it. But I think it's so muddy that people are trying to say, well, this and that. No, there's no this and that at this point. This has been a completely flip-floppy, wish-washy, all over the place using Sebastian's name. And all of these people have played a hand in it. Every single one of them. The misinformation still flows constantly. Silver, Spanky, all of them are just pushing it day after day after day. It becomes redundancy of debunking the things that have been said and done. Julia, part of me has empathy for her, and the other part, you're a grown adult who inserted yourself and did all of this. You acknowledged that you and Seth were having conversations about things such as insurance. And then the dog handler stuff, and you were lending your credibility to Steph. That made a whole muddy mess. And you involved yourself with Terry Lynn. We thank you so much. Thank you. It's still your fault, This is all your fault. It's really unfortunate. But I hope people can see why we continue to say laws need to change to protect victims and their families. If you go back to the beginning of this, you can see a different man in front of you, Seth, than you see today. I think he has been exploited beyond belief by the very people around him that claim they have his back, care so much about him for self-serving needs. All things can be true. We can be angry at his behavior, what he has said publicly. In that time of need, though, I don't know how any of us would react. But to watch the very people who said that they're there to protect him exploit him even further and put him in harm's way, it does bother me. It really does. At the end of the day, I hope Sebastian is brought home safe and sound. I have no good theories, but what I know is none of the parents right now are considered suspects. We have no evidence of foul play. We have an open investigation into the disappearance of a minor, 15-year-old by the name of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee. And the games that are being played with legal filings and all this other shit doesn't help any of that. So with that, I'm going to leave you. KNS, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you guys for the support. And Brittany, I've got a couple of live streams that I found today that are you mocking me and talking about what a piece of epic garbage I am. I sit there and laugh so hard at those. I just want you to know. It gives me great joy of, she thinks she's so good at this. She doesn't know. All she does is review other people's content. Do you need me to show you how it's done? I do the same thing you do. I just can walk it in a timeline fashion and not have to rely on my chat to give me the information. Anyways, I just figured I'd be a bitch. I hope you guys all have a wonderful night. I will see some of you guys over at Duty Ron's in 10 minutes. Go get your Kleenexes because I'm sure you're going to need them. Hold on. Let me drop Duty Ron's link in the chat. So everybody, I'll share it to my community wall too. This is where the community comes together to support. Hey, Duchess. This is Duty Ron's link in the chat. And I'm going to also share it on my community wall right now, too. I will see you guys over at Duty Ron's shortly, for those of you who can make it. And I appreciate all of you being here with me today and spending the afternoon. I will probably take tomorrow off because my voice will probably need to repair. And we've got another character coming up. Revival specifically asked for me to do another character, another plaintiff trashing the plaintiffs. I gotcha. We can do that too. I gotcha. We can do Bullhorn Betty trashing the plaintiffs. But I do. Oh, and then the other thing I want to do coming up too, I want to read through Uncle Taco and Aunt Burrito's declarations because that mentions Duchess. That's pretty interesting. They're not plaintiffs, but they're just sent declarations. It's pretty interesting. But I want to take us back down memory lane of some stuff that was said on the vault too. It's pretty interesting. So see you all soon. Have a wonderful night. Stay safe out there. Bye, y'all.